I think we have a share button with us, so I think we'll be able to share screen. That shouldn't be a problem, I guess.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Am I audible and visible? I'm Dr. Ramkumar.
Good morning, Dr. Ramakumar. Yes, you are visible and we all can hear you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward for this session. I'm supposed to chair this session.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we'll be starting in about 4 minutes, if that works.
Fine. Hi, good morning, Mr. Banerjee.
Very good morning, Dr. Ramkumar. Good to see you.
Thank you. And welcome to all the distinguished panelists and speakers.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. So as the organizers was mentioning that we'll be starting in another 4 minutes. So let's be standby for their advice to initiate this session. Thank you.
Hello, hello, audio check, 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 check.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we
Good.
can
All
hear
right, we're getting somewhere. Let me get my video turned on and change my name. There we go. All right, there's hope.
Yeah, good morning. We can hear you and we can see you also. Mr. Andrew.
Excellent. Good deal.
So before the start of the session, I think as I was assigned the responsibility of conducting this session as chairperson, we have a very long list of distinguished experts and panelists to speak on this subject. And we have 120 minutes. So some housekeeping rules so that we need not waste time when the actual session starts. So we have in all 120 minutes, and there are 10 speakers listed, what was given to me. So I think let us all restrict each of the speakers, including me. We will be restricting our presentation to 10 minutes. We will take the question answers at the end of the session. Otherwise the other speakers' time will be eroded. So if you all agree, let us all confine ourselves to 10 minutes in the order that was given to me. I'll be inviting each of the speakers. And at the end of the session, I think the organizers from the audiences through chat box, they are collecting the questions. So 10 to 15 minutes, we will devote for question answer session. Is that agreeable to all?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Dr. Ramakumar, we can actually start now.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the organizers to give me a go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a part of the organizing team. You can go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. So should I go ahead, or would you like to say something as organizer?
No, you can go ahead and you can start. That's fine.
Okay. So good morning, and good morning here in India, and welcome to all the distinguished panelists, especially His Excellency Andre Correa de Lago, Honorable Ambassador of Brazil in India. We're really very delighted to see you on this panel. Welcome to all the distinguished participants. And the topic is very close to each one of our hearts. It is ethanol as a blending fuel in the transportation liquid fuels segment. And countries like Brazil have made greater strides in utilizing this sustainable fuel to reduce the fossil fuel import as well as footprint. So as I was just discussing with you, there are in all 10 speakers with us and 120 minutes. So we will restrict ourselves to 10 minutes, including myself. And then at the end of all the presentations, we will ask the organizers to collect the questions, and we will take in 10 minutes the important questions and answers by each of the panelists. With that opening remarks, while welcoming once again all the participants, let me just give the perspective from the Indian viewpoint, how we see ethanol as a blending fuel in transportation segment. I have a small presentation. I will just like to share that now for the benefit of all the audience as well as the distinguished speakers. But I guess I need to I was given this right of sharing. So let me share that. So is the screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm first of all, I'm Dr. Ramkumar, Director R&D, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Indian Oil Corporation, as many of you are aware, that this is India's largest oil refining and marketing company. And I head the corporate R&D function of Indian Oil. So coming to ethanol, we all are aware, I think speakers after me also will narrate this, that Brazil is the market, is the world leader And today its mandate is 27% of ethanol blending in transportation fuel. Other countries vary in several degrees as far as the percentage of ethanol blending is there, as it is depicted in this slide. As far as India is concerned, right now our mandate is for 10%, but we have E20 specification in place, and we have an aspiration of raising the blending percentage of ethanol in transportation fuel by 2025 to 20%. So what are the major drivers for ethanol blending? I need not really narrate this to this learned audience here. Demand enrichment, supply enrichment, and there are a large incentives of emission reduction and import substitution that is driving this our quest to raise the ethanol percentage in the transportation fuel. It's a little bit chronological order of how Indian ethanol blending program evolved. We started with E5 way back in 2003. By 2006, we have the E5 specification in place. And then from 2008 onwards, E10 specification has become mandatory. All the vehicles which are being produced beyond 2007, they would be E10 compatible. Then in 2015 and 16, Department of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Heavy Industries, to which the automobile industry belonged to, along with 3 leading laboratories of India, Automotive Research Association of India, Indian Institute of Petroleum, and my own lab, IOCL R&D, we conducted a study of E20 blends in a variety of vehicles, starting from 2-wheelers to 4-wheelers. And we have submitted a report. Based on this report in 2018, Bureau of Indian Standards, that is the apex body of various petroleum performance specifications, they have finalized and announced the E20 specification. While the specification is in place, mandate is in place, but availability of ethanol for blending in transportation is a big issue in India. So today the national average stands at 5% against the mandate of E10 at least, if not E20. And in the absolute quantity, these are the figures, 173 in 2009, 19 and 20. So, but going forward, if we have to realize our ambition of raising this percentage to E20, the kind of ethanol that is required for us as a percentage of petrol consumption or gasoline consumption is, by 2030, it is anywhere between 1157 for a E20 blending. 1157 crores of liters is what is required. Gasoline demand, as our own governmental agencies have put forward, the growth would be, earlier there was a more aggressive growth projections that were made, but post-pandemic the growth projections have been slightly conservative, and now it stands at 3 to 4% gasoline growth demand. And Government of India has been consistently striving to improve the ethanol availability for blending purpose of transportation fuel. So many policy interventions have been made so far. Some of them I have listed here, that they have announced an advanced biofuel policy in 2018, where there is a greater focus on alternate sources of producing the ethanol, like second generation ethanol and third generation ethanol. These are some of the key initiatives. Then for the first generation ethanol, they have allowed many more feedstocks other than sugarcane molasses, surplus food grains, rotten food grains, and some other edible sugar containing materials were allowed. Government has directed its 3 state-owned oil marketing companies like ours and the other 2 majors, oil majors like Hindustan Petroleum and Bharat Petroleum, to set up at least 12 2G second generation biorefineries which will produce ethanol, so that it will trigger in some interest in public-private partnership to bring this ethanol production and thereby increasing the availability, enhancing the availability of ethanol for blending purpose. Advanced biofuels, it was also announced that there will be, once E20 becomes a reality, there will be a differential pricing for E20 for obvious reasons of lesser energy content of E20. So these are the things. Now these are the latest figures. The DFPD, the food ministry, has put forward that ethanol supply augmentation figures. Total ethanol that would be available by 2025 is 1500 crores per liter against 1157 as the. This is a good news that ministry is striving to attain these figures. As far as the specification is concerned, all necessary enablements are there. They were all done. The oxygenate content has been allowed. Earlier, it used to be 3.7 for E10 specification. Now, in the E20 specification, oxygenate content is higher to 7.4, and some more minor tweaking has been done. Reed vapor pressure has gone up to 70 because higher percentage of ethanol will raise the reed vapor pressure. So the specification enablement has already been done. In all these endeavors, automobile industry, which is the major consumer of this ethanol blended petrol, their views, their considerations, their concerns and challenges were taken into consideration. Mr. Banerjee, who is on this panel, represents the SIAM, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. He will be speaking in his presentation more elaborately. So I will skip the 10, but I will just stick to 20% ethanol blending. The study, which was carried out by the 3 leading laboratories of India, they have brought forth that the carbon monoxide emissions will be reduced anywhere between 30 to 50%, depending on which kind of vehicle that you are using. Hydrocarbon consumptions will be reduced. NOx emissions, there is some divided opinion. In 4-wheelers, it would be comparable. In 2-wheelers, it can be 10% higher. That's what. But definitely, fuel economy is going to be a debit. In 2-wheelers, it may not be. It may be less pronounced, 3 to 4% penalty. But in 4-wheelers, the penalty would be 6%. Accordingly, the pricing should be commensurate, so that consumers will be knowingly adopting this procedure. One of the major concerns of automobile industry is also that material compatibility is an issue. Current E10 compatible vehicles, the certain kind of materials like N-butyl rubber, polyvinyl chloride materials, especially in the fuel injector area of the vehicle, and epichlorohydrin. These are some of the materials which will have an adverse impact by the ethanol, 20% ethanol blends, and they have registered premature failure. In addition to that, plastic material like PS66 also. So if E20 has to become a reality, these issues need to be addressed, and we will learn and listen from Brazilian experience how they have tackled this particular issue, so that it will be a great learning exercise for all of us back in India. So so I would only like to close my presentation with this single chart. Now there is a highest committee which is working on to draw a new roadmap for implementing E20 blends in India, and almost near consensus. This is headed by our apex planning body of the country, Niti Aayog, wherein all the concerned ministries, I myself is a part of this committee. So the near consensus that is emerging out is that today, all the vehicles which are being produced post 2017 in India are E5 engine compatible. When it comes to engine compatibility, it is only E5 ready, but material compatibility is E10 ready. So a near consensus has emerged that by 2022, end of 2022, the engine compatibility will be raised to E10 level, and material compatibility of the engines post 2022 will be E20. And in the earlier years, the target year to meet the pan-Indian E20 blending is 2030. Now that has been advanced to 2025. And there is a near consensus, and this report is going to be tabled to the highest authority of the government, wherein by 2025 on pan-India basis, all vehicles that are going to be produced will be E20 material compatible. Please understand carefully, material compatible, and E10 engine compatible. And post 2025, once the E20 availability is on pan-India basis, automobile industry, once it is assured, then post 2025, they will raise the engine compatibility in terms of compression ratios to E20. So this is the roadmap that is being emerged. I think I will stop here. This is one more interesting slide that while many energy sources are being talked about to reduce the vehicular emission, and especially electric vehicles are being launched with a lot of fanfare. I would like to hear from His Excellency Ambassador of Brazil. In fact, it is Brazil's belief and Brazil's experience that ethanol fueled hydrogen fuel cell vehicles will any day be far superior compared to electric vehicles. This is a slide which I've taken from a presentation from Brazilian Association of Automotive Engineering 2019. So I think with this word, ethanol is going to be a definite reality in many oil importing countries, including India. And we are striving our level best along with automobile industry to raise the percentage of ethanol and to reduce the oil imports, thereby to reduce the emission footprint from the vehicles. I will close my opening presentation with this. I would now like to request His Excellency Mr. Andre Correa da Lago, Ambassador of Brazil in India, to share his experiences with us. Then we'll go further with the other distinguished speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakumar, for the opening remarks. Thank you so much. And as he has invited Dr. Andrew Dugard, Vice President, Advanced Resources International, Inc., USA. I welcome you and give the virtual platform to you, Dr. Andrew, please.
I think that Mr. Ramakumar gave the floor to me. I'm the Brazilian ambassador. Dr. Ramakumar, I'm so happy to see you because you are including a very direct relation with Brazil by signing the agreement between Indian Oil and the Brazilian entity that is interacting with you, and the signature of this agreement under the visit of the Brazilian president to India a year ago. And I'm also very happy that I'm sharing this panel with Dr. Peki Banerjee, who has been hosting UNICA, the ethanol entity that unites all the producers in Brazil. And Mr. Banerjee has been extremely welcoming and extremely helpful in this association between our two countries. And I thank you very much for mentioning our experience. And I'm glad to see those numbers that you already presented. And I'm going to be quite brief. But what I want to insist is on two issues. First, as you mentioned, the Brazilian experience is an old experience. It started in '75, but it has been from step to step to some very important recent progress. And as you mentioned very correctly, we have a mix with oil for petrol of 27%. But more striking, I think, even in the case of Brazil, is that since this century, we have the flex fuel engines. And the flex fuel engines are engines that can receive as much petrol mixed with ethanol or full ethanol. So the flex fuel cars in Brazil are what has transformed this into an extremely popular policy regarding the public, because it is the public that chooses what they are going to put in their engine. And for you and I want to remind all here of the size of Brazil, of the scale of Brazil, is that Brazil produces 3 million cars and is the sixth largest market of automobiles in the world. And in our production of automobiles in Brazil, 95% are flex fuel. So 95% of the 3 million cars we produce can receive as much ethanol, if you want to put 100% ethanol, or the oil with 27%, you just choose as a consumer, including in the variation of price. So this is what we have achieved after all these years of technological advance that I think is very important to stress. And I want to tell you how happy I am that the Indian Oil Corporation has this agreement with the Centro Nacional de Pesquisa, CNPEN, because Brazil wants to share its experience with India for many reasons. First, because of our natural friendship, but obviously because now, since last year, India has become the #1 producer of sugar in the world. So we are the two largest. We have to work together in this project, and you can count on me for that. By the way, just for the rest, those who don't know me, before being ambassador of Brazil to India, I was head of the Department of Energy of my ministry, and I was also climate change and sustainable development negotiator for my country. So this is an issue that there is whatever Indian friend that wants to cooperate and know more, please, I'm at your entire disposal. And I would like to say that apart from the signing of this document that I mentioned, that you signed, Mr. Ramakumar, we also have a government agreement that was signed during the presidential visit, and we have to work together on the second generation, because this is an extremely important thing. And for that, we have organized a series of visits from the producers of ethanol and the technological institutes of Brazil to India. We had already 5 missions, and the last one, Mr. Banerjee very kindly hosted UNICA, and we have been able to make significant advance. So Brazil has this enormous experience, and we want absolutely to share that with India. And I'll have a word also with my American friends, because in the time that I was head of energy department, US and Brazil were the 2 main defenders of ethanol in the world, and we have worked together wonderfully. And I'm also extremely open and excited if we can get together also to work here in India, as we did in the auto show, because both America and Brazil had a stand in the Delhi Auto Show to show the performance of ethanol and the importance of this. I want to say also, which I believe is quite important, is that this transition, energy transition now, has been very strongly recognized by the United Nations, and India and Brazil are now members, so two of the 5 members of the United Nations High-Level Dialogue on Energy in the theme of energy transition. So India and Brazil can work together also in this effort of the United Nations towards this. So please be sure that I am open to any suggestion and information. And very soon I'm writing an article in the Indian press about some of the progress that we've made bilaterally. And you can always count on me. And I thank very much for inviting me to join this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency, for your very elaborate presentation and opening remarks, and more importantly, your offer of collaboration and cooperation of replicating the by now very famous Brazilian experience in the domain of ethanol to other countries and more needy countries. Thank you very much. So let's move on. And is organizers there? My sequence of listing is that now I have to invite Miss Christy Murray. Is that right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Should I stick to
Yes, Dr.
the
Ramakumar.
sequence given to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next speaker on this panel would be Miss Christy Moore, Principal, K. Moore Consulting from USA. Ma'am, floor is yours to share your experiences and your perspective.
Okay, good morning. I am trying to get my share screen to go, and it's given me an error message. Hold on one second.
Ma'am, we all can hear you and we can see you as well.
Fantastic. I just can't seem to get it to share my screen.
Ma'am, there'll be a button probably on the right side of your screen where you can share the screen.
Yeah, and it doesn't want to load my PowerPoint. Let me see here.
Now, whether sharing rights were given, can you check with the IT team, Aishwarya?
Yes, sir, I'll just check. I'll send a chat message to them.
I think please advise the IT team to give the sharing rights to all the speakers, because so that there won't be any loss of time.
Yes, sir. I'm asking the IT department to look into it.
All speaker with permission allowed for sharing. Please share
Okay.
now.
Okay, we've been told that all the speakers have those rights to share screen. All the speakers have these rights.
Miss Christy, now please try. I think now you'll be able to share your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, it's telling me denied.
Oh.
Dr. Ramakumar, I'll ask the IT team to please look into this. Meanwhile, can we move on to the second speaker and probably go back to Miss Christy once again, once her PowerPoint presentation can be loaded?
Yeah, so pardon me, Miss Christy, I think we'll come back to you while the IT team is going to fix that problem. So now let me invite, as per my list, Miss Alejandra Castillo, Regional Director of South Asia, US Greens Council, USA. Can she make?
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Thank you very much. And just one comment, if Christy, you can't share your screen, I have your presentation so that I could share mine as well. So we might come back to you. So first of all, good morning to everyone. Thank you for your kind invitation for the US Grains Council to participate in today's event, to both the event organizers and all the panelists that I have the honor to share the floor with today. I'd like to start, before I begin sharing my screen, I'd like to just say a couple of words of of gratitude for the invitation, but as well, I was very happy to see this interaction between private sector, industry, and government officials. And I was incredibly proud to hear from His Excellency Ambassador Correa do Lago talk about the partnerships and relationships that exist between our countries, not only with India, but between the US and Brazil. Like he rightfully mentioned, we shared a space last year at the India Auto Show, and we were two of the only countries talking about ethanol and the key relationship that exists between the United States and Brazil as far as being both exporters and producers and importers of each other's commodity as needed, which I think is going to be critical moving forward for the use and expansion of ethanol into gasoline, not only for India, but for global usage of that. So thank you very much for your comments, Ambassador Correa. They were really on point. And with that, let me share my screen. Let's see. Please let me know when you can see it. We're good? Perfect. So my presentation today will obviously highlight the achievement of higher blends of ethanol into gasoline in India and how this is actually an opportunity to strengthen what is already a very positive relationship between the United States and India. Let me start off by saying, just to give you a depiction of the India supply and demand scenario. As you can see, India's total demand for ethanol far outstrips the supply as well as its distillation capacity. In numbers, to put it in perspective, and I know that Dr. Ramkumar mentioned this as well, but in numbers, the deficit is slightly under 2 billion liters year on year, while the distillation capacity sits at around 3.5 billion liters. The industry is also facing some significant challenges, such as lack of raw materials, shortage of storage infrastructure, partial plant shutdowns due to the cyclical nature of the ethanol production in country, and regulatory barriers that are prohibitive of imports that could supplement the domestic production. And nowhere really is the supply and demand scenario more visible than when we look at the national average blend rate. Set for E10 by 2022 and E20 by 2025, as Dr. Ramkumar mentioned as well, the national blend rate sits generally at around 5%. While you can see in the northern parts of the country, some states have reached 9% or higher, while a larger portion of states hovered at anywhere from 0 to 5%. And these are the key states that I will talk about. But India is on the right path, not only in its mandates, but also in a lot of their policies around reaching for higher blends of ethanol into the gasoline sector. And before I continue, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate Honorable Minister Pradhan and several government officials of India whose staunch support in promoting green fuels like ethanol are really opening the discussion and the door for this discussion to continue to grow. Last year, as Ambassador Correa kindly noticed, we participated by invitation from Mr. P.K. Banerjee, whom you'll hear from later on today, to participate at the India Auto Show. And it was the first time that ethanol was so visibly highlighted and displayed prominently as a cleaner, environmentally friendly alternative for the Indian industry. Today, the government of India has been working towards increasing ethanol distillation capacity through various measures. We heard earlier that this scope of expansion for raw materials included, allowing sugarcane juice, beet juice, sorghum, and most recently rice to be used for ethanol production. But even with this large-scale diversion of cane juice to ethanol, it still appears improbable to produce the required amount of ethanol to achieve E10 by 2025. We think that imports via a two-tier procurement program can be a possible solution to help India meet its blend-in mandate. So the two-tier procurement, implementing a two-tier procurement program would allow the Indian industry to access the global ethanol supply. It would also protect, and I want to highlight this, it would also protect domestic sugar producers while providing incentives to refiners and oil marketing companies to invest in and modernize the ethanol supply chain in country. Procurement of imported ethanol would only be done after the tendering process for domestic ethanol is produced. Hence, that's where the safeguarding of the domestic industry comes into play. And whatever shortfall there is would be met through a second tendering process. Another option includes imports of intermediate ethanol, 3 to 4% hydrous ethanol, to be further refined by domestic distilleries that would ensure that the plants that have to shut down due to the natural cyclical nature of the ethanol production in country to remain fully open and operational year-round. And again, I want to emphasize, this process would only work as a supplement to whatever the domestic industry cannot supply. The economics around this are fairly simple. Domestically produced ethanol is priced higher than the international market. A blend of imported ethanol and Indian ethanol will significantly reduce the average cost of blending in country. And India is not alone in this endeavor. The Philippines' commitment to enacting the Biofuels Act of 2006 centered around developing and utilizing indigenous, renewable, and sustainable clean energy to reduce dependence on imported oil. They had several schemes within their Biofuels Act that allowed for the domestic industry to be first and foremost at the center of this biofuels policy. But as you can see, there was a portion of it that allowed ethanol imports to reduce the overall cost price of biofuels in country. As a result, in the first 5 years of implementing this style of using ethanol and making sure that ethanol supplies were consistently supplied across their country, they were not only able to meet their blend mandate of 10%, they are far outpacing their E20 road and are on target to reach that sooner than they had established. But more importantly, it also created and injected their economy with the stream of economic advantages that allowed them to revitalize and update their supply chain. And it allowed them to create jobs in country and allowed them to really take advantage and implement their mandate fully. So, why ethanol? We've talked about what it could do to the industry. And most assuredly, as we've heard from other speakers today, and we'll continue to hear from other speakers today, one of the most visible advantages of ethanol in gasoline is that it burns better. It's better for the environment. It helps to reduce PM 2.5. It helps to reduce GHG gases. Global ethanol production and use is estimated to reduce gas emissions by 110 million metric tons every year. So clearly, ethanol is a clean burning, environmentally friendly option to this problem of pollution. And once again, India is not alone in this endeavor, both to increase their footprint on ethanol use, but also to increase their commitment to the Paris Accords, their commitment to climate change, their commitment to reducing pollution in country. Many countries are adopting biofuels as an option for renewable energy. Ethanol is widely used in fuel due to its high octane rating and environmentally friendly benefits. And much like our friends in Brazil, we think that India is poised to be in a position of leadership to lead this continuous expansion of use of ethanol and gasoline to deal with this environmental problem that we are currently all facing. And I'd like to end by talking about our partnership and growing the US and India relationship and trade partnership. while the trade deal that was announced last year did not solidify, I want to highlight the great relationship that already exists in our country. India represents the third largest market for US ethanol for industrial uses, and it's the 14th largest market for US ag exports. Likewise, the United States remains an important market for India on pharmaceuticals, precious metals and stones, and other products. During last year's and this year's still existing pandemic, India was an incredible partner in the United States on very, very well needed hydroxychloroquine exports as well. So clearly, and lastly, I should say, the US and India just signed a significant a deal on defense. So our two countries are synergistically involved. We do think that this mini trade deal, which by the way, it's a misnomer because it would cover roughly $10 billion in bilateral trade and offer important benefits for both sides, including ag products such as pork, cherries, hay, DDGs, fuel ethanol, mangoes, pomegranates, and grapes, and several other industries. So when we talk about a mini trade deal, it's not that many. And it is a win-win situation for both our countries. And it is our hope, both from the U.S. Grains Council and from several industries in the United States, to see this relationship grow and continue to expand and continue to produce results. And we look forward to partnering with you as we move forward. With that, if you have any questions, please visit our virtual booth that will be available today and tomorrow. And these are our contact informations for the South Asia office. We are happy to take any questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alejandra, for a very interesting presentation, giving the account of Indo-US cooperation, especially the model that you have presented of a mix of indigenous and imported ethanol. Seems to be very interesting, and but it requires deliberation at the highest policy making level. Definitely we'll take this feedback to the right forums where we are in already. So thank you very much. So let's go back to Ms. Christie. If her sharing rights have been enabled, then I would request Ms. Christie to share her presentation and kindly deliver her presentation in next 10 minutes.
Alejandra, I think you're going to have to share my slides.
Okay, let me do that.
I don't know what's happening. It just says deny. But
No problem.
good morning, good evening. It's about 12:45 here. I live just south of Chicago in the center of the U.S. We have about 25 centimeters of snow on the ground, and it's about 25 degrees below zero. It's really cold here right now. We do, as the keynote speaker admitted or stated today, we have rolling blackouts of electricity across the United States, not in my specific area, but in the southern regions. We have snow all the way into Mexico, like this very minute. And the windmills, as we're moving to renewable energy, the windmill turbines are freezing up. So, we've got all kinds of challenges with all of our new energy sources. So what am I going to talk to you about today? Let's go to the next slide. My job over the last 25, 26 years has been putting ethanol into gasoline. I follow the liquid gallon around. I have been on the team that's put ethanol at 10% and at 15% in the United States for 20 some years, working with 150,000 gas stations. We have 1,300 terminals. So wherever the liquid gallon is, that's where my responsibility lies. And I do market development. I am a chemist, a scientist by trade. And so I'm an expert at testing and blending. And I work very closely with the automotive industry to make sure that the fuels are fit for purpose and meet all the performance requirements. Can we go to the next slide? So what am I going to talk to you about today? Really, just to confirm what many people have already said, I have always admired Brazil's forward thinking as they've really leaned on in-country energy sources. I'm a person that thinks that, you know, we should have all energy sources at use, and I'm very excited to be here today. So next slide. So where am I working at? Really, 71 countries around the world are using ethanol in various blends today. So when you look at the dark green, you can see that they're starting with a 5% ethanol blend. It goes to a light green in color where, you know, minimum 10%. I'm working very closely with the Canadian General Standards Board. We're actually hoping to introduce 15% ethanol blends in Canada yet in 2021, maybe 2022 with their clean fuel standard. In the United States, I'm working in all 50 of the United States to introduce E15. I'm also very active in the Worldwide Fuels Charter, which now has a new category 6 of a high octane, low carbon fuel that has 22% ethanol. I have been in Mexico for the last 4 years, explaining how ethanol can be a clean source of octane for Mexico as they still use MTBE. You know, we're really working in a lot of countries. I gave a great presentation to the Middle East and North Africa. We still have leaded fuels in Algeria. You know, we really need to take a hard look at where we're using what I would consider unhealthy octane additives and get those octane additives replaced with ethanol. Next slide. So just to put kind of a visual on it, these are the top 8 gasoline markets in the world. And you can see there is a significant movement towards ethanol blended fuels. How many engines are actually running on ethanol blended fuels, which just confirms that ethanol is appropriate. It's going to work in the vehicles. You know, we can overcome maybe some educational hurdles and as Alejandra mentioned, some policy initiatives, and really use the existing infrastructure and really move to a good low carbon, high octane fuel like ethanol. So in this picture, you know, we're looking at the United States and Canada and Japan, and I think very quickly, India is going to be on my slide, and I'm going to be using India as the example of forward thinking, working with the auto manufacturers, you know, really looking at their infrastructure and moving ethanol and a, you know, good clean octane, addressing climate change into their marketplace. Next slide. You know, it really kind of amazes me that we start at 5% ethanol. In my mind as a chemist, 5% ethanol is kind of a substandard blend because we're not taking full advantage of the octane. You know, we're not taking full advantage of the greenhouse gas reductions. You know, we're not taking advantage of the sulfur dilution. You know, the most important thing in our vehicles today from an emissions standpoint is the sulfur content, and ethanol has no sulfur. So it's very good to see these conversations in India. You know, we're watching the European Union. They introduced 5%. It went extremely well. They're moving very quickly to 10%. And in a presentation I saw last month, Spain is moving to 15% ethanol. So you can see these higher blends and countries really taking advantage of the octane, the economics, and the environmental benefits. Next slide, please. Here is a dispenser that you see across the Midwest. You know, ethanol really is being blended across all octane grades, and there's a true benefit to sulfur dilution. You know, in the United States, we have been at a 10 ppm sulfur standard since 2017, but yet the average gasoline still has 15 to 17 parts per million because we're still using sulfur credits to meet our 10 ppm standard. So you can see how ethanol is really going to step in and provide value. And in some cases, like in Mexico, there is fuel shortages from time to time. You know, adding 10% ethanol is just going to bring them an additional supply, right? Just an additional liquid gallon. Next slide. You know, this isn't like the 1980s where we really had to develop ethanol supply routes. The ethanol supply chain is already global. You know, we're transporting ethanol in the same modes of vessels, of rail cars, of pipelines. You know, what the deciding factors are now are the volumes that are needing to be transported. You know, what are the capabilities of the loading and the unloading? You know, where are the geographics? And of course, the most important thing is cost and economics, right? We need ethanol to move in the most efficient and economical, you know, transportation routes as possible. Next slide. And as has already been mentioned, India is absolutely stepping forward. They have got global leadership in vehicle emission standards, and we can compare, you know, other countries and their use of ethanol right with India and their goals, where we're seeing this 70% reduction in sulfur, which is really making these cars incredibly clean. And the Bharat 6 standards on emissions are absolutely, you know, country global leaders as we're looking to implement Euro 5 or, you know, the EPA Tier 3, and where we're really starting with a minimum of 10% ethanol. Next slide, please. So as we look, you know, at the history of ethanol, we really were adding ethanol to complete combustion, right? Our cars of the 1980s needed oxygen so that we had less unburned hydrocarbons coming out the exhaust, right? But in 1995, we started reformulating gasoline. And then as we had some groundwater pollution issues with MTBE in the United States, ethanol really became the oxygenate of choice. But today, we really feel that, you know, ethanol's value to the marketplace is all about octane. Next slide. And so as we look at, you know, we've got a study, and I was so pleased to see the results of the E20 study that has been done by the Indian Oil Company. I really would like to dig into that study and learn what they learned as they studied E20. You know, we in the United States, we're at E15. We've got a lot of data on E20, but, you know, I think it's a progression, and we have a lot to learn from India and the research they've done. But we know that what ethanol's effects on gasoline is. We know, you know, as it was stated, that the BSI 5 and 6 standards, right, have already recognized these impacts of ethanol, you know, depressing the midpoint of the distillation curve, but not affecting, you know, the stability of the gasoline, et cetera. Next slide, please. And really, this is where the value is. When, you know, you keep adding ethanol until you get to the octane you need. And in many cases, that can allow for greater efficiency at an oil refinery, right? Capitalize on the cheap, high octane that ethanol can bring. And the US refiners, we think about 80 to 85 of the gasoline leaving an oil refinery in the US is sub-octane, right? It's about an 87 run, put a minimum of 10% ethanol, and you're at a 92.5 run, you know, or even higher. And we know from several of our octane studies that, you know, ethanol can add a minimum of 5 RON numbers. Next slide. And so when we really need to look hard at what are the options, right? When we've got multiple goals across, you know, greenhouse gas, low carbon, low sulfur, low benzene, because we're trying to, you know, address these exhaust emissions, we really need to look hard. And I think what we call the low hanging fruit, we need to get rid of lead. You know, the detriments to lead on human health, I think have been proven, and I think ethanol can really step in at a minimum there and really go forward. Next slide. So, you know, I was incredibly impressed with the standards from India when I was doing my research for this presentation. I think that those the elements are spot on. They're correct. They are in line, and it's really good to see and gives me confirmation that, you know, these fuel specifications are going to allow for global trade and the best supply, cleanest supply with the best economics. And I think I've just got another slide. So really today's role, we're adding ethanol to gasoline for octane. We are adding it for greenhouse gas if there's a program that incentivizes commercial activity, right? The California low carbon fuel standard, the British Columbia, you know, low carbon fuel standard. And we can see these types of programs that are being expanded. And one of the largest US independent refiners, Valero, says, guys, we think ethanol is the most competitive octane out there, right? And in the end, yes, we all feel good about air quality, but in the end, it's about economics, right? So I think it's important that we can step forward with both. And I think my last slide is we're talking about high octane, low carbon fuels. And how do we get there? And how do you use the synergy between a hydrocarbon liquid fuel and, you know, a renewable fuel like ethanol? And I think we're really putting a lot of effort and to, you know, to figure these things out and find the best combination. And thank you very much. And Alejandra, thank you for presenting my slides.
So thank you, Christy, for giving a very, very interesting presentation. And it's quite revealing that still there are countries which are still using leaded fuels. And one more comment in the light of wind, it will be incentive enough for all of us Indians to figure on your chart next time when you make the presentation about our ethanol consumption. And thank you very much for very lucid lucid presentation of the technical aspects. A chemist in me definitely liked that presentation. Thank you very much. Let's get on with the next presentation. Next speaker is the lone representative on this panel from automobile industry. We are all talking about making his vehicle run cleaner, and let's hear from Mr. Banerjee, who represents Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. What are his views and his concerns, his challenges from auto industry viewpoint on ethanol blending in transportation fuel. Mr. Banerjee, all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, fellow panelists and participants. On behalf of Indian automobile industry, it's my pleasure, privilege, and honor to be invited here and getting the opportunity to speak automobile industry views on ethanol. Let me first share my screen so that is my screen visible?
Yes, make it a little bit in the slide view.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
So mankind love for ethanol is time immemorial, and it's very heartening to see that today we are expanding the scope of ethanol in different areas of our usage, and automobile being the most user friendly for gasoline at this point in time. Ethanol stands the good stead for future fuel. My presentation is basically towards energy security, current concerns, and future progression. Before I start, just 2 slides. Basically, I represent Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, which has very good representation from global who's who And 20 passenger vehicle manufacturers are there, 11 commercial vehicle, 6 three-wheeler, two-wheeler 13, and engine manufacturers 3. We are the largest two-wheeler manufacturer in the world, and 70% of the gasoline is being consumed by two-wheeler industry in India. And collectively, we contribute more than 20% to the GDP and industrial GDP, and manufacturing GDP more than 35%. Employment is more than 2.9 crore indirect, and in a way we are contributing to 15% of the total GDP collection. So it's a big economic, sector. And as in the morning, Honorable Minister mentioned, the third largest energy consumer, but at the same time, we are 1/3 of the average of the energy consumption per capita. And we believe that we have a very, very big potential. So therefore, India's energy security, GHG and local pollution mitigation is a priority national objective. And to meet the objective, I think ethanol fits very well in the entire scheme of things. And automobile industry is aligned to achieve national objectives. Industry is committed to diversification of fuel to achieve lower CO2, reduction of crude oil imports, while also reducing local pollution. Actually, Indian automobile industry did a white paper on alternate fuels, keeping the national objectives in mind, and we compared various fuels. And as it has been also presented by previous speakers, ethanol has a very good potential in context of India. So since 2003, we have been pushing for ethanol, higher blends usage in India, but for many reasons, we did not progress. Thanks to the government's renewed vigor and push, we are hopeful that we will be able to break the boundaries and adopt higher blends of ethanol in a very, very near future. While the national biofuel policy targeted E20 by 2030, now we are trying to prepone it by 5 years and in making it 2025. As you know, that automobile industry is a very integrated industry. Big investment goes in, big supply chain needs to be organized. Therefore, the time is the essence. And technology is not a concern. Indian automobile industry has demonstrated that technology is available, products are available, it can be made available in a big way, provided the clarity is there. So starting from fuel cell bus, which can run on ethanol also is ready as far as the technology is concerned. But E100 bike launched by TVS is also available in India. It's a matter of very consistent roadmap of fuel availability. So we believe that success of alternate fuel policy relies on alignment of auto and oil industry's efforts. And thanks to Government of India's renewed efforts, there is a very, very lengthy and very, very frequent collaborative consultative discussion is happening, and we are trying to work out how early we can achieve E20 in India. Automobile industry is for it, and we are looking for whether 2025, if fuel is made available, it will be possible. When it comes to challenges, as it is very clearly evident that consistent supply of ethanol is in the minds of people, and they would like to have an assurance that notwithstanding the weather vagaries, flood, monsoon, drought, we are allowed to have whatever migratory path we decide to E20 by 2025, E10 Pan India, it should be made available. And when it is made available, obviously the plan of OMCs and the direction of SIAM must be aligned. So when we talk about future progression, the first and foremost concern we have is about the fuel availability. And when we talk about the fuel availability, it should be consistently available, because once the compression ratios are changed, once the performance and calibration is changed to higher blends of ethanol, then we cannot revert it back if there is a lack of availability of fuel. So that is the biggest concern we have. And also we are looking for pan-India across country availability of ethanol. The protection grade for existing vehicles must be continued to be provided. It's the first and foremost concern automobile industry has. And as you know that compression ratio change, the calibration, the development of new vehicle, new engine, new powertrain, also it gets aligned with the corporate average fuel efficiency norms and then BS6 phase 2 norms. So therefore alignment has to be done in a manner that the sufficient lead time is provided for industry to develop. And the third one is the acceptability. Ultimately, the customer is the third pillar, which is the most important pillar. They must continue to get the protection grade fuel for the existing vehicles. As far as the cost differential is concerned, based on the energy balance, there has to be a proper attractive pricing of the fuel, and also the servicing practices and safety of personnel related to other fuel criteria needs to be assured so that enough awareness is created. So I think roadmap clarity is very essential for industry to work for future vehicle development. And currently we have anyway E10 compliant vehicles available in the market. We believe that one nation, one fuel is must. Also, as there are multiple agencies are involved in this ethanol economy and usage of higher blends in gasoline, a single agency is better because there are many decisions to be taken. So thanks to government that right now interministerial consultations are happening and NITI Aayog is also involved. So we are very happy about it. And as far as we are concerned, whatever research happens, there has to be a very, very collaborative work between academia and industry to continue. Some kind of incentivization should happen in terms of taxation, and enabling policy, regulatory and incentivizing regime will promote alternate fuel, particularly ethanol, in a big way. As far as our observation goes, our demand is very simple, that we have to have a mandated supply of these fuels. So once it is mandated, it should be binding to all stakeholders, oil marketing companies, and then of course the oil industry to supply what is promised. So this is one which will define the roadmap for us to introduce the vehicles. The number two, all the vehicle related regulations, whether it's a BS6 phase 2 regulations, corporate average fuel efficiency norms regulations, because all interlinked to powertrain development, and ethanol E20 introduction will definitely have a penalty on the fuel consumption, should be aligned to one date. And for existing vehicles which are not compatible both in terms of material and performance, the E10 protection grade should be continued to be provided. And we are looking for reference fuel standards for E20, and oil marketing companies infrastructure in different cities with a multiple fuel dispensing with label and price differential needs to be assured. And education to customers is a key feature for multi-fuel adoption. We believe that retrofitment suggestions and also intermediate blend suggestions is not a desirable and not a preferred route. So what is SIAM recommendation? SIAM recommendation is very simple. Strategic positioning of the biofuels to substitute fossil fuels and reduce the GHG. Ethanol is one among the top and it suits very well for India. Ensure one country, one fuel norm, no geographical and time-based excess blending. Whatever you blend across the country, blend one fuel and one norm. So that will help portability of vehicles and customers will be readily accepting the same. And single agency to ensure all the implementation of policies and regulations, strengthening infrastructure, investment, promotion of technological innovations. And obviously, as mentioned by Minister in the morning also, we have achieved 8.5% national average. We are hopeful that as promised by 2022, if E10 can be achieved pan-India, it will be a great success for us. And that will also assure the very next step, E20 pan-India by 2025. So technology is not a constraint at all. Provided the lead time is given, vehicle can be made available. Industry would highly recommend upgrading to E20 as a next fuel, separate labeling and dispensing of E20 fuel to be complemented with differential pricing, which can compensate for lower energy content and encourage customers to use higher blends. E10 supply as a protection grade must be ensured for the existing vehicles. And as we mentioned, that it should be notified in the form of a binding notification with a very clear defined steps and assurance of consistent supply, because we cannot revert back to the E0 situation if the compression ratios are changed in the vehicle. So in all, we believe that one of the excellent step for Government of India to go for ethanol, and India, we are very thankful to our partners in Brazil and in US, and we are very collaboratively, closely working with them and bringing that their learning in our system so that India can accept, adopt, and move to E20 economy very soon. One thing I would like to assure you that, as it was mentioned in the last Auto Expo, Unica and US Grains both presented themselves. And in next Auto Expo, which is 2022, February 2nd to February 9, I am very hopeful that many ethanol vehicles and many ethanol industry stakeholders will be present there, so that India will be the leading example, leading country for usage of ethanol in automobile. So with this, I would like to close here. Thank you very much. Over back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banerjee, for articulating a well-stated and considered position of Indian automobile industry. You are always comrades in arms. Collectively, Indian oil industry and auto industry could make it possible that One India, One Nation policy, which is the most coveted target for both of us. So thank you very much. In the interest of time, let's move quickly to the next speaker, Mr. S. Suresh, Managing Director, Paris Sugars Refinery India Private Limited, to present the perspective from a producer viewpoint. Mr. Suresh.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share my points to the presentation. I'll be sharing the screen. Is it visible to all?
Oh, not yet, but I think it is getting prepared. Yeah, now it is visible.
Now it is visible. If you can, sir, make it a full screen, that'll be great.
Yeah, I'm just going to do that.
And also my request is to stick to your 10-minute schedule, because
sure, Chairman.
Slightly running behind the schedule.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, and respected fellow panelists. This is an opportunity to share the producer perspective. Director of EID Parry India Limited. One second, I think I have to. So EID Parry has got sugarcane crushing capacity. Today we are crushing close to around 4 million tons, and we have capacity to crush up to 8 million tons of cane. And also we have got a refinery. We handle up to almost 1 million ton of raw sugar.
I think we are experiencing some bandwidth problem. Mr. Suresh, you can switch off your video mode. That may improve the broadcast, quality of broadcast from your side. Mr. Suresh, I think I lost the audio. Is anybody able to hear?
No, sir. Nobody can hear. Nobody can hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you.
Thank you. About the Indian sugar industry, many of us know about this. I think the host is asking me to start my video. Is it required? I'll not start it now due to the low bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the largest sugar consumer in India as such. And definitely we have been one of the largest producer. Ourselves and Brazil are competing for the top spot. I'd like to bring in you have to see the map on the right hand side. That is the map which has been prepared some 4 or 5 years back. You can see the sugarcane belt of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka. Tamil Nadu is the state which is the southernmost part of the country, which I am referring to, where we are headquartered. This Tamil Nadu as a state which used to be 30 million tons of sugarcane crusher in a year has now come down to close to 8 million tons. That is the premise with which I will start this discussion. In Tamil Nadu, we have got 42 sugar mills, out of which 24 mills are operational, balance are non-operational. The basic thing is about the non-availability of the basic feed material, which is sugarcane. There has been drought and continuous failure of monsoons over the past few years, which has led to this situation. Of course, it is a very farmer, 5 lakh farmers close to farm. It provides direct and indirect employment to so many people. Just to give a perspective, over a period of last 5 years, you can see 7, 8 years, the cane registration, the feedstock registration has been coming down over a period of time. And another important thing is, which has led to the reduction in thing, is also about the sugar mills capacity utilization also continues to go down. And also the recovery as such for this portion of this, for this side of the country, the recoveries are very poor, around 8.5%, 9%, compared to the sugar recovery of around 12 to 14% in Maharashtra and around 12% in UP. This forces the farmers to look at competitive crops other than sugarcane. So, of course, farmer has to be, the crop has to be profitable for him, which makes a lot of farmers moving away from sugarcane to alternate crops because of water non-availability. And there is a continuous threat in terms of the feedstock availability for the sugar mills. This has a background to what I'm talking. All these things are leading to a lot of dues of sugar mills to the farmers. The cost of cultivation is on the increase. Farmers are switching to other crops because of low raw material, lower capacity utilization. And the sugar mills have got their distilleries, and these distilleries are not getting enough feedstock to run. If you look at Tamil Nadu as a state in India, the cost of production continues to be higher than the realization what we get because of the overall surplus in the country about sugar. Then the cogeneration, which is the power generation, the tariff continue to get lower and lower because of available distilleries, which lower cane availability getting under. I'm just giving a picture of the almost around 12 distilleries which are there, which can produce so much of ethanol equivalent. This has been the target. If you can look at the target, what the government is looking at to fulfill. Distilleries, they supply the ENA to the other bottle liquor manufacturers. However, the mills, the distilleries are underutilized. I'll show you as in the next slide. You can see here today the cane availability is close to around 8 million tons, and we generate close to around 0.4 million tons of molasses. If I have to run all the distilleries, I can at best use only 40%. So you can imagine a situation where the realizations of sugar is not good, and the realization for the power export or power generation is also not that good, and the distilleries are not going to run 40% of capacity with their own feedstock. Imagine the situation of the mills. I must admit here that the government has been, the local Tamil Nadu government has been taking quite a lot of steps in promoting the sugarcane cultivation, trying to do quite a lot of work in terms of availability, irrigation, etc. But that's going to be a long drawn process before the Tamil Nadu production goes from 8 million tons to 30 million tons or 35 million tons, which was there 4 or 5 years back. So what is the need? The need is we need to have a feedstock on a affordable rates to utilize the capacity. So my recommendation here is about we need to have feedstock to ensure that the mills are utilized to the full capacity. As someone was mentioning in the earlier presentations, if you look at the ethanol blending as a target, up to Andhra Pradesh, a lot of blending is happening in India. Whereas when you get into states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the blending levels are very, very low because there are not many people who can supply the ethanol to these places. So we have to look at a win-win formula for an alternate feedstock, if provided, which can improve the capacity utilization of the mills. Mills will get additional contribution because they are going to run their capacities. They can pay the farmers as well. And in the process, the government's target of ethanol blending in states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala can as well be addressed very. We are looking at for as a consumer or as a producer, an alternate feedstock. The point is, in the time of shortage of regular feedstock, anyway, my regular feedstock of molasses is going to be available. If then I don't need an alternate. But however, going by the past, and there could be situations where we will be running out of regular feedstock, I cannot afford to have the distilleries not running to their full capacity. So at the same time, there needs to be some protection to the domestic when you are going to import certain things from other places. We are already procuring raw material from other states. We should be allowed to procure intermediate raw material from overseas in the event of an anticipated domestic shortage. Products derived from this raw material, which we are going to import or something, should only be used for this ethanol blending program. Of course, at any point in time, the pricing and other structure should be in such a way that there is a level playing field for the domestic supplies as well. So my recommendations would be to permit use of alternate feedstock for ethanol production for supply to OMCs, oil marketing companies. Maybe government has to frame a policy to safeguard the consumption of molasses as well, and to provide an ecosystem for seamless implementation of the sourcing of alternate feedstock as well as use of the feedstock. So when we say the future, fuel of the future, in my opinion, will also bring in brighter future for the Tamil Nadu sugar mills and distilleries once the policy document is in place and it is put to effective implementation. That's all I have to bring for the session. Thanks, Chairman, for the time, and thank you, panelists, as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Suresh, for effectively placing the producer's viewpoint and some of the challenges and the policy enablements that the producer industry is looking forward to improve the availability of ethanol. Thank you very much. Let me now invite Mr. Haral Sigal, Corporate Communication and Public Affairs, Munjer Bharat Private Limited. Mr. Haral.
Thank you very much for this kind invitation. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, very much.
So thank you very much for this kind invitation and this kind introduction. Actually, I'm sitting in a -10 degrees and having 10 centimeters of snow. So it's, I think, something like the history of ethanol in India, starting with 10 and going, like in America, Christine, to 25. I want to make a short sidestep to a slightly different topic, not only creating a future fuel of the future, meaning ethanol, but in our case, creating a new biodiesel future for India. And I would like to have a short sidestep on looking on the way to reach the blending targets and GHG reduction, not only in on the ethanol side, but also on road transport sector, heavy vehicles, on the biodiesel sector. I would like to start with a very frightening picture, actually, a picture of Delhi in the middle of last year. When I saw this picture in the newspaper, it was written that more than 100,000 children below the age of 5 years are dying in India because of this horrible air pollution and smog and all of these environmental damages. And this is actually when we asked ourselves and came to the position that I think it's more time than ever that action is needed, not only for India, but actually for our planet. If we have a look on the worldwide GHG emission, we see China as the biggest number one in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and 1/3 of the worldwide emissions coming from this nation. US 13%, number 2, but India is coming on number 3 with at least 7% at the end of the day. But you can see 3 countries in the world are causing half of the GHG emissions in the world. And I think this is exactly the point when where we see a huge damage on our environment on the one hand, but on the other hand, we see huge opportunities and huge possibilities to change the our energy system, to change our way of consuming energy, and more or less to change our way of consuming fossil energy. And thank you very much again to Dr. Anil Garg again to invite us again to this second.
You push more entertainment. This game was an example of that grit and determination that we have shown as a site, and we continue to do.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much again to invite us to the second Future Fuel Forum. I think this is a very, very much needed event aside to the fossil and energy and coal energy summit, to have a very strong look on how we transform our, not on how we shift quickly or how we replace one thing against the other. Like I said also already last year, actually at this forum, it's not about replacing, it's about how to shift and transform an energy system, our way of moving and our way of using energy. You might ask why we are sitting here. Münzer Bioindustries is an Austrian based company. Actually, you can see us here in the middle. I think the relation between India and the size of Austria is not quite true. I think we are much smaller for sure. But what is Münzer Bioindustries stands for? We are one of the leading biodiesel producers in Europe, using used cooking oil as one of our main feedstock for biodiesel production. I would just like to show you one picture. This is the worldwide biodiesel production. And as you can see here, Indonesia, actually, which was number 3 last year, became the new number 1 in worldwide biodiesel production with nearly 8 million tons. US 4 million tons. Actually, Brazil, huge biodiesel as well, not only ethanol, but also biodiesel producer with close to 7 million tons. But what you can see here at the very bottom of the story is Austria. I come from 300,000 tons production, and we are a country with 8 million people. But you can see India with only 200,000 tons of biodiesel production. In the year 2019, actually it's the report of 2020, but the numbers of 2019. But believe me, this is the number actually I am presenting since the last 5 years for India. There is still a huge way to go in terms of biodiesel production. Thanks to Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister Pradhan. He visited our plant in Vienna close to 6 years back, and invited us as a company to go to India and to start to reform or to build up a new kind of biodiesel policies and biodiesel production, not only on the producing side, but also in terms of generating new feedstock for biodiesel production, which we are doing, what we are doing in Europe, honestly, very successfully. And 2 years or a few years after his visit, actually now 2 years back, we have been able to inaugurate our first fully used cooking oil-based whole circle biodiesel plant in Maharashtra and in Mumbai, actually, in Navi Mumbai. And again, thanks to the Honorable Minister that he gave us the opportunity, that he inaugurated our plant, and was always a very strong supporter of how we want to reform and transform the biodiesel production. We don't want to be one player in the food versus fuel debate or something like this. We want to focus on how to generate waste, how to get waste out of the systems, and how to push this waste into an energy production. Because for our perspective, the whole story from getting waste or from getting energy from waste is actually where we have to shift our energy production worldwide. Still, we have a very long way to go, and we can see at the biodiesel targets for India. The minister already mentioned in his inauguration speech that he wants 5% blending targets till 2025 or till 2030. This is all, I think, not really fixed at the moment. And what we are strongly working on is on how to move towards this target and how to get the Indian diesel market and the biodiesel market up and running. But at the end of the day, as you remember, the 200,000 tons production I just showed you before, India has something like 90 million tons of annual diesel consumption, which means if we want to introduce B5 into the market, we need 4.5 million tons of biodiesel at the end of the day. We are standing at something like 0.1% of this blending target. Why is it only this 0.1? Because it's not, the biodiesel is not only going into the blending, into blendings, it's also going into the B100 market, where you easily can run trucks on B100. We heard huge debates also on this panel on how these technical applications are working, how the engines are working. We saw this in Europe. There is, if I shortly come back to ethanol, nearly all of our cars in Europe, and I think this is something going worldwide, are running on E5 for sure, on E10 as well. And honestly, they are running on E25 as well, as we see it now in Europe. And it's the same story on the biofuel and the biodiesel sector, that it's not only running, that the vehicles are not only running on B5, they are easily running on B7 because it's the worldwide, it's at least a worldwide standard. And they're also very easily running on B10. And I think our colleagues from Brazil can prove this right, that it's the same story with the ethanol. Reaching higher blends is not really a technical issue. It's most of the time, and very especially in India for biodiesel, it's most of the time a question of how to get the right feedstock for the right production site. But still, if we want to reach a B5 target till 2025 or till 2030 or whenever, we will at least need something like 4.5 million tons, and going more and more, as we heard at the on this video at the beginning of our panel. where the students discussed about the history of liquid fuels when you come to 2050 and look back. And there was also EV fuels and other liquid fuels mentioned. At the end of the story, I think it's not a question of is combustion engine the right way to run our cars or not. It's the question of how we defossilize our fuels, how we get out fossil fuel feedstock of our fuels, and how to transform this part of liquid waste, of liquid fuels coming from waste residues, from renewable energy and others. And I think it's again the story of not to replace things, but to add new possibilities, new feedstock, new fuels, new renewable energies to our combustion engines. And I think this is, I think, also what we see also in the European, but as we heard in South America, also in the US and other countries, the way on how to move on to transform our way of liquid fuels into a renewable fuels. Why? Because then we still can use our combustion engines which are on the road right now and transform them also to green cars, and not only driven by electricity, but also using the cars which we have already, which are running already on the streets, and transform them also into this new future of renewable energy in the transport and traffic sector.
Mr. Herald, I request you to conclude in 2-3 minutes more.
It's my last one. It's my last one. I just have now I would like to come to the question: why is India struggling so much on the biodiesel segment? We see on the one side we have a short production capacity installed in India. It's 1.2 million tons. We have only 200,000 tons of biodiesel in the market. We have only a target, not a mandatory. And I think we are struggling with, are there enough real incentives to blend biodiesel? We can come to the next question. The Minister Pradhan announced 2 years back that a biofuel from used cooking oil is about to become advanced biofuel, which will be more incentivized by the OMCs to be blended. We see a very big problem because of less feedstock possible on the market. We see only a small capacity of used cooking oil. It's, as you see, 2.2 million tons. This is half of the amount we need for this 4.5 million tons to get B5. So we need new feedstock to be invented or to be found on the market. And I think this is where we as a biodiesel producer needs to be incentivized also from OMCs. And Mr. Ramakumar, thank you to see you once again and to discuss on this topic. We need a push from the mineral oil, our colleagues and friends from the mineral oil industry to get our product in the market. So I have actually 2 recommendations before I conclude. On the one hand, we have very strong tender criteria for honestly a very low amount of biofuel in the market. I fully understand that to punish an OMC not to fulfill a target on the biodiesel side doesn't make any sense, because it's still not possible for them to reach these goals because the product is not available on the market. So we cannot blame anyone for this, but we need to work together and incentivize each other to fulfill our goals given by the government, and actually given by all the agreements we made on the international basis. So what I strongly recommend from the biodiesel segment is not to go to this very clear and structured criteria of the tender, but to move into a right to deliver. So to give the opportunity to biodiesel producers to easily deliver our product to the mineral oil industry, because anything which is available on the market is needed right now, because we are far away of fulfilling any target. And as long as the biofuel segment is not strongly pushed and with easy access to the fossil side, we will not get out of this struggle. So what I strongly recommend, and this is actually my conclusion, addressed to the fossil industry, give us the right to deliver whatever we produce, and then we can promise from the biodiesel segment that we will be able to increase our production so that we together can fulfill this very strong but very hardly needed mandates on biofuel plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haral, for bringing out what is really stopping to unlock the potential of biodiesel. RUCO has been launched. We are all part of this RUCO scheme when it was launched, and we are looking for more amount of biodiesel coming from that particular scheme. So while producers would like to produce, we are willing to accept. So some of the procedures, as you have highlighted, need to be rationalized. I think it's a good message, which I'm sure that OMC's, there is another OMC colleague on this panel. He's also listening to it. So definitely, I think we would be critically examining this. Thanks for that presentation. Thank you. I would now invite right away Mr. Milind Patke, my colleague from the sister oil marketing company, Bharat Petroleum. He's Executive Director of Biofuel. He's the man to be listened to. And I'm sure Milind would address some of those issues raised by Haral and other gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please take 10 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Ramkumar. Respected fellow panelists and the participants, very good afternoon to you. Much has been talked about ethanol in the beginning by the previous speakers, and I would take care to add more value to it rather than get into repetitions. So here is my presentation I would like to share. Yeah, I hope it's visible.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll quickly touch upon the energy dependence of India, GHG emissions, socioeconomic benefits of ethanol blending. These are more or less known to everyone, but I'll just touch upon them. Then the ethanol blending timelines from an OMC perspective. So my presentation is going to be from an oil marketing perspective. We have listened to the producers perspective. We have listened to Automobile Association of India. And I think this is the oil marketing perspective now. And then we'll look at what is the kind of ethanol availability currently in the different states. What are the challenges in making it available as per the as far as the E20 revised targets of 24-25 are concerned. And then what is the status of the 1G and 2G ethanol refineries being put up by the oil marketing companies, and what are the challenges thereof? All of us are aware about the India's primary energy demand, the target set by the Honorable Prime Minister of the reducing the import dependency by 10% by 22, and the COP21 targets, which I'll not really dwell into. We have also looked at the greenhouse gas emission reduction potential. Basically, I want to just look at the 1G ethanol production, 41% reduction potential, and cellulosic ethanol or 2G ethanol, almost about 81% reduction potential. So when we are looking at ethanol, I think 1G ethanol and 2G ethanol needs to be given priority from the manufacturing point of view, so that while the demand is there, the supply needs to be stepped up, which is what the earlier speakers have also spoken about. 2G ethanol, when we look at, they are also giving other benefits apart from making ethanol available. Reduce burning of agricultural residues or biomass, which creates problems severely in winter, we have seen. Also, if ethanol at 20% level, when it's produced in 2025, or rather blended in 2025, it will result in a forex saving of almost $4 billion US. In 2G ethanol, obviously income to farmers would go up, and finally the employment in rural areas. So there are large amount of socio-economic benefits in 2G ethanol, which is otherwise a very high capex area, but the benefits on the employment generation side are very many for a country like India. So let's look at, Dr. Ramkumar has already spoken about this program, so therefore I'll not delve into the past, but the National Biofuel Policy, which was unveiled in 2018, talked about advanced biofuel, and also it increased the sources of raw material for the ethanol production. And then the 20% blending target, which was earlier fixed in 2030, it has now been advanced to 2025. While 1920, we could achieve 5.6% current sugar year, which runs from December 20 to November 21. We are looking at 8.6%. And in fact, the oil marketing companies would like to take it to almost 9% so that we can achieve the 10% target of next year. Another addition that has been there this year is that while the sugar industry is closely looking at the surplus sugar, which can be diverted for ethanol production, we are also looking at the grain-based ethanol. So surplus grains from the Food Corporation of India is also getting diverted for the first generation ethanol. Okay, very quickly, I'm taking you to the different states where if at a very realistic level of 345 crore liters of ethanol requirement in the year immediately after pandemic, with some amount of pandemic influence was there last year, the availability is 325, and that is how we are going to achieve 8.6%. But next year, for achieving that, the requirement would go up. Not much of production capacity, as you can see, 283 to 283, not much change, but grain-based would go up to 75, and that would mean an increased availability of ethanol, but it still will not be anywhere near 10% level. That's going to be a challenge for us. But 24-25, when we look at E20, the number of states which are with green are basically the ones which will achieve E10 in the respective years. But in 24-25, the green ones will achieve the E20. We are looking at Chhattisgarh, we're looking at Maharashtra, Orissa, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh. On their own, they will achieve the E20 status, but there will be other states which will have to be supplied by these surplus states. And we will look that up in the following slides. This particular slide talks about, the first map on the left side talks about the scenario without allocating any product, just based on whatever is produced in those states. So the green ones are basically the E20, which straight away in 24-25 can be met. But obviously, when I move the product from these states to the other states, some of these states would become yellow, which means they will achieve E10. The green ones are the E20, the yellow ones are the E10, and the orange ones are even below E10. So if you look at the challenge that we have currently is, even after taking into account the expansion of the existing distilleries and the new distilleries coming up, which have been given licenses, and some of the capacities of oil marketing companies of 2G ethanol and 1G ethanol would come up, even after that, we will still have shortfalls in the states like Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Gujarat, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Meghalaya, Tripura, and Sikkim. So these are the states which will not be able to meet even E10. And therefore, we will have to definitely do something to ensure that more capacities come up so that these deficit states are supplied E20. These are the 1G ethanol refinery locations, tentative locations of the oil marketing companies of Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, and Hindustan Petroleum. And we are looking at almost about 150 odd crore liters or 15 million liters to be produced by these companies. And the plants would come up sometime in the late 22 to 23, 24, and 25. But these are very tentative locations. Some of these locations could change depending on the availability of land. But primarily, these plants are coming up in the deficit states. When I say deficit states, meaning that the current surplus states are the ones where enough sugar molasses-based ethanol is available. And therefore, the states where enough ethanol is not available today, either from molasses or from grain, those are the ones which are deficit states. So they will have to get the ethanol from surplus states. These are the locations of 2G ethanol refineries. There are 5 refineries coming up by Indian Oil at Panipat, Bharat Petroleum at Odisha, HPCL at Bhatinda, Punjab, NRL, Numaligarh, Assam, which is bamboo-based technology, MRPL, Mangalore, Karnataka, which is going in for a LanzaTech technology. They will be producing 60 KLPD. As far as IOC, BPC, and HPC are concerned, they are going to be basically on agri-residue, rice mainly, and rice or wheat. And these are based on the local Praj technology. And the plants would come up sometime in 22 and 23. And so these are the plants which are in different levels of construction. Panipat is in quite advanced level of construction. Orissa is also almost 25-30% complete, and HPC has started about a few months back. So when we are looking at 2G ethanol, sometime back, government took up this particular aspect, and this was covered in the National Biofuel Policy, where advanced biofuels were allowed. And out of 12 refineries, which Dr. Ramkumar talked about, these are the 5 refineries which are straight away coming up. Therefore, the timely execution and commissioning of these projects is essential to cover the supply-demand gap to some extent. The challenges, however, are the new technology, because this is being scaled up for the first time to this level. But yes, looking at it very positively, there are opportunities for optimization as the plants get commence their operation. These are not just high capex plants, but also very highly water intensive, and it all depends on the glucon and xylon content that is available in the agri residue. And therefore, to extract that and convert it into carbohydrates and then into sugars, you require a lot of steam, and therefore a lot of cooling water is required. And therefore, the water requirement for a typical 100 KLPD plant of 2G ethanol is almost about 3,000 KL per day. So therefore, these plants face those kind of challenges because the water needs to be available continuously. Then there will be obviously operating costs of biomass, then enzymes and chemicals. Setting up of a biomass supply chain itself is a big challenge. Almost 210,000 metric ton per annum of biomass would be required. And since these biomass is definitely voluminous, therefore you cannot transport it from large distances. They need to cover small distances. Thankfully, in Orissa, Bharat Petroleum is able to get it within the 20-kilometer radius of the plant. But setting up this supply chain, the collection centers, and the entire mechanism of transportation, it's a big challenge. What we have also seen is that integration of 2G ethanol project with 1G ethanol projects, wherever possible, if it can be done. And we are doing that in Bargarh. We are also putting up a grain-based 1G ethanol plant. And to some extent, we would like to use the utilities of 2G ethanol plant and also integrate with 1G ethanol. And so this is one experiment in that direction. We understand that in Brazil, there is, because there are bagasse-based 2G ethanol plants, and therefore there is a high amount of integration possible with 1G ethanol plants. So this is my last slide. So finally, coming to the challenges for the country, new plants and expansion projects which are covered under interest subvention scheme. The government has announced the interest subvention scheme for the distilleries. And therefore, and the progress is also being tightly monitored by the Secretary Sugar, Joint Secretary Sugar. And therefore, the expedited clearance from the environment ministries or pollution control boards, I think that will ensure that these plant capacities come up as early as possible. The grain availability at about 15 to 16 rupees per kg, they can ensure lucrative IRR, and therefore, can encourage and motivate a lot of producers who would like to put up the grain-based ethanol plants. For OMCs, there would be issues of the tax-related issues, because we will be producer as well with the blender. While the ethanol is in GST regime, the petrol diesel is not in GST regime, and those are the issues we need to sort out. Ethanol being hygroscopic, I think we have talked about it, needs to be blended closer to consumption point. Though some studies have been conducted by Indian Oil on the pipeline and all that, But as a country, we need to really see what is the path ahead. The high blend percentage also on account of this may pose problems. While auto industry, and we have seen that in the SIAM presentation this morning, is largely comfortable on issues of material compatibility with E10, E20 will pose newer challenges. Also, large blend percentage will need changes in engine design. Existing vehicles may require E10. Yes, protection grade will have to be made available, and OMCs may have to make provision of 2 grades, E10 and E20. And those will be challenges for the oil marketing companies in making those grades available across the country. Finally, I think the need for a flexi fuel vehicle similar to US, Brazil, and Thailand, I think that is something we will have to think of in the interim in order to ensure that, areas where we do not have sufficient E10 or E20, the vehicles demand is met. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In case there are any questions, I am open to questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Milan, for effectively reiterating the challenges and more so the Indian efforts of adopting the 2G ethanol route and the efforts by oil marketing companies. You very lucidly have put it. Thank you very much. Let's move on. I think we are running behind the schedule. There are 2 more speakers with us. Dr. Andrew Duguid, Vice President, Advanced Resources International, USA. I would.
Excellent. Thank you. I think the last speaker will have to stop sharing before I can share. There we go.
Thank you.
No problem. I appreciate your help. All right, let's see if I can do this without screwing it up. All right, I'm hitting share. We'll see what we got. Hopefully you are seeing my first slide.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. I always have a tendency to get ahead of myself and find out I didn't share. So good to go. All right. I really appreciate the invitation today. Coming here from Ohio and kind of the central United States. It's almost 3 a.m., so I will try to stay lucid. But this should be a good talk just the same. It's actually fairly different than everything else we've talked about before. So we're just going to jump right in particular, because we've got 10 minutes. Hold on to get through it. Let me just click on this screen so things move. There we go. All right. So I look at carbon capture and storage for greenhouse gases, in particular carbon dioxide. So that's the bent behind my talk today. So the first thing is why ethanol? And the reason is because it's a big transportation fuel, which every other talk today has driven home. So I don't think I have to spend too much time on this slide. The most important thing here, and most of my work is in the United States, with a little bit of work also in Brazil, but carbon capture off of ethanol fermentation CO2 would be applicable anywhere in the world, and I'll get into that. And it helps make the fuel an even greener fuel. No matter what your feedstock is, the feedstock that you're growing pulls carbon dioxide out of the air. So if you actually take that and ferment it and then put it into the ground, we're short-circuiting the carbon cycle and actually helping slow climate change. So that's what I do for a living, and we'll just keep going on this. These are the 2 biggies. Where is ethanol produced? And the United States and Brazil are the biggest ones. I'm going to show a slide, the next slide, that shows where we might put the CO2. But central United States has lots of places in Brazil as well. If we look here, so where can I store CO2? And I've structured my whole talk as a series of questions. The dark gray and medium gray colors are places that are possibilities for storing CO2. So if we look at a good portion of Central North America, a good portion of Central South America are places that we could store CO2 coming off of ethanol fermentation. If you kind of go to the rest of the world, there's good portions of the Middle East, parts of India, and parts of Asia that are also potential targets that have prospective sedimentary basins. So what we want to do is collect CO2 coming off the fermenters, dehydrate it, and compress it and inject it into the ground. That's the overall process. I didn't put too much background here. Hopefully this slide is enough. I wasn't sure what all my other presenters would be presenting. So what are the basic requirements for storage? The basic requirements are a continuous cap rock. And what a cap rock is a layer of rock that does not allow fluid to flow through it. And then beneath that cap rock is a layer of rock that does allow fluid to flow through it. So we actually drill through the cap rock and inject into the other rock. So a shale is a good cap rock because it's very tight and fluids can't flow through it. A sandstone or a limestone might be good storage rocks beneath that. We need to have sufficient storage capacity. So I need to be able to store all my CO2. And I also have to be able to inject it. So sufficient injectivity. Typically, we do storage where the carbon dioxide is in a supercritical phase. So that means it has a liquid-like density and a gas-like viscosity. This allows for the best efficiency for storage. That's normally below about 800 meters in the ground surface. So we're talking about ethanol plants. If you follow carbon capture and storage, most of the talk is around electric utilities. And an electric utility needs world-class storage, the best rocks, the best cap rocks. That is not the case for an ethanol plant because ethanol plants' emissions are significantly smaller. So what you're looking for with an ethanol plant is adequate storage. So if you found yourselves in one of the lighter gray colors in the previous map that I showed, that doesn't mean you're out of luck. What it means you have to do is do a feasibility study to just get an idea looking at existing data if you've got the right rocks in the area. Thinking about this problem in a map view, we've got a section view here showing where the CO2 goes. But if you think about it in a map view, you can, and this is a bad analogy, but if you just think about a circle that, on the ground, how big is that? For an ethanol plant that's producing somewhere between 100,000 tons of CO2 per year, all the way up to 2 million tons of CO2 per year, that has a 45-meter thick storage zone, we're looking at a CO2 footprint of something like 2 to 39 square kilometers. 45-meter thick rock is not a great storage zone, but there's a good portion of the central United States that's going to look like that, and a good portion of the rest of the world that's going to look like that. So it's important to think about those rocks if we want to make a climate impact. If you have significantly better rocks, so say you're 150 meters thick or more, the circle on the ground becomes a lot smaller. So you need less area on the ground to house your plume. Because we're talking about 800 meters or maybe even a couple of thousand meters in the ground, what you're doing in the ground doesn't affect what's going on the surface. We are very much deeper than any drinking water and very much deeper than anything going on. But you do have to monitor the CO2. So knowing how much monitoring you have to do in that area is really important. So the less area you have in the map view, the less money you spend on monitoring. All right, so has this been done? And the answer is yes. Archer Daniels Midland has 2 projects in Illinois. I worked on both. And what they do, about 7,000 feet in the ground, they have drilled 2 injection wells. There were 2 separate projects. The first one put 1 million tons of CO2 in the ground over 3 years and has paused while they re-permit the well to inject more. And the second project is in the process of putting 5.5 million tons of CO2 in the ground as we speak. The ADM plant indicator is huge. It produces over 1 million tons a year of CO2. Most plants aren't this big, but just for some familiarity, if you've never thought about this at all before, what you're looking at on the left-hand side of the screen is an injection well that would be 7,000 feet deep, and you pump the CO2 down this tube into the storage zone, and it would get trapped in this yellow zone here, and this gray zone above it is the cap rock. When I was talking about the circles, going to use your imagination earlier, this map view picture here would be the plumes, which they're referred to as plumes, or the CO2 footprints of the 2 projects. And this is a drill rig for drilling one of the wells above that. We'll keep moving along. So what's driving this market? Why would we want to do this? and I'm sure there are other things, but the two main things in the United States, and actually this California one is driving more than just the United States, are California's market, the low carbon fuel standard credits from the California Air Resources Board are trading at approximately $200 a ton for CO2. So if you're producing 100,000 tons a year, multiply that times 200, that's a pretty significant driver for an ethanol plant. That is driving projects in both the central and western United States, as well as driving projects in Brazil. California's program is not US specific. You just have to be selling fuels into California. In addition to that, the US government has changed the tax code in 2018 to have a $35 to $50 a ton storage credit on your taxes if you're putting CO2 in the ground. You can sell is the wrong word, but you can trade those credits for money. So it's possible if your plant doesn't have that tax burden that you can still make money on it from somebody that does have that tax burden. So these are the two markets I know, but there are very likely other market drivers in other parts of the world. And I don't want to leave that out. So that's why I've got others listed here. This is a really simple slide discussing capture. One of the things that comes up when you're talking about carbon capture and storage is the cost of capture. Because ethanol's fermentation CO2 is relatively pure, it really just needs to be dehydrated and compressed for injection. So you're not spending a lot of money on capture, which allows you to spend some money on storage and still make money even on the $50 a ton tax credit in the US, or that California credit is more than enough to do a project. So how much does this cost? And there are economies of scale. It's like anything else. But capture for a small plant, about 100,000 tons a year, is on the order of $20 US a ton. And that drops down into kind of the $12 to $13 range as you get into the really big plants, the 1 to 2 million ton a year kinds of capture plants. Most ethanol plants fall on where the curve is changing a lot. So we're looking at somewhere between $17 to $14 a ton for capture. Storage is a similar story. It's actually has a bigger drop as you get economies of scale. But as you start to get there, we're somewhere typically between 20 to as low as $5 a ton if you're in the US Gulf Coast or other like world-class rocks. That's going to depend on your thickness, which leads back to the number of wells. But so how much does it cost is one question. The next question is, can I afford to do this? And the answer is very likely yes, if you're in the right part of the world. So this gray line is just the US tax credit. So $50 a ton. So if this orange line here represents the combined cost for capture and storage, and you're below the gray line, you can probably afford to do this on tax credits. The California credit would be all the way up off the chart here. So, certainly if you're able to sell into the California market, you're going to get paid enough to be able to do one of these projects. So what does it require? And it's typically a multi-step process. And the reason it's a multi-step process is because you have both geologic uncertainties. And if you are used to working on the surface, this can be a little bit of an eye-opening experience. If you're an oil company, this is going to make perfect sense. If you're used to building plants or something else on the surface and you can measure it, this is going to seem a little weird. But geologically, I drill a well which is 6 inches in diameter down 2,000 meters, and maybe I can make a measurement that's 6 to 10 inches beyond that well, and that's supposed to tell me what's going on in the ground, which is better than nothing. But it doesn't mean I know everything about the subsurface until I've done a lot more imaging or other data collection. So the first thing I need to do is a screening study and go see what information has been collected. And if that screening study says the rocks in the area look good, then I have a good basic understanding, and that reduces some uncertainty. And I go on to a feasibility study where I'm going to do some more detailed geologic and reservoir modeling to make sure I have the sufficient storage capacity to move forward. If that all still looks good, then we go ahead and drill a characterization well or collect seismic data to start to image the subsurface. And at that point, I should have fairly good understanding of my site. And that allows me to go for a permit in whatever regulatory regime I happen to be in. Assuming I get my permit, so we're probably 3 years into the project now, I can go ahead and do construction, which will take 2 to 3 years. That is construction of the wells, construction of monitoring wells, and also surface equipment and capture if it's bolted onto the plant. So take me 4 to 5 years to get that to that point, and then I'm doing my operations and I'm doing injection. In the US, the tax credit is for 12 years. California would go further. There's no end on that, but it's possible the tax credit value, or the credit value drops. But assume a project is somewhere between 12 and 30 years long. Once I'm done, I go to a post-injection period. So it is a requirement that you know where your CO2 goes or that it stops moving. And that's big numbers here, somewhere between 0 and 50 years, depending on what I'm in. Probably 10 years is a good rule of thumb, but it could be longer if your CO2 isn't behaving well, but it's probably not. If you wouldn't have gone forward with the project, if it's going to not behave well, you should be able to identify that during characterization and feasibility studies. So finally, at the end, you get to closure. So are there regulations? And the answer is absolutely. In the US, the US Environmental Protection Agency has a regulation that—
Andrew, sorry to interrupt you, I think, but please conclude in 1 or 2
I am within my last or second to last slide.
Okay.
So I can summarize this one. There are both US regulations and there are international standards. And it's important to understand that if you're a Brazilian project trying to do the California stuff, California's regulation still applies to you, even if you're outside of the United States. That's probably the biggest message I wanted to take off of this slide. This one just summarizes my talk, but it wasn't a long talk, so I can kind of guess that most of you can read this on your own later. And with that, I conclude, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for bringing forward the most important aspect of CCUS for ethanol plants to make them more greener and more climate friendly. Thank you very much for this perspective. Now we are coming to the last but not the least speaker of this panel, Dr. Richard Sayre. He is Senior Research Scientist in Los Alamos National Laboratory and New Mexico Consortium. So Dr. Richard, yours, and take 10 minutes, though we are overshot the time, but still I don't want to deprive you of your 10 minutes after a long wait. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak. So as indicated on the slide, the focus of my talk will be on algal biofuels and projects that have been sponsored by the U.S. Department of Energy over the last 10 years to achieve economic parity with petroleum. So very briefly, I'll raise the issue of why algae and not crop plants. I'll then review the major U.S. Department of Energy programs in algal biofuels for the last 10 years. And then I'll address some bottlenecks in biomass production and describe some recent technological breakthroughs that increase the ability to produce biomass by over twofold. Actually both in algae and in plants. So the reason that algae have generated a lot of interest is they have the potential to actually outproduce crop plants, terrestrial crop plants, by a factor of 10 or more. In addition, they have very high energy dense materials that they store. These are non-polar lipids. And in the figure that you see on the right, those yellow droplets are actually stained with a dye that detects those lipids. Furthermore, we can harvest all of the biomass, and that, of course, is not true for crop plants. Much of the biomass is either left in the field or is subsurface. The root biomass is generally not harvested. And furthermore, we can harvest that biomass potentially throughout the year. But one of the rare, very attractive features of algae is the fact that They're very amenable to reusing wastewater and nutrients from the ponds. And also, we can capture CO2 directly from point sources and inject that into the ponds to actually fertilize the growth of the algae. So the first US DOE program that I'm going to describe is the National Alliance for Advanced Biofuels and Bioproducts. And that was a program that started in 2010. It was a 3-year program. It was a $70 million investment by the US Department of Energy, along with industrial partners. Our partner in India was Reliance Industries. And as you'll see in the next program, Reliance Industries has been a major partner and developer of algal biofuels with the US Department of Energy actually for the last 10 years. So this was a cradle to grave program. It actually started with algal biology and improving the strains that were being used for the production of the biomass, optimizing cultivation conditions, including addressing biotic and abiotic stresses, developing new, much more cost-effective harvesting systems. And it also included then the downstream portion, fuel conversion, production of co-products and harvesting of those co-products to offset the cost of producing the bio-crude, which would be produced by the algae. And then to keep us honest in a sense, we carried out life cycle and techno-economic analyses of the program throughout the entire process, and that helped us guide us in directions that overall reduce the cost of producing those biofuels. So the net outcome of that program in 3 years can be really summarized on one slide. So if we look at the baseline scenario in 2010, at the bottom you see that the fuel cost per gallon gasoline equivalent for algal biofuels was $150 a gallon gasoline equivalent in 2010. In 3 years, we moved that price point to $8 a gallon gasoline equivalent. Now that's still much higher than petroleum-based gasoline is in the US, which is currently around $2.50 a gallon gasoline equivalent. But the major accomplishment that actually drove the price down more than any other factor was actually the fuel conversion process. And we shifted from a wet solvent extraction, basically transesterification process, to a hydrothermal liquefaction and catalytic hydrogen gasification process. And the HTL process actually allowed us to directly convert the harvested biomass without fractionating it or opening the cells into a biocrude, and then downstream capture some of the remaining energy as hydrogen. The life cycle and techno-economic analysis also told us what were the constraints that we had to address if we were going to reach economic parity with petroleum. And the first and most important, which is obvious to most people in the industry, is biomass productivity. The models indicated we'd have to have at least a 3-fold increase in biomass productivity to approach parity with petroleum. In addition, we would have to reduce the energy costs of harvesting that algae to less than 10% of the energy content of the algae. And so those are the two constraints that were most critical for reaching parity with petroleum. Then in 2017-18, the next program that major program funded by the US Department of Energy was the PACE program, which I served as the director for. And as you can see on the model slide here, again, this was a fully integrated process, both upstream and downstream processing. But in contrast to the NAB program, it put heavy emphasis on the production of co-products, high-value co-products that could be separately extracted during the fuel conversion process and used as a source of income generation to reduce the overall cost of making biofuels. Now, the objectives that you see there on the right were actually all achieved in that 3-year or 4-year period. And so we were able to reduce the price of fuel to $3 a gallon gasoline equivalent. So we're getting closer to parity with petroleum, but of course it's an asymptotic slope, and so it gets more challenging as we approach that parity with petroleum. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, one of the major constraints for producing biofuels at a low cost is the productivity of the algae. And the modeling again indicated we'd had to have a 3-fold increase in biomass production. And so we focused on improving photosynthetic efficiency, since that's the driver for biomass accumulation. And what this slide shows is that in crop plants, the overall efficiency of photosynthesis is in the range of 1 to 4%, starting with photons from the sun and going to chemical energy stored in that biomass. So it's a very inefficient process. But we can actually break down where those inefficiencies are. And as is shown on the right, the major loss of energy, thermodynamic loss of energy, is actually in the light capture and conversion process. So we actually focused on that process and attempted to improve that process so that we could increase the biomass yield. So there's a short lesson here in the biochemistry of photosynthesis. And what this picture diagram shows is the electron transfer chain in the chloroplasts of algae and in plants. And in this process, in the orange, it indicates at full sunlight intensity, we're capturing photons at a rate of 100 photons per second. And those photons are captured by the chlorophyll molecules that are present in proteins in what's called the antenna complex on the left side. However, there is a kinetic constraint in the electron transfer process that allows electrons to only move through that electron transfer chain at 10 electrons per second. Since one photon drives one electron, what is apparent here is we're capturing light at a rate 10 times faster than we can actually use it due to this kinetic bottleneck in electron transfer processes. So we decided to see if we could actually reduce the rate of photon capture in the photosynthetic apparatus so that every photon could be useful for driving electron transfer processes. And what this figure shows is a electron diffraction picture of the photosystem 2 complex with its antenna, the antenna being the proteins that bind chlorophylls. And those antennas, you can see, are separate proteins from the photosystem that actually does the work. And those antenna proteins bind 2 types of chlorophyll, chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B. The photosystem, which actually does the electron transfer part of the operation, only has chlorophyll A. And so it had been shown earlier in the literature that if we block chlorophyll B synthesis selectively, then the antenna will become smaller and disassemble. But the photosystems, which only have chlorophyll A, will still be functional and fully operational. And so our strategy and the strategy of others has been to increase the efficiency of photosynthesis by driving down the content of chlorophyll B. And as you can see in this diagram, which shows the rate of photosynthesis as a function of light intensity, with 2,000 micromoles of photons per meter squared per second being saturating full sunlight intensity, you can see that photosynthesis light saturates at 1/4 full sunlight intensity. This is true for every plant and every algae in the world, regardless of species. They all light saturated at approximately 1/4 full sunlight intensity. But by reducing the size of the antenna, we can actually increase the rate of photosynthesis and also not fully saturate until we get to full sunlight intensities. Now, that's a great model of removing the chlorophyll B, but it has its problems. And the problem is that in canopies of plants, for example, in a forest, you have architecture. At the top of the plant, you're going to have very high sunlight intensities, and at the bottom, very low sunlight intensities. And the same is true in an algae pond. As it grows over time, and as the density of the algae increases, more light will be absorbed at the top of the pond and less light will be available at the bottom. The net result of that is that there's no photosynthesis going on at the bottom of the canopy. And so what would be ideal is the diagram shown under the pyramid on the right, in which we change the size of the antenna. For example, in a tree, the light absorbing properties are small at the top, so more light penetrates deeper. And at the bottom of the plant, or in a dense pond, we have larger antenna so that we can capture the remaining light and use every photon as efficiently as possible. And so we designed this strategy and built this into algae, and we've also done this now in plants. And the way we go about doing this is blocking or controlling the expression of one enzyme, and that's the enzyme that converts chlorophyll A into chlorophyll B, and that's called the chlorophyll A oxygenase gene, as shown here.
Richard, may I request you to conclude in another 1 or 2 minutes more, please?
Okay, so the way we do this is we use what's called a translational repressor, and we make a gene fusion, and we fuse to the chlorophyll A oxygenase gene a light responsive element that can recognize a protein that acts as a translational repressor. Importantly, this protein is regulated by light. And so under high light conditions, there is less chlorophyll B synthesis and the antenna size gets smaller. Under low light conditions, there is more chlorophyll B synthesis and the antenna gets larger. So the net result of this is shown in this slide. This is the rate of photosynthesis. At the bottom is the wild type. At the top are the engineered organisms that can adjust their antenna size. And you see we're getting 2 to 3-fold increases in photosynthetic rate. That translates overall into a 2-fold or a doubling of biomass productivity in algae that have self-adjusting antenna. So in summary, what we've shown you is that algal biofuels are now approaching economic parity with petroleum, that we've been able to increase the biomass productivity of algae through improved photosynthesis by a factor of 2. We've done the same thing in plants now, which is a record for improvement in crop yield. And we've also shown, well, we also would make the argument that algae, which would have enhanced yields, have the potential to be used not only for making biofuels from lipids, but very importantly as a food source. And that would be in the form of carbohydrates and protein. And that can be achieved while recycling the inorganic nutrients, and particularly the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as well as the water, effectively generating a closed loop for water and nutrient recycling, producing food simultaneously with lipids, and achieving economic parity with petroleum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richard. I'm extremely sorry to hasten you up to your presentation, but it is very fascinating and addresses some of the skepticisms surrounding this algal-based biofuels. You have shown with your data that with improved photosynthesis through those interventions, you can make it economically viable, and the yields can be up to the mark, made up to the mark. Thank you very much for this presentation. And I think with that, we have completed the presentations of all the panelists, and we are already overshot by the scheduled time of by 20 minutes. But still, if organizers permit, we can take just 1 or 2 quick questions, if there are any, before we close the session and hand it over to the organizers. Any
Sure.
2 quick questions?
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Before we get on the questions, I just want to thank the U.S. Grains Council for sponsoring the Future Fuel Summit. So thank you for that. And now we can go with the questions.
Thank you.
Aishwarya, would you be asking the questions or should I take care of that?
So I think anybody can ask the question. Where anybody can ask the question.
Okay, so one of the questions we have is India is also envisioning 100% electric vehicles by 2030. Can the biofuel vision and electric vehicle vision coexist, or should we need to drop one? There's a question from Mr. Anant Kumar, and this is very much pertinent to in the United States as well. Like I'm based out of California, and there's a big push towards the whole electric cars, right? So there were a lot of subsidies being given to people buying electric cars. And, you know, I think we've got a rich discussion that's going here in regards to how does the whole ethanol really play up when there's electric revolution also coming in. So we would like to hear from the panelists if they can shed some light on this. That'll be great.
Well, I might make a comment. In the case of hydrocarbon-based biofuels, so lipid-based biofuels rather than ethanol, there's a strong argument for using those fuels for aviation. There is only hydrogen has nearly the same energy density as liquid hydrocarbons. And so for air transportation and also for some heavy transportation, such as shipping across the oceans, there's still a need for high energy density fuels such as hydrocarbons.
Yeah, just add one point to this answer.
Yeah, this is MS Patke from Bharat Petroleum. Just responding to your query, and maybe I'd request Dr. Ramkumar to also add to it from an OMC perspective. Currently, you know, the per capita consumption, obviously India is a much lower side when you compare it with the developed countries. And therefore, looking at the kind of growth that is envisaged in the personal mobility vehicle, whether it is two-wheelers or three-wheelers, I mean, or four-wheelers, there is definitely a room for an electric vehicle alongside the petrol. That's what we believe as oil marketing companies. And therefore, the EVs would obviously be developed and will come alongside petrol, but petrol will continue to grow. The personal mobility will continue to grow. And wherever the petrol is getting consumed, obviously with E20 and getting rolled out across the country, therefore that much is a potential for us to save the precious foreign exchange and also reduce the carbon emissions. So if you are using 20% across the country, which means a 20% reduction straight away in petrol consumption. So that's how we look at it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Millen, but I would like to give a different perspective in the sense whether to choose e-mobility or fossil fuel based mobility. I guess we don't have such kind of an option. And I reiterate that both of them will coexist. And the convergence point from the technology and science viewpoint is that the fuel cell based, hydrogen fuel cell based vehicle, where onboard reforming of these liquid fuels, whether it is diesel, whether it is ethanol. In fact, Brazil is one of the strongest proponents of this ethanol getting converted into fuel cell based electric vehicles. So I feel that is the convergence point for coexistence. Both will coexist. Not one single solution will fit all the geographies. Each geography will have its own imperatives, and hence different kind of solutions are required. We are definitely looking hydrogen derived from these renewable sources, whether it is biomass, whether it is even fossil sources. Hydrogen derived from fossil sources like diesel reforming and producing onboard hydrogen, feeding it to a fuel cell based vehicle. I think it is going to fit the bill once we reach the economies of scale. So that's my thought on this.
Can we take another question? Mr. Garg, can we take the second question as well?
Yes, please. And I think it rolls down beautifully to the point you just mentioned, Mr. Kumar. The question here was that India has a huge coal reserve. It would be very beneficial to India in terms of saving forex and environmental management if coal can be converted into ethanol. Is conversion of coal to ethanol on industrial scale feasible in India? That's a question by Mr. Datta Chaudhary.
Yeah, I mean, again, there is a apex ministerial committee of Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, who are looking at gasifying the high ash containing Indian coal and producing not necessarily ethanol but methanol. So again, the production costs are quite high. More than production costs, the carbon footprint of these technologies is very high. So my personal opinion is that while it is very much possible, these kind of ventures and these kind of proposals need to consider the hyphenation with some very cost-effective carbon capture technologies. Otherwise, the whole purpose would be defeated, even if we reach the economies of scale, and we would be converting the high ash coal into blendable oxygenates. But definitely that need to be hyphenated with some very, very cost-effective carbon capture technologies, because any coal gasification technology, whether it is a mature one, whether it is a premium one, it is associated with a lot of energy intensity and a lot of carbon emission intensity. Unless we don't address that particular aspect of this, the purpose would be defeated.
Great. So I think at this point, no other questions. We can go ahead and conclude the session with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So before I hand it over to the organizers and to Mr. Garg, let me thank on my personal behalf all the distinguished panelists for touch basing all the critical aspects surrounding the ethanol economy and making ethanol a more viable blendable option in transportation fuel for obvious benefits of saving the precious foreign exchange outgo and the environment. I'm particularly thankful to His Excellency Ambassador Correa de Logo, Ambassador of Brazil in India, for sharing the Brazilian experience and extending the collaborative hand to replicate the Brazilian experience in the countries that need that kind of experience. I thank each one of the speakers, and with this, I hand it over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramakumar, and thank you to all the speakers as well as the ambassador. I would also like to thank Dr. Ramakumar for chairing the session so well. And of course, we have had a very fruitful session where we dwelled on the topic of ethanol fuel of the future in great details. And with that, we come to the end of this plenary session too. And we move on to the next plenary session, where we are going to discuss aviation biofuels for sustainable future. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having joined us. And I would invite the next set of speakers to please join us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have the next speakers for the next session, for the next plenary session? Do we have? All right, I can see we have with us Colonel. We have Dr. Anjan Ray with us. Good afternoon, sir, and thank you so much for having joined us.
Hi, I'm Gillian. I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, hello, welcome to the session. We'll be starting the session in about 2 minutes. We are waiting for all the speakers to join us in a moment. Do we have Captain Srivastava at here? Okay, we have Mr. Sean. Dr. Anjan.
Aishwarya, Mr. Dubey would not be joining this session today. So we,
yes.
Once we're ready, we can start with the speakers.
Yeah, he is going to be the chair. Dr. Anjan Ray, can we start the session?
Yes, ma'am. With your permission, we can start if the other members have joined. I don't see Group Captain Srivastava here yet. I think we will.
Yeah.
And Colonel Rohit Dev as well. Colonel Rohit Dev and Mr.
Captain Srivastava. I think we are waiting for 2 speakers to join us.
Is Mr. Sahai here?
Technical team, if you can update us on two of the speakers, Captain Srivastava and Colonel Dev. Should we wait for them to come, or should we start the session?
I think we can start the session in the interest of time.
All right. Dr. Ray, with your permission, we'll start the session. I guess the speakers will be joining in a bit, but at least we can start the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I have the latest version of the agenda, because I seem to have a different set of names with me?
Yeah, we don't have Mr. Amber Dubey with us. We have with us Mr. Sean Newsom. We have Miss Gillian Harrison, and we'll be joined in by Colonel Rohit Dev and Captain A. Srivastava.
Right. Why don't we, although I think in the earlier order, I was the first speaker, but I think it would be very much in the fitness of things if we start with Mr. Sean Newsom. He's been at the center of action of the global aviation biofuel efforts for some time now, especially in the role that he holds at this time. And we could probably start with the global perspective before we start looking at the implications for India. If we can do that, then I would like to invite Mr. Newsom to begin.
Sure, sir. You're the chair of for the session.
Thank you. That's
you may decide on the order according to the topic and that you like to have.
That's why I'm taking this little liberty, and maybe we can request Newsom to begin. Also, if you can request the other panelists to please be on mute, so that we don't have these echoes.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd request all of you to mute your mics and only unmute yourself once your presentation starts. So the plenary session 4 will discuss the topic of aviation biofuels for sustainable future. The chair for the session is going to be Dr. Anjan Ray. He's the Director Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Indian Institute of Petroleum. And I'll request Dr. Ray to please start the session and chair the session and call upon the speakers according to the topic and the preference.
Thank you, Ms. Aishwarya. First of all, a very warm welcome to all the participants, speakers, and attendees on this panel. We are onto a very interesting topic, especially in the post-pandemic era, where we see that air travel is not only resuming, but beginning to resume with a vengeance, because eventually connectivity is core to the modern day nature of the world, and also to modern economies. Now, the focus around sustainable aviation has been there for now close to 20 years, certainly since 2005, and more so since 2015. But without going into great detail, because I know Mr. Newsome from Boeing is going to be speaking, I anticipate that what we can try and bring out in this session are the imperatives around sustainable aviation fuels and their relevance. Unfortunately, Mr. Dubey, who is Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation, is unable to join today, but we can say with confidence that with India's climate goals on one hand, and India's role as a major player in aviation, with explosive growth in our aviation passenger traffic, it is critically important that we participate in and actively engage with the sustainable aviation community. Saying that, I will hand over to Mr. Newsome from Boeing. He is not only an authority on the subject, but he's been deeply engaged with policy making and consultations with ICAO, IATA, ISAF, and the others. Over to Mr. Newsome.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Share my screen here. That was an excellent introduction. Thank you for that. So I'm going to talk about sort of the overall perspective of aviation and sustainability, but really try to put a focus on the sustainable aviation fuel aspect of that. It's certainly not the only measure we have within aviation. We have many, and we're applying all of them. But sustainable aviation fuel really is the key enabler for us to continue to grow as an industry, but grow more sustainably. Down over here. There we go. So is that other way? Whoops, excuse me. Sorry, technical difficulties. There we go. So as somebody said very early on in the conference, anytime you travel, anytime you consume energy, you are creating an environmental footprint. When it comes to air travel, 80% of the trips we take as a society have no other reasonable alternative. When you're talking about traveling across the subcontinent of India, when you talk about traveling across oceans, there really is no viable alternative to aviation, considering time, considering even the efficiency of air travel compared to many other modes of travel. That aviation really is an essential component of modern life. And certainly the COVID crisis that we've been in for the last year now has really highlighted the impacts of not having the ability to travel between countries, to have the trade of our goods, the trades of our businesses inhibited. That we believe we've really reinforced the value that air travel provides to the world, and we look forward to being able to continue that again once we re-enter a growth phase of aviation. But as we do so, we need to take into account the environmental impacts. Where our goal is not to reduce the amount of travel long term as has happened in the COVID period. Our goal is to reduce the environmental impact of air travel, to reduce, eliminate, decarbonize, if possible, air travel for the future. When we look beyond the COVID period and start to anticipate where growth will go beyond once we get into that beyond the crisis phase, we expect air traffic will continue to grow at 4% per annum. Historically, long-term growth rates have been 4.5 or 5%. So we are anticipating a slight reduction in the long-term growth rate of aviation, but we do anticipate it continuing to grow again once we're in the recovery phase. We will be needing new airplanes for the market, new, more fuel efficient airplanes for the market, which will contribute to greater fuel efficiency of aviation. And that will also require new aircraft for growth as well. So we'll continue to have both growth and replacement aircraft coming into the marketplace. As an industry, we've had a common goal, a common strategy going back to 2009. As Dr. Ray highlighted, there's certainly been an emphasis on environment and aviation going back to its origins. We've always had a focus on fuel efficiency. Improved fuel efficiency has been the lifeblood of our industry. It's what has driven economic growth, the motivation to move people ever more efficiently than possible, to use less fuel per passenger mile, per passenger kilometer traveled continuously, has been what has driven our industry's growth for decades now. It's what's driven the technology development of what goes into our airplanes from the origin. And so that set the foundation for when we set our 3 goals for the aviation industry back in the 2009 timeframe. To first start with fuel efficiency, to improve fuel efficiency 1.5% per annum up to 2020. We've met that goal. We've exceeded that goal. That we've been averaging up to 2020, up to the COVID period, approximately 2% per annum fuel efficiency gains. So we are a sector that is continuing to improve its efficiency, but we're also a sector that has been continuing to grow. And so even with those fuel efficiency gains leading up to 2020, our total CO2 emissions were continuing to grow as well. So our CO2 emissions footprint grew at about 2% per annum, while our air traffic grew at 4 to 5% per annum. Our second goal was for carbon neutral growth from 2020 going forward. CORSIA, the Global Carbon Offset Program under ICAO, is the key enabler for how we're going to achieve carbon neutral growth from 2020 going forward. But the most aggressive goal we set as an industry was to have our emissions by 2050 relative to 2005 levels. For that requires substantial changes to how we've operated as a business and as an industry. And that's where the enduring real challenge lies once we get beyond the current environment. So if you take those 3 goals and you sketch them out on a graph, it looks something approximately like this, where you have an arc that has our net emissions continue to grow up to about the 2020 time period. We've had substantial reduction in emissions in 2020 relative to 2019, but in any event, our net emissions will then be capped through CORSIA. And then once we get into the later years, into the 2030s and 2040s, our goal is to gradually reduce our emissions down to that 50% reduction point in 2050. That arc of that net emissions arc corresponds approximately to a 2-degree ambition under the Paris Agreement. So even though the Paris Agreement didn't exist at the time our strategy and goals were established as a sector, they do align with what was agreed in Paris in 2016. Now we have four strategic levers to apply by how we're going to achieve those goals: airplane technology, operational efficiency, sustainable aviation fuels, and CORSIA, carbon offsetting. And in recent years, in the last 3 to 4 years, a great deal of enthusiasm has come into play to look at not just sustainable aviation fuel forms of alternative energy, but battery electric forms of alternative energy, battery electric flying, and hydrogen propulsion as well. So the spectrum of options we have as an industry has been widening in recent history. So within that airplane technology component, each generation of airplane we develop, this here is a picture of the 777X, 777-8, and 777-9, which will be the world's most fuel efficient large twin aisle airplane when it enters service in just a couple of years. That each generation of airplane we do, like the 777X, improves on the prior generation by 15 to 25%. That's what really enables that ongoing 2% per annum fuel efficiency improvement we get as an industry. And then when it comes to operations, a lot of people are very familiar with air traffic management infrastructure and the need to modernize that and to make it more fuel efficient. But there's also opportunities in the day-to-day operations of running an airline, of flying planes. And Boeing provides a suite of services, like others do as well, to help airlines operate more fuel efficiently. So this is a description of Boeing's services, but airlines many times will enable these on their own as well. There's significant opportunity between the fuel efficiency of airplanes and the operational efficiency of running an airline to continue to improve the fuel efficiency of our industry before we start talking about energy transition type things. But I am here to talk about energy transition. So, airline fleet replacement is the first lever we have. So today we're still in the early stages of rolling into the latest generation of airplanes, like the 787, like the 777X, and like the 737 MAX. So we still have tremendous untapped potential in deploying that latest generation of airplanes. And then we still have continuous opportunity to make day-to-day operational efficiency more fuel efficient. But to get to our long-term goals, we need to look beyond that. And for that, what we're really trying to do as an industry is pivot into a renewable energy transition. Now, sustainable aviation fuels, as I'll talk about shortly, are a drop-in replacement. And so we don't have to change our airplanes in order to accommodate that. So work with our existing airplanes and work with the existing fueling infrastructure. But when we talk about battery electric airplanes and we talk about hydrogen airplanes, those require new airplane platforms. And so the future airplane technology platforms will not only be more aerodynamic with whatever type of fuel they're using, there will be more fuel efficient engines that come with those, but they may also be accommodating different energy carriers than what we've done traditionally. So sustainable aviation fuels, I'm talking to a very well-educated audience here, so I won't belabor this, but again, when we talk SAF, when we talk about sustainable aviation fuels, we mean drop-in replacement hydrocarbon fuels, Jet A equivalent fuels sourced from other things besides fossil fuels that give us a life cycle benefit of 80% and hopefully better over the long term. Those can come from any number of sources. Just in the prior session, we saw about algae-based fuels. Algae hasn't been a hot topic in sustainable aviation fuels for a while, but perhaps it'll be coming back. A lot of the interest right now is around waste-based feedstocks. So municipal solid waste, ag waste, forestry residuals that can be converted as cellulosic materials through a number of pathways into a drop-in replacement. But the key thing is for all these sustainable aviation fuels, the SAFs, is that they work with the existing infrastructure. And so they inherently have fewer adoption limitations than some of the other alternative fuel pathways. And then most importantly, that these fuels have to meet strong sustainability standards. If we don't have the endorsement of civil society, if we don't have the consensus that these provide life cycle emissions benefits, then we won't get the credit for them. So it's important that we have strong, credible third-party sustainability certification schemes. And we as Boeing strongly support the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials. There are others, we believe in those as well, but we believe that RSV sets the gold standard for sustainability certifications for SAF. Where things are at today for sustainable aviation fuels, we're continuing to make progress, but it's slow going overall. It's tremendous progress from the first biofuel flight back in 2008 on the 747. We've got to 270,000 flights total since that time, most of those since 2016. Fuel was available at 5 airports. Predominantly, the fuel was used out of LAX and San Francisco airports increasingly now because of the availability of incentives in the state of California combined with the US incentives. But overall, this constitutes less than 1/10% of total jet fuel use as an industry, and using 2019 as a reference. So we've come a tremendous way from where we were in 2008. We have much farther to go to get to our long-term goals for how we're going to transition into greater SAF use. As part of helping to enable that, Boeing 2+ weeks ago made an announcement that we were going to commit to making our airplanes 100% SAF capable by 2030. Today, SAF is limited to a 50% blend limit, in part because of compatibility issues with the airplanes. Our commitment is to work with the OEMs, the other OEMs, the fuel producers, the fuel specification committees to ensure that we can get past that 50% blend limit, and that by 2030, we will be able to provide the assurance that our airplanes are certified or certifiable to 100% SAF going forward. but that SAF, that 100% SAF capability, getting to that 50% blend limit isn't a real issue up until the point that we've scaled up the production of SAF. And for that, we need strong government support in all facets of SAF production, from R&D to producer and user incentives to financial support for setting up new production capability, project finance support. Getting the production base of the world in India and beyond is key to allowing us, to enabling the continued growth of aviation on a sustainable basis. Now, when it comes to electric and hydrogen propulsion, those are becoming real options. Those are becoming emerging options. There's a number of prototype airplanes for electrified propulsion, starting to have prototype airplanes small for hydrogen propulsion, fuel cells at the moment. Boeing is conducting that research as well. We're in a number of development efforts right now, two of which are on the screen here. We acquired a company known as Aurora Flight Sciences to further our participation in this smaller end of the airplane market and to allow us to do prototypes more efficiently. And we're a partner in this WISC urban air mobility vehicle project. As the Boeing company, we've also done non-commercial applications. So the Phantom Eye project was a hydrogen combustion unmanned aerial vehicle. So we understand these technologies. We know where they are. We know what the challenges are to get them to commercial readiness for commercial aviation, for large commercial aircraft. And we believe there's a lot of technology left to go to ensure that they can be both technology ready, market ready, and operationally ready, from the hottest parts of the world to the coldest parts of the world. We believe there's a lot of technology development to go, but we're committed to do the research, and when those technologies become ready, we'll consider incorporating those into our product plans. But in order for those technologies, whether it's electric battery powered or hydrogen powered, it's essential that the energy that goes into those storage mechanisms and energy carriers comes from renewable sources in order to be sustainable. So as ATAG, as a member of ATAG, we're participants in a joint study looking at the technology spectrums that might be able to enter the aviation marketplace over the next 30 years, and what would be needed from hydrogen, electric, conventional technology, and SAF in order to allow us to meet our 2050 goal. And the core conclusions of that study were that looks like electric and hydrogen will be able to enter the commercial markets, starting with regional size airplanes in the 2030s, short haul 737 size markets in the 2040s. But over the long term, we're going to need hydrocarbon jet fuels for both medium and long haul markets, and for those smaller markets where, for whatever reason, electric power or hydrogen power are not achievable or not yet deployable. So we're going to need a large amount of SAF, a large amount of sustainable hydrocarbon aviation fuel, in order to meet our long-term 2050 goal, regardless of how successful electric and hydrogen are going to be over the next couple of decades. So that concludes my presentation. Just want to pop up a few summary conclusions. So one, climate change is a tremendous challenge, and we're committed to working as a partner around the world to meeting that challenge. It requires not just product level strategies and technology level strategies, but system level strategies. We're trying to decarbonize the aviation system, not a single airplane. Hydrogen has potential both as a fuel and in other uses throughout aviation, but ultimately sustainable aviation fuel is the key enabler if we're going to be able to meet our 2050 goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. I particularly like the systems approach that you brought to the table. Clearly, decarbonization is not about one fuel and it's not about one aircraft. And I also feel that probably there is because of the pace of technology change, a lot more will happen in the next 5 years. I remember in 2005, when Jennifer Holmgren first said, someday planes will fly on biofuels, I remember a lot of people laughed. And the first plane took off 2006 December, less than a year after that statement. So I do not for a moment doubt that we are seeing an era of rapid transformation. And dialogues like this not only help build awareness, but help stimulate exchange of ideas. I do not see Mr. Michael Gill on the call. Can I ask Aishwarya if he is still on the schedule? The organizers, could you please check if Mr. Michael Gill is still there on the call?
Yeah. Mr. Michael?
Is Mr. Gill on the call?
Are you there?
Okay, I don't see him on the call. It would be nice to get him right after the Boeing presentation, because he's from IATA and the ATAG, and he would have been able to take seamlessly off from there. I see somebody marked RDX. I don't know if that's him by any chance. I guess not. So if Mr. Gill is not on the call,
yes,
I would like to.
Colonel Rohit Dev, RDX.
That's you. Okay.
Yeah, I had to log in from a different device because I was called to a ministry. So I'm just there for a meeting. So I thought I would log in here.
So very glad to have you here. I mean, we know you bring your explosive personality to the table, along with the very exciting work that Pressbill has been doing. So maybe we'll go to you next, since you're in a parallel meeting. Maybe we can go to you next and request you to please try and wrap up in about 14 minutes so that we stay on schedule.
Right. So just give me 5 seconds just to put this speaker thing on.
Right. In the meanwhile, I will introduce to the best of my ability. Having served in the Indian Army, he has brought his supply chain and logistics skills and a fierce belief in being at the front lines to one of India's most exciting biomass aggregator companies, which is Punjab Renewable Energy Services Private Limited, Pressbill. And I believe that he will talk about the biomass aggregation models that underpin fuels like aviation fuels. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And first of all, my apologies. I was suddenly called to the ministry and I just got out of the car and got here. Let me just begin by putting a few pointers initially as a thought. India is going to see a whole lot of transition, and all of us here currently on this platform, and Dr. Ray, who's here, the lead there, have been part of a McKinsey Group kind of a study which has been put up to the government of the day. And we hope that those propositions and proposals which we have initiated there will take off in a very big way, given the fact that the CORSIA recommendations have to be adhered to as a norm. And post this pandemic COVID, when the flights take off in right earnest pan world, India is bound by these regulations. So that's a surmised thought that we need to start with. Coming to the biomass-based supply chain. Now, firstly, biomass in India comes available at a very low price today. It also comes available for nearly every project you can dream of today. But in the future, as we step on the gas and we need SAF, we need biogas, we need 2G ethanol plants to work, and we need much more to be done in the biogas sector, including the industrial boilers, and even bio packaging, bio furniture, bioplastic, you name it, crockery, cutlery being made there. Eventually, I believe that we might run short of biomass, not pan-India, but in certain zones where we are putting a lot of industrial impetus today. And industrial impetus includes from 2G ethanol, SAF industry, and going down to the lowest industry of making straws for your cold drinks. So when we see this entire gamut, the first challenge in the biomass-based industry, and it includes the SAF industry, is a mapping of the biomass and making clusters and having a plan. So the first recommendation, if you may permit me, is to have a 50-year horizon of our country's energy needs. And when I say the energy need, it is the need for the aviation fuel, how you're going to convert into the aviation fuel based on biomass as a resource. How are you going to have how much of electricity required for the country, how many vehicles, how much of gas required for cooking. So every energy need needs to be identified and mapped out, and that's the first step which the ministry must take. And I'm not too sure if the aviation ministry is going to be the lead there, because biomass comes from various other ministries in a lot of coherence there. So you must have an interministerial kind of a setup which maps out the needs and the requirements, and then we need to form clusters and zones around the country to aggregate this biomass, because biomass by structure changes as per the land you go to in our country. The quality of the biomass changes. And for specifically SAF, you are looking at very major kind of energy plantations, and then you're going to build up this supply chain. So in the gamut of the SAF, you have a source in the field. You have from the field, it goes to a factory to be manufactured into a particular commodity to be used as aviation fuel. From there, it is transported in cascades or whichever pipelines you make in the future to a particular storage area or the airports. From there, it goes into the aircraft and then it takes off. In all this, there are 3 tiers of airports which I see. One are those metropolitan airports, which are within the cities, like you see Delhi Airport is within the city. And then there are airports which are away from the city, like the Bengaluru airports. So that's tier 2. And then there are those small airports which are coming up around small cities. And as per the plan of the aviation industry, we actually should look at the smaller ones first in our planning parameters, because you can't change the Delhi airport, right? So whatever has to be transported to the Delhi airport, what kind of storage you make and change the storage, the fuel has to be manufactured somewhere else and be transported to Delhi. So that additional transportation cost, the delta which is coming to as your tax or whatever you want to call it, will be levied in such airports. It won't come cheap unless you subsidize, and subsidy is not the way to go. The third tier cities where you are planning the future airports is something where you need to plan 3 or 4 things together. One is the size and magnitude of that airport. What is the consumption rate going to be? What's the population going to be in 50 years to take off and land there? So how many aircrafts would be there? So certain kind of planning must go there. Until you transcend from biomass based to some other hydrogen fuel based or maybe some other kind of alternate fuel based. So that mapping has to be done. Once you have done this small city in terms of the quantum required, you need to go for those specific energy plantations to make this fuel or biomass, so-called dens where you have these biomass available. The factory has to be co-located as far as possible closer to the biomass, not to the offtake of the airport. And the proximity between these 3 should be as less as possible. And that is only possible when you plan the airport better and not closer to, maybe the cities directly today, but little away, like the Noida airport, which is coming up there is far from cities, but it's still, again, it's in an area where, you're not truly into the biomass space. So that is one challenge which will remain. Then the second question is, how do you connect it? What is the logistics going to be in terms of taking the cascades moving there, or a pipeline can come through? So when you plan the pipeline, I'm quite sure the GAIL pipeline, which is planned for biogas, may not be the same, alignment currently, which the aviation ministry is planning for the fuel going to come. Is it a viable proposition first? So if it is a viable proposition in certain subsets of the country, then you need to plan that as well. So if you see, the logistic constraint is there. And so far as biomass is concerned, it won't be a constraint per se as a commodity because there is enough surplus. But like I'm telling you, that enough surplus will be taken up by very big industries, including 2G ethanol. So when you are mapping the biomass finally for consumption as SAF, you are going to go on earmarked territories, long-term lease for growing of these high energy value plantation crops, storage places for both the biomass and the produced the fuel itself. The third challenge which is going to come is of financing, which is a very big thing, because in the industry of biomass, where we have been struggling for last 8-9 years, in the last 2 years specifically, we have been able to make a lot of headway. The first headway is that we have got the biomass sector recognized. So you can go to IREDA in a bank to now take a loan for your business. The same thing has not come through smoothly for the working capital. And that's the biggest challenge, because when you are taking up fuel for SAF in those magnitude of quantities, maybe 10 or whatever million per airport to be aggregated, that is a huge challenge, because the financing schemes should be in place by them. And that is how we are promoting the biomass funding. So in our small way, where we do right from Parali to industrial boilers or to biogas plants today, in terms of supply chain, we're also looking at 2G ethanol. We have gone to the government of the day and tried to request for this kind of a financial recognition. There's a policy in the making, if you are all aware, which has got an in-principle approval by the concerned ministry, but there are certain doubts which are still remaining to be clarified. And hopefully this soft loan will come in the biomass sector. Once that comes, that will take care of a lot of spin to be given to the growth and scale up of this biomass-based industry. And while all this goes through, right from the earmarking of locations, making zones and clusters, and having a pragmatic 50 years energy need view, and then going to logistic and this chain, and then trying to finance, there's one more other aspect which we need to look at. Are the norms going to change worldwide? Because finally we are, today there are many countries which have adapted to the CORSIA norms in a bigger way. They've spent that money. We are still not there. By the time we reach there, can we visualize what more transition can happen in the future? What kind of R&D must go? Because currently we lag as a country because we don't have technology to drive our industry, which is the best technology to convert which best biomass into the most useful commodity in terms of your conversion rates. We still are not there. So I will recommend that we have a lot of influx into the R&D part of our dominion of the SAF, and that can take us through a little bit better. So whether it's a G2G kind of a thing in which technology and R&D is both spent by both the nations, or a multilateral organization we can curate, is something which India must look at. And we have a bludgeoning population. The energy needs are never going to die. Our aspirations are never going to die. They're going to grow more and more. And today we had a state in which 1,500 rupees you land in Chandigarh, and that state might not change for a long time because the demand is there. And so long as the flights are taking off, we'll only add more flights and more airports. And that is my short thought currently. And I would be more than happy to, in the balance of my time, to answer queries by both the chair and all the audience in terms of what do you think is lagging behind in the biomass chain. I will be glad to answer that. Over to the chair, please.
Colonel Dev, once again, a pleasure hearing you speak. Great clarity of exposition and focus on both the supply chain aspects and the policy related aspects of an effective decentralized supply chain. The issues that you have raised are crucial, especially in India, where land is a state subject. Yes. So in every state, almost in every district, there is a different treatment of the biomass value chain. And it does require, you can't do a one size fits all. Right. So with an enabling policy, we need companies that can participate in the value chain, right, and interface between the farmers who are significantly subcritical mass and the users, right, who are at significantly large critical mass. Now, right. So now we've heard on the demand side from Boeing and we've heard on the supply side from you. I was hoping once again that Mr. Michael Gill would be here, but I do not see him. Mr. Gill, if you're here, would you please make yourself known? I do not see him. So now let us go to the third piece of our biofuels triangle. We'll go over to Ms. Gillian Harrison, who is the CEO of White Fox, one of the most exciting companies in the areas of separation sciences. Now, a lot of the energy in a biofuels plant is spent in just separating the biofuel from what's not required. And this is a real pleasure to have Ms. Gillian Harrison here, because that's the critical little piece that White Fox addresses. And I would like to hand it over to her to tell you more about what her company does.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just try and get my slides up. Okay, screen share. Hopefully you can see my slides.
Yes, ma'am, we can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, so sorry, is my video working? Can you see my video working?
We can see your video working as well.
It is, okay, okay. So good afternoon from London. It's about a year since I last caught a plane, and that's the longest that I've ever gone in my lifetime without being on a plane. I'm half English and half Spanish, so the first flight I caught was before the age of 1 to go and meet my grandparents for the first time. So flying to me is family, it's friends, it's learning new languages and cultures, exploring new places, and of course, business. So like many of you on this webinar today, I'm extremely excited about the next flight I'm going to catch because it's been so long. The aviation industry, as we've heard already this morning, and as we all know, has certainly suffered over the last year. But it's been actually also a period of a lot of activity in this space in sustainable aviation fuel. So I'm quite excited about what's ahead of us. and what we're all going to achieve together. We now have a new rallying cry. So net zero by 2050 is being referred to by everyone, really. It's from governments to organizations in this space, as well as players that we might not have expected to be using that phrase so readily now. But it's certainly what the public is expecting. So we now have an aviation industry coming out of COVID. It was good to hear the positive growth expected in the sector, but it now faces probably its biggest challenge, which is how it is going to reduce emissions sufficiently to meet those targets, which we all need to work working on together. And this is an industry that is going to be successful if we work together. It's one where we need to partner across the whole value chain, and we need innovation in order to ensure that together we can still be flying and still achieving our dreams. So I'm going to talk today a bit about the global context, as well as the technologies that we're seeing in this space, and as mentioned, a bit about how White Fox is also helping to improve the overall efficiency of production. So first of all, a bit of context. The aviation industry is extremely important to the economy. It's currently estimated to be worth about $2.7 trillion, which is very similar to the GDP forecast for this year for India. And if it's big today, it's going to get bigger still. We've just heard how in India, there will be no stopping people from flying. The more people improve their standard of living, the more they will want to travel and therefore catch planes, because as we heard from Sean, there is no way of substituting the practicality of aviation. 80% of the journeys from the aviation sector are ones that you can't substitute by other means. Although that obviously Zoom is one way we've been trying to bridge that gap over the last year. So the industry is expected to double to over 8 billion passengers by 2050. In terms of its impact on CO2, it's estimated to represent about 2% of human-induced CO2, although some people think that's closer to around 3%, given that those emissions are emitted at a higher point in the atmosphere. And it's set to increase, obviously, as air travel increases. So by about 2050, it's set to be about 3% of emissions. To hit that net zero target, there are a multitude of different things that need to happen. We just had a good run through of some of those key things this morning already, but SAF is going to be a critical component in that. Those of us on this call are naturally very interested in this subject, but it's now mainstream. So just last week, it hit the front page of the Wall Street Journal. So if SAF is being spoken about on the pages of the conservative Wall Street press, you can bet it's here to stay and it's here to grow. This chart is similar to the one we saw this morning from Sean. One of the things I think it shows to me is how much progress has already been made. The airline industry often gets a lot of negative press, even though it's only 2% of emissions. It's often criticized more than praised, but it's already made significant improvements in the overall efficiency of the aircraft. However, in order to hit those targets, continued efficiency won't be enough. So the blue line is where we would be if we continue as we are. However, the industry has set some ambitious targets, so we know that we are going to see improvements. But the only way to really get there will be if we can scale up the production of SAF on a global basis. E4Tech here in the UK ran a recent study for sustainable aviation, and they were looking at the forecasts and looking into the future to see what we can expect. And they forecast that we'll see a growth in the sector from about 14 to about 14.5 to 30 million tons a year. That's obviously dependent on these projects that are planned and under construction actually reaching their full potential. And there are some significant challenges ahead in achieving that. But if we achieve that, you're looking at between 4 to 8% of global kerosene use in 2035. So it's still a small percentage, but a significant growth from where we are today. And if we achieve that, then we'll be looking at an industry worth about $15 billion and huge growth. So anybody looking at this sector, thinking about investing in this sector, is certainly looking at the potential for significant growth over time. But as I mentioned earlier, we'll only get here if we're prepared to all collaborate. And that collaboration is significant. We need all the players to be pulling at the same pace, starting firstly with infrastructure. So it was fantastic to see the Boeing announcement recently of planning to ensure that all planes are capable of flying on 100% SAF by 2030. That's absolutely essential to ensure that it's possible to really fly on biofuels and to ensure that they contribute to the emissions reduction. We also need clear government targets and policies and a regulatory framework and financial support to underpin this. And everybody's kind of looking for that clarity. Then we need technology. A lot of improvements have been made already. As was mentioned already, by the chair, LanzaTech has done a lot in this space. You've got companies like Gevo and many others who are innovating and seeking to provide the technology needed. And then we need the airlines. The airlines have to commit to take significant volumes of SAF to really create that pull in the market. With that pull, you get the investment needed and you get the impetus around the technology. We've seen in India, SpiceJet committing to large volumes of SAF in order to achieve their targets. British Airways and pretty much all of the major airlines are now entering into offtake arrangements. But I have to say, I think they need to be more ambitious than they are already in order to really drive that growth. Then we need the distribution network. So the fuel has to be at the airports when those planes land in order to continue the journey on SAF. And finally, and I'm sure it's not finally, but very importantly, we need the funding. So there needs to be significant investment in this space. We probably need some quite creative structures, maybe even linked to emissions reductions. And we're seeing some of that happening now in the financial markets. But we need the funding to really deploy at scale. But what we are seeing, which is great, is announcements all the time. So I just pulled a few, I did a search on Biofuels Digest. Some of you probably follow that source for news in this space. And there's announcement after announcement, whether or not it's British Airways' recent investment in LanzaJet, or even last week, the European aviation sector unveiling its new sustainability initiative. So there's a lot going on in the space, but there's a lot that still needs to be done. As was mentioned, this is a very heavily regulated space. Safety is always first in this sector, and therefore it takes time for new pathways, new technology pathways to be approved. I'm going to focus on the alcohol to jet fuel pathway, which is the one in the middle there. I'm sure most of you on this call are very familiar with what that means, but essentially this is one where the feedstock is a sugar or a starch-based feedstock. So whether or not it's sugarcane in India and Brazil, or corn, wheat in North America and Europe, or any other biomass that has sugar or starch that can be broken down and fermented. And then from fermentation, you produce alcohol, and that alcohol then goes through clever catalytic converters to be produced into jet fuel. Alcohol to jet is one of the main pathways that is expected to produce large volumes of jet fuel. And I'm going to focus on what's happening in that space. So one of the major companies in this space is LanzaTech. It recently formed a company last year called LanzaJet. And LanzaJet has funding from ANA, Mitsui, Suncor, as well as LanzaTech as a technology provider itself. And British Airways just recently announced a significant investment and offtake arrangement with LanzaJet. Their pathway, or their production process has 4 key components. At the beginning of that process is the ethanol step, and that involves dehydration. And dehydration essentially is the water removal step So removing the water from the ethanol, and that allows for a much better conversion process when it then goes through the oligomerization, the hydrogenation, and then the fractionation steps. So that component at the start of the chain, that water removal step, can be a very energy intensive part of the process. So typically you're using a combination of distillation and dehydration, and both of which require a significant amount of energy to remove the water. But removing the water is essential to ensure an efficient ongoing production process. One of the other major companies in this space is Gevo. Gevo recently announced a big deal, a big offtake arrangement with Trafigura in the US. And those of you following would have seen Gevo hit the $2 billion valuation mark just a few weeks ago. So, you know, you can see that investors are now really starting to get attracted to this sector and these big deals starting to be signed. The Gevo process is similar to LanzaTech, where you've got a dehydration step at the moment, at the beginning, which is based on isobutanol. And then after the water removal step from the isobutanol, it moves again into an oligomerization, hydrogenation, and a distillation process at the very end before being converted into jet fuel. So both companies have similarities in their approach, but obviously important differences, and they both focus on similar feedstock that I mentioned at the beginning. So where do we fit in at White Fox? So White Fox, we develop membrane-based solutions. We use the membrane as the water removal technology. So we take the water molecules out of the ethanol using membrane technology, which is more efficient than other approaches such as distillation in combination with molecular sieve. So we're working with one of the major technology providers at the moment. They asked us to see how we could adapt our technology and the approach that we had done in the US for the US ethanol sector for road transport effectively, so that the traditional biofuel plants, and see how that could apply to their production process for SAF in order to reduce the energy and water consumption in the process. So we've adapted a similar approach to what we've been doing in the biofuel sector. Our technology uses about 20% less natural gas than a conventional dehydration process. And in combination with other operational changes that we made, we've been able to improve the efficiency by about 4 times of that dehydration step. So the initial distillation dehydration post-fermentation is significantly more efficient if you use membrane technology. And therefore together, hopefully this is a good example of how that collaboration of technology providers can get us a more sustainable product overall. As mentioned, we've been doing this in the US in a parallel market. So the image to the right just gives you a bit of an idea of what one of these installations can look like. That was an installation at a plant based in Nebraska called E-Energy Adams. And we now have about 9 installations. We have 9 installations in the US doing something very similar. And this technology will be very similar to what we would be doing for SAF and improving the efficiency of that production process. So we've been running these systems for about 120,000 hours and produced about 120 million gallons of biofuels through our membranes. And the relevance in this space is that the impact of those changes, which are very small changes in the case of biofuels, is the equivalent in terms of CO2 emissions of having planted 800,000 trees. The impact we think we can have on SAF is even greater because we're coming at it right from the start. So designing the process, including membranes, rather than just bolting on a membrane system alongside as an add-on. If we look to India and the potential, I think it's really exciting what's possible in India in this space. We saw with SpiceJet in 2018, the first flights with 25% SAF and their commitment to fly 100 million passengers on aircraft powered by SAF by 2030. So the ambition is being demonstrated. There is a lot of biomass in India, although, as we just heard, significant challenges cannot be underestimated as everybody looks to use biomass for anything from SAF to plastic straws or plastic equivalent straws. There's going to be a big demand on that biomass. But actions like SpiceJet then also lead to other collaborations. So Gevo is in collaboration now with Praj. Praj is obviously one of the major engineering companies in India and also deploying their technology around the world. So that tie-up will ensure that the SAF technology that Gevo is developing can be deployed in India. And what I think is quite exciting is the potential to add on this technology to existing ethanol mills and sugar mills to make those plants become more of a biorefinery concept and being able to produce different products, including SAF. So whilst last year was a very challenging year and obviously continues to be for the airline industry, I also think a lot has been achieved. And I think it's a great opportunity now to take our inspiration from what's been happening and build a future which is based on clean, sustainable fuel to allow our children to experience the joy of flying without harming our planet. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate today, and I look forward to joining with the other panelists in a discussion on this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Very, very exciting to see both the vision that you have offered and the technology solution that brings down the carbon footprint of producing SAF. I would like to check with the organizers if any other speakers from the panel are here. If not, then I will go on to my own presentation. Ms. Aishwarya, could you let me know?
So we don't have any more speakers.
All right. In that case, let me go over to my own presentation. Let me just open that up. And I will, so that we have more time for the discussion, I will try to keep it brief. I think a lot of the points have already been our esteemed colleagues. Let me put a screen sharing. Are you able to see my slides, please?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. So I am again grateful to my fellow panelists who have just gone before me. Since the key context points have been now laid out, I will try to focus more on the Indian situation. Today in India, we import a lot of our fuel needs. And if I add up those fuel needs in carbon atoms, we're importing roughly 350 million tons of carbon atoms every day. Now, we can do many things to reduce that demand. We can go over to renewable energy like solar, wind, geothermal, and we can make our usage of fuel more efficient. But all of that will still leave us with a supply side gap of 300 plus million carbon atoms, which is where somebody like Colonel Rohit Dev came in, who literally collects carbon atoms in the form of biomass wherever he can find it lying around. And we look at a basket of possibilities where almost everything can be today replaced if only we knew how. So the technology is not a limitation. A few which are marked in red are still emerging, but it is not as if they cannot be made available. Your biggest challenge is supply chain and enabling policy that gets you the right economics. We may remember that the fossil fuel industry has effectively been subsidized around the world for centuries. Well, not centuries, but a century and a bit more. And therefore, unless there is a carbon price to be paid, such as what is envisaged through the market mechanisms of CORSIA, you cannot make alternative fuels a reality in large-scale deployment. We've seen extremely good interventions in that from EU and the US through different mechanisms in renewable fuels. Similarly, something has to be enabled in India to get it to scale. This slide we have seen already from, I think, 2 of the 3 speakers before me. What it really tells you is that to get to carbon neutral growth that is anticipated by 2050, apart from operational improvements and more efficient aircraft you will need SAF. There is no way around it. You have to have SAF. And CORSIA, which is now already moving into the pilot phase, will be incumbent on every country for international flights by the second phase. And therefore, we all need to participate. This is where it was especially encouraging to hear Mr. Newsom tell us that Boeing is looking at making all its aircraft SAF compatible. At the other extreme, I can say that at our end, specifically my organization, the Council of Scientific Industrial Research and the Indian Institute of Petroleum, which is where I reside in the foothills of the Himalayas, we are looking at making our SAF amenable to all aircraft. So as of today, we can claim, although the evaluation is still going on, that our fuel is 100% drop-in for Jet A1. And we believe confidently that we can produce it consistently. These are the core challenges of that technical aspect of the specifications, that not only must we meet all the aviation specs, but we also must meet the combustion performance, and the composition should be really similar so that you can work with the same seals, gaskets, fuel lines, materials of construction. Nothing should change. Can you still hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So these are the core characteristics that are the challenges of the chemists and chemical engineers and fuel specialists who design biofuels. We have been able to look at the global landscape and say that it is potentially possible to replace, as we've seen, at least 7 pathways have been discussed, and I'm sure several more would emerge. But today it is not the technology that's a limitation. It is the enabling ecosystem that ensures that you can get enough of a particular sustainable aviation fuel at the desired scale, the desired cost, and the desired technical compliance that the OEMs are comfortable with. Underlying that, in the HEFA value chain, for example, India has a challenge because India is also a net importer of edible oils. We consume over 27 million tons of edible oils every year, and we import 21 million tons out of that. So if we were to use edible oils, we would be a non-starter. While we're looking at non-edible oils like tree-borne oils and rotation crops, the only other options available to us are the food value chain byproducts. And for India, this is not a bad option because in India, we have a very large population. So our food value chain is very large. We estimate today, based on a number of different studies, that we can get about 3 million liters of feedstock for SAF, which is about half of the jet demand that we anticipate. Plus, some of that SAF will also be competed for. The same carbon atoms will be competed for by biodiesel. Where the real futuristic opportunities lie is in finding carbon from the unlikely sources. Microbial oils, Colonel Rohit Dev might find this interesting. Today, we can actually convert farm waste to edible oils or non-edible oils, which are biofuel compatible. We have a lot of wastes in our dairy and sewage value chains, and we can start looking at repurposed plants like tobacco, hemp, and rubber, whose seed oils, as of today, just lie around and are wasted. Another interesting area, I see Mr. Y.B. Ramakrishna is on the call as an attendee. This is one of his ideas several years ago, is all the irrigated fallow land in India. India has 40 million hectares of irrigated fallow land. That's roughly equivalent to the land area of all the other SAARC countries other than India, the arable land of all the other SAARC countries. So if we simply utilize the second crop on that fallow land for producing rotation crops that are capable of giving lipids, we can significantly change or move the needle on supply chains for SAF. Just to test this, in the city where I'm based, it's called Dehradun. It's a mid-sized city with a population of a couple of million. We are able to collect about 4 tons a month of used cooking oil without really making too much effort. different food and beverage outlets supported by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India actually have gone on to an app, and a little vehicle runs around and picks all those up. And we receive enough fuel to be able to supply both the SAF as well as biodiesel to our constituents on an ongoing basis. This is our biojet fuel that we used for the SpiceJet flight that Madam Gillian just referred to. This is produced in our pilot plant. We make about 30 liters of SAF every day, and we've been running it non-stop like an industrial factory, round the clock, 3 shifts for the last 2.5 years, including during the Corona period without lockdown. We have used military flights with this, and one Indian Air Force aircraft, the Antonov AN-32 Russian turboprop, the platform is now proven on this, and it is permitted to use 10% for continuous application. The fuel version that we have now is currently going through the ASTM clearinghouse. It is in discussions for global certification. And we have demand assurance already. Supply sources for close to 15 tons per day have been established. Engineering partner is in place. And the feasibility report and blueprint for a 15 ton per day demo plant to be hosted inside an Indian refinery is also ready. So we hope that within 2 to 3 years, certainly within 3 years, there'll be continuous production of this fuel. And by that time, we should have global certification that enables continuous use. So in conclusion, we can say that biofuels can significantly enhance our energy independence and reduce petroleum dependence. The challenge is not technology, it is scalability. And because of the fact that you can't use too many things to power an aircraft, I mean, you can use hydrogen and you can use solar, but the size and scale are still limited. So SAF is probably the best option. What we now need is technology neutrality and enforceable mandates that can drive the value chain quickly towards adoption. With that, I'd like to just show you glimpses of the campus where we are. We actually measure our sustainability on an ongoing basis. And we are pleased to report that we now have over 70 bird species, over 100 insect species, and this is the road I walk every day. I hope that if we do more and more sustainable fuels around the world will look like this. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I think we don't have any more speakers. So I think we may be able to take up some questions. Mr. Garg, do we have some questions?
No questions at this point.
If there are no questions, maybe I would like to just go back to our panelists and ask them for some closing comments. We can start once again with Mr. Newsom.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. It's been an interesting session, though relatively short in terms of the number of presentations compared to some of the others, but certainly illustrative. I definitely enjoyed very much getting an update with what's going on with the Indian Institute of Petroleum. I look forward to hearing more about that in the future. And I certainly enjoyed learning about the White Fox business, which I was not previously aware of. So I certainly enjoyed my time and look forward to future collaboration opportunities in India.
Thank you. We can ask Dr. Colonel Rohit Dev for his thoughts. Colonel Dev, if you're on. I think we may have, I do not see him responding. I will invite Ms. Harrison for her thoughts.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it was very interesting to hear more on the perspective from India. And I liked your reference to 350 million tons of carbon atoms being imported. It's interesting to think of it like that. I guess it kind of brings back the thoughts of carbon pricing. So if we're thinking about it all as carbon atoms moving from one place to the other, carbon pricing, then I think it's it could be a helpful way of thinking of what's going on around the world, because I think we haven't mentioned carbon pricing, but I for one think that that's an important part of this journey as well. Is once we start to price in carbon, then the movement of carbon around the world and these emissions is something that will then have a value that we link to it and will help to drive some of the investments needed. Well, significant investments needed if we're going to get anywhere near our overall targets. But yes, it's been interesting, and I look forward to hearing more about what's happening in India during the rest of this conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me see if Colonel Dev is still there, or if not, then I should invite a few comments from Mr. Y.B. Ramakrishna, who was the first chair of the Biofuels Working Group of the Ministry of Petroleum in India. Mr. Ramakrishna, maybe we can invite you to say a couple of final words.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Ray, you want me to answer any specific question? Hello, can you hear me?
I think maybe you can just, especially for the benefit of our international participants, just talk briefly about India's journey to where we were to how we've reached here today.
Okay. I mean, you know, we started the ethanol program in this country way back in 2002, 2003. But I would still say that, you know, that journey was started, you know, I would say that in the recent past. But the first ethanol blending program in this country was taken up way back during the Second World War. That was during the 1943 and 44, when we did 20% of ethanol blending in gasoline, and it was called Power Petrol, and this is what was sold in the city of Mumbai. I wish that, you know, we had continued with that program after the Second World War, but we gave it up. Though the program was initiated in again in 2002 and 2003, and I was quite involved in sensitizing the central government, and the minister at that point of time was Sri Ram Nayak, who was the Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas. He was sensitized in a national workshop that we held in Bangalore between the voluntary organization that I represent and the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And he was quite impressed, and you know, he started the ethanol blending program in 2003. And you know, in the first policy in 2009, the national policy targeted to do about 20% blending of ethanol and you know, in you know, petrol, and 20% biodiesel in diesel by 2017. However, you know, there was no big push that was given as far as the policy was concerned. And in 2014, when the government headed by Prime Minister Modi, you know, I was requested by the government of India to help them in you know, taking the program forward. We realized that the ethanol blending was at somewhere around 1% on a pan-India basis, and the biodiesel blending had not taken off at all. So I would say that in the last 6 years, we have looked into the biofuel program across the globe, and also come up with a new policy, and a whole lot of new programs have been initiated. You know, since morning, many speakers have touched upon the fact that you know, the ethanol program, we are quite close to achieving the 10% target that we have set for 2022, and the target that we had set for 2030 has been advanced to 2025. That's about 20% blending of ethanol. And we also see that as the ethanol you know, availability goes up, looking at ethanol also being blended with diesel, which probably will be a first initiative in India. And as the chairman of the Karnataka State Biofuel Board, I did initiate, and we ran about 2,200 buses with ethanol blended in diesel up to about 7.8% quite successfully and without any modification to the engine. And this is something that we are considering taking this up at the national level once we have more ethanol available after we have achieved 20% blending. And two other programs, we have given a big push to the biodiesel program. And in the biodiesel program, though we have challenges of, the feedstock issues, we have identified UCO as a low-hanging fruit and come up with new, new regulations at this point of time to control the used cooking oil. And we have a program for repurposing the used cooking oil. And we expect almost about 300 crore liters of biodiesel coming from the used cooking oil itself. The program for production of oil seeds required for both the biodiesel program as well as for the biojet program that Dr. Day was talking about. We need to initiate programs in quite a big way in the country. And I think, we have fairly good ideas to how we need to do it and where do we bring the resources and the technology that is really required for it. And the other important program has been the compressed biogas program, where we have quite an ambitious program of achieving, the 15 million metric tons, which the Honorable Minister was talking about in the morning, by setting up 5,000 commercial plants making use of different types of wasted resources that we have in the country, which includes the agricultural waste or the agri residues. We have the municipal solid waste, we have the industrial waste, and we also have the different types of animal dung, as well as the sewage water. So we are looking at all these kind of wasted resources from which we will be able to convert them not only into the CBG, but also into many other fuels as we move forward. So the 350 million metric tons of carbon that Dr. Ray was talking about can come from these kind of resources. All we need to do at this point of time is look at the existing technologies and address the kind of gaps in the technology and start mapping these technologies onto the resource base that we have in this country. And I'm pretty sure that we will be very soon talking about replacing 100% of the fossil fuels in this country as against 10%, 20% blends that we are talking at this point of time. So I would like to just stop at this, and if there are any specific questions, I would like to.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna. We can hand it back to the organizers in case there are no other questions.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. And I specifically thank Dr. Anjan Ray, Director of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Indian Institute of Petroleum, for chairing the session so well. And I thank all the speakers for shedding more light on this topic of aviation biofuels for sustainable future. And here we'll take a very short virtual networking break, and we'll recharge our batteries and we'll come back for the plenary session 6, where we'll be discussing green hydrogen, zero emission fuel for mobility. So we'll be back in a while. Thank you so much for having joined us. It was indeed a pleasure listening to all of the speakers and to the chair as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass, feedstock, and residues, and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic to fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power to liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes. Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass, feedstock, and residues, and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic-to-fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power-to-liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes. Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass, feedstock, and residues, and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic to fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power to liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes. Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass, feedstock, and residues, and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic to fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power to liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes.
म्यूट है अभी मेरे को भेज दो
Good evening, Dr. Malhotra. I could see you on the screen.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Sir, I will have to leave the session by 4:20. I have a meeting with the US, Russian embassy people.
अच्छा.
तो मैंने इनको रिक्वेस्ट की मैं अपना प्रेजेंटेशन मेरा हो जाएगा 4:20 तक 15-20 मिनट का है. With your
in fact, that is what I was going to request everybody to try, and in fact, you try and complete it by 4:19 because 4:20 is not a good number.
Yes, that's right.
In fact, I was just calculating that we have 8 speakers who are listed. And assuming that I don't speak, we have only 90 minutes, and that gives us barely 10 to 12 minutes for each speaker. So, of course,
hopefully I should be able to finish in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
I've not included many slides. First, I speak external, but I just collected some of the slides for presentation.
You being the opening batsman has got grace for 5 minutes. So please.
I have not used that, perhaps.
No,
we still have 5 minutes?
We have about 2 minutes, I think, by my watch to start.
Okay.
And who else on board? There is Professor Nigel Brandon, if he's there.
Yeah, hi. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Nigel. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That Professor Makato Harada.
Yes.
Was given an award this morning.
Morning. But in Japan is evening.
Yes. Yes, for you it is probably evening, but yes, for us it was 10 a.m. in the morning.
Yes.
And congratulations to you for the Excellence Award.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased. Very happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Mr. Christian Fauduc. He's Managing Director, Hydrogen Products in Switzerland. Then Dr. K.K. Pant, Professor and Head of Chemical Engineering.
Good evening. I'm here.
Hi, good evening, Professor. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
We are colleagues at the LKMT, I think. 3 of us at least on this program. And Mr. Alan Knights, is it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Knights, is it? Now I repeat again. I don't want to mispronounce your
You can say niece in English. It's
okay,
fine.
niece in English, okay. And we have Professor Joris Proust and Mr. Edgar A. Kirkwick. Edgar Kirkwick. I suppose they'll join us. So I think it's 1600 hours Indian Standard Time, so we can begin. I'm Anil Razdan, former Secretary Power, and I'm Additional Secretary and Special Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And I'm the Honorary Chair of the Energy and Environment Foundation. So it's my pleasure to welcome all the 8 speakers to this very, very important segment of this conference, because hydrogen is the fuel of the future. It's been talked about as being the fuel of the future since about 1993, when I did read about a WEC publication of the World Energy Congress on the subject, where hydrogen was looked upon as the fuel of the future. We're almost 27 years down the line, 28 years almost, and we're still hoping it becomes the future fuel. It will become, I think. It's inevitable. But the subject as listed for the conference is green hydrogen, zero emissions fuel for mobility. Now, when we talk of green hydrogen, to me, it gives a further qualification. The hydrogen itself on consumption is green, but if you can generate it by green technology, that would be a truly green hydrogen in that sense. Now, I think only the Scandinavian countries, by and large, have been working on hydrogen that is produced from electrolysis by windmills, energy generated from that. But I presume that will be the greenest form of hydrogen, both in production as well as in its use. We have today a very eminent panel of some of the leading lights in hydrogen. And the first speaker is Dr. R.K. Malhotra. He's an old colleague and friend. He's the Director General of the Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry, a former chairman of the Indian Oil Corporation, and headed the research and development wing of the Indian Oil Corporation for long. I know of his work there, his eminent work there, and I think we could not have had a better person to kick off this discussion than Dr. Malhotra. Dr. Malhotra, the floor is all yours. I have only one little housekeeping to do, and that's like a housewife. I have a very limited budget of hardly 120 minutes, and I have to dish it out to 8 speakers. But being the opening speaker, Dr. Malhotra, please have your 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Sir, go ahead, Malhotra sir.
Okay.
You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, okay. So very good afternoon to all of you. In India and overseas, I don't know whether it's good morning or good evening, I don't know. Who are the people joining from which country? So anyway,
good day.
Thanks to Mr. Anil Razdan sir. He has been a well-wisher for long. So thank you for inviting me, sir, for this panel. And in fact, I have another meeting, as I told you. I could have normally, that meeting was to be at 4. I shifted it to 4:30 somehow with a lot of difficulty because of you. I could not say no to this session. So with these words, let me now share, if with your permission, sir, let me share the screen so that I have a brief presentation, a few slides which I have so is it now? Okay.
Yes, you're with us.
So it is, as you said, the topic for today is green hydrogen, zero emission for mobility. And as we go along to the next slide, okay. So you can see this, that the climate change and global warming are some of the, the issues which have come in great light during this pandemic, which we have seen for last 1 year. The excessive growth of fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions, everybody knows about it. The Earth global surface temperature, which is rising, and if with business as usual, we will not be able to survive. So I think we will have to shift. Oh, if you have shared it, please go to the next slide, please. I thought I'm sharing it, so I was trying to change myself. Okay. So this climate change impact is beyond the planet health to health of people. You know, we have been seeing the rise of sea levels, melting of glaciers. Recently, we had a problem in India where one of the glaciers had burst and caused havoc in one of the Himalayan region state. These kind of floods, cyclones are being seen. So this is all result of the climate change. So meeting this energy demand amidst climate commitments is one of the major challenges all of us have who are working in the energy sector. And we will have to, hold this temperature under control. So India is also one of the countries which is signatory to the intended nationally determined contribution INDC targets, what we say for curbing the greenhouse gas emissions by up to 35% from 2005 levels by 2030. That's our commitment. And this session is talking about zero emission for mobility. Transport sector is one of the important role in achieving this target, and we have to do that. So global transport sector contributes to about 25% of all anthropogenic CO2 emissions, NOx emissions further from the energy which we consume in our transport sector. And vehicles, besides their direct impact on CO2 emissions, they also cause air pollution in our cities, which cause health implications. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in this connection, our Honorable Minister for Petroleum, Natural Gas and Steel, I believe he was there in the morning session in this conference. Earlier in various statements which he has made, he has said that India will chart its own course for energy transition in a responsible manner, and let us go to intensify our efforts to adopt a healthier mix of fuel to protect natural ecosystems for healthier and greener future. India's massive biofuel potential, etc., expanding the natural gas coverage and push for renewable electricity. And he has also said that we have an opportunity to explore hydrogen for a decarbonized future. Similarly, the international energy agencies, Mr. Faith Barrol has said that after this COVID-19, when the countries are working for investments and reinventing their recovery packages and so on and so forth, they must include investments not only in electricity alone, but in hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. So these are some of the important things which are being laid, emphasis being laid by the International Energy Agency also. Next slide, please. If you look at the global energy leaders on energy transition, BP, Shell, Total, everybody is saying that they will have to look at very seriously. They are reducing their expenditure on hydrocarbons and looking for greener investments, and energy transition post pandemic is definitely going to be renewable energy, which will enable us to produce green hydrogen. Next slide, please. Now in India, if you see one of the leading energy provider or the refiner, Mr. Mani, he has said that treating carbon dioxide as a liability, one can use it as a raw material by adopting technologies whereby we can complete the energy cycle. So he believes that there is a need to provide efficient, clean and affordable energy, and we have to do it in a responsible way. So that's business. We should not confuse between a clean and unclean. So what he means is that if you can capture the carbon in refining, recently they have also procured the crude, which is net zero crude. And also, if you can control the CO2 emissions in the refineries and produce hydrogen in a way that whatever CO2 is emitted, you capture it and convert to chemicals, there is nothing like clean and unclean. So even that is blue hydrogen, what we call, could be complementing the green hydrogen. Mr. Adani, who is a big player in solar and renewable business, he is thinking that India will have a major, hydrogen will become a very major thing in India's basket of renewable energy. Next, please. So that is how the people are feeling. Indian Oil is also one of the largest company where I have worked all my life. Is also betting big on hydrogen. They are using hydrogen. They are producing hydrogen. They know how to sell hydrogen, but they will be focusing more on blue hydrogen, brown or blue. It's brown initially and blue, but green hydrogen. Also, they will be expanding their infrastructure, but not to that extent. So these companies, unless they transit totally to renewable energy, which the many others will be doing. India's emphasis on solar energy and wind energy, etc., and bioenergy will lead to green energy. But I personally feel that if the blue hydrogen will be required to complement green hydrogen. So next slide, please. So if you look at the production pathways, you have fossil fuels like coal gasification. In coal gasification, if you can capture all the CO2, where is the problem? And you can use to chemicals, convert it into chemicals. Then I think that is also a way that you have hydrogen, which is blue, and which will complement green hydrogen produced from renewable sources. So we should not be seeing and looking at only green hydrogen to decarbonize the various sectors of economy. I personally, I'm of a strong opinion that we must look at the blue hydrogen, which will complement the green hydrogen in time to come. Next slide, please. On the back of rapid growth of renewables, which we are seeing in India, I think the hydrogen will be driven by this. We need hydrogen to utilize the growth in renewables, which will be growing very fast. And the growth in renewable power gives us great opportunity. So this is a tremendous opportunity. But simultaneously, I think that blue hydrogen will also, the energy growth will be there. Both green and blue should grow to provide the decarbonized energy for various sectors. Next, please. So somehow this shows the market, hydrogen market is going to be very big. It will grow very fast. The growth up to 2040 is projected to be 3 times nearly and 8 times by 2050. So you can see there will be huge investments in time to come in hydrogen, and hydrogen is on a great growth path. Next slide, please. Now coming on to the mobility, which is also a topic given by Mr. Razdan for this session. If you look at the internal combustion engines and the fuel cells and the battery vehicles which are being talked, I personally have a strong view that hydrogen fuel cell vehicles have advantages of both the IC engines and also the battery electric vehicles. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions, the IC engines is not that good, and you have to use the fuel like petrol, diesel, fossil fuels. But if you use the fuel cell, you can have a long range like IC engines. Refueling time is also small. Like petrol and diesel, you have limited weather impact and scalability to wide range of vehicle sizes. You cannot have batteries for very large trucks. So you can adopt the fuel cells for buses and trucks also. These are again zero emissions like battery vehicles, high fuel efficiency, instant torque, and variety of fuel sources to produce hydrogen. On the other hand, the batteries have limited range. You need a lot of charging time. You need packaging space for the batteries in bigger vehicles. It is just not possible. And the greenhouse gas emissions, when you look at during the battery manufacturing, the greenhouse gas emissions are much higher. So if we are talking about decarbonizing and decarbonization and want to take care of climate change, possibly the emphasis being laid on battery electric vehicles is not the right way. I personally feel that we have to go to the hydrogen fuel cell way, so as we have no pollution in our cities or while we are running our vehicles, and we will also be able to use whether green hydrogen or blue hydrogen, and also taking care of the carbon emissions. Next slide, please. So if you look at this slide, which I have borrowed from Fraunhofer, is a very big, very nice comparison of the greenhouse gas emissions with diesel, battery, and fuel cell vehicles. And it very clearly shows that the fuel cell electric vehicle is a clear winner. When you have hydrogen from renewables, there is no doubt about it. But even if you have 50% of your energy mix is coming from natural gas and 50% from wind or solar, you are far better than the battery vehicles. So this particular kind of scenario need to be looked at. The red one is showing the bar is showing the electricity which is used by the battery electric vehicles, and also in the manufacture and disposal, you have a lot of energy which is consumed. So that which causes the greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. Next. Now, if you look at global scenario of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, around 12,000 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles have been sold globally since 2013, when the growth has started happening. 50% of these are in California, which is followed by Japan. and Toyota accounts for 77% of such sales. By 2021, at least 11 automakers, including Toyota, Lexus, Hyundai, Kia, everybody is BMW and Mercedes, etc., including some of the Indian players like Tata Motors, and one of the company in Italy owned by Mahindras will be also in hydrogen fuel cell business. So this is becoming a great interest area for mobility. Toyota's hydrogen fuel cell boss feels that their vehicles by 24 will be as cheap as the hybrid cars of today. And the cost of the fuel cells are coming down substantially. While on the other hand, the batteries, major cost is of that of the lithium and cobalt. And once the demand of batteries go up, this unless you have new battery materials, this will not be sustainable. So as far as the fuel cells are concerned, the cost will come down. Likely, on the other hand, the battery cost may go up. So on not only on greenhouse gas emissions also, but on the cost side also, in long term, the fuel cell vehicles are going to be more, clear winner in this scenario. Next slide, please. So I would like to sum up that climate commitments for reduced greenhouse emissions and cleaner air for the cities, we just need hydrogen. The rapid growth and falling costs of renewable energy as well as electrolyzers are leading to competitive hydrogen prices. Options of fossil fuel-based hydrogen production, grey hydrogen, fossil fuel-based hydrogen production, combined with carbon capture, utilization and storage, blue hydrogen, need to supplement green hydrogen while we move eventually to green hydrogen. I think the path has to go through these also. The cost of fuel cell is also coming down at a rapid pace, as I said, and the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles offer, in my view, better options as compared to battery electric vehicles in terms of life cycle emissions, longer range, quick refueling time, etc. So let us make strides towards a decarbonized economy and promote the hydrogen fuel cells for mobility rather than laying overemphasis on battery electric vehicles. That's my view. So thank you for the opportunity, and I think I have finished my presentation in 15 minutes. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra.
I will be happy to answer.
Thank you. You worked in a commercial organization, so you value time unlike me. Thank you very much. But if there is any quick question, maybe, what would you call brown hydrogen?
Brown is brown or gray, whatever is coming out of, if you do coal gasification, if you don't capture CO2 in the refineries also, whatever hydrogen comes from natural gas or oil, you don't capture CO2. That is the, you call sometimes gray, sometimes brown, those kind of things. That's the, and if you can capture carbon dioxide and convert it into chemicals, etc., or that it becomes the blue hydrogen. Even if you don't, you just capture it and maybe use it in the EOR for the oil exploration also, so then it becomes blue hydrogen. It's basically capturing the CO2, not allowing it to emit to the atmosphere. Produced from fossil sources, but CO2 captured, so it becomes blue hydrogen.
Thank you. That's a good definition.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the panelists before Dr. Malhotra can leave?
So as I said, sir, I have another meeting, so I will excuse myself.
Thank you. Yes, I told you that
some mails can also come, and I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. It's 4:19. It's time for you to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Now, our next speaker for the day is Professor Nigel Brandon. He is the Chair of Sustainable Development and Energy in the Imperial College London. Professor, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. And can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, look, thanks for the opportunity. And I think I have 10 minutes, right, to try and speak to you a little bit today. So yeah, to follow on from that very nice introductory presentation, I'll talk a little bit more about the role of green hydrogen. We'll take a mobility focus, but I think as the previous speaker identified, I think some of the opportunities around hydrogen really cross different sectors of the economy, and that's a very important thing to recognize. This picture here kind of paints a picture of why hydrogen's of interest. And I should perhaps just say right at the start that the surge of interest in hydrogen today is really driven by global commitments to a net zero economy. And it's that commitment to a net zero system, whether it's an economic system or an energy system, that's driving the interest of hydrogen, particularly to decarbonize some of the otherwise quite hard to address sectors of the economy the previous speaker highlighted, like long distance transport, trucks, heavy duty vehicles, industrial decarbonization, and industrial heat, and perhaps space heating as well. This picture paints this is a picture that paints a map of that. The previous speaker talked about blue hydrogen, so we can get hydrogen from a variety of sources, whether that's including fossil fuels. We can do thermochemical processing and produce hydrogen, and if we sequester the CO2, that gives us a source of blue hydrogen. If we take low carbon electricity, we can come through electrolyzers and make what we call green hydrogen. So provided the electrons are low carbon, the hydrogen will be low carbon. We can take this green or blue hydrogen and then use it in a range of applications for the built environment, for space heating, for example, for transport, for mobility applications. We'll talk about that. And also importantly for industrial decarbonization, for example, for steel making and other heavy industries. We can also take that hydrogen, and it's a precursor then to making e-fuels or synthetic fuels. We can combine it with CO2, and we can start to produce synthetic liquid fuels as well. So it's an important part of many aspects of our future low carbon energy system. Now, this is a UK slide, and I don't want to dwell on it, given the conference is coming from India, but it just makes the point that when we start to look at the flows of energy through a national energy system, this is the UK, we have a variety of applications. And in the UK system, this line in the middle here is our transport fuel use. So that's primarily petroleum-based fuels today, diesel and gasoline. The red squiggly line at the bottom is our electricity use. And the blue line at the top is our natural gas use. And again, when we start to think about hydrogen, we cannot continue to use unabated natural gas in a zero carbon system. So we need to switch that natural gas for other low carbon carriers. And this is again where hydrogen could play an important role as helping to contribute to many different aspects of the energy flow. So we use natural gas today for heat, but also as chemical feedstock. And we can switch that out for hydrogen, at least in part, if not in full. The other thing we must always remember around hydrogen is its air quality benefits. We're talking here about carbon, but no matter whether the hydrogen is brown, gray, blue, or green, when we utilize that hydrogen, we get low emissions local to the point of use. This is a NOx map of the City of London, where red is high, and in fact it's in breach of European rules and regulations. And the main arterial roads around London, and this is Heathrow, are very clear. And this is associated with NOx emissions from transport in urban environments, which is clearly a health hazard as well. So there are other benefits around environmental air quality that hydrogen brings at its point of use. Now, when we're talking about green hydrogen, we're going to focus on green hydrogen today. We are talking about making hydrogen by electrolysis from renewable energy, from renewable electricity. And whilst this talk duration doesn't allow me to go into this in detail, there are a different range of different types of electrolyzers, from alkaline to polymer to solid oxide, which range in technology maturity, with alkaline being long established and most mature, and solid oxide really yet to break into the market at any substantive level. And they have different advantages and disadvantages. They run at different temperatures, but all of them take energy. You need energy to put in, and you need somewhere around 65 to 70 to perhaps 90% efficiency of taking our electricity and turning it into hydrogen. So the question is around cost, right? And what some of the challenges for green hydrogen today is it's the most expensive form of hydrogen. It's more expensive than blue, that's made with carbon capture, which is of course more expensive from making it with unabated CO2. But what's the prospects for the future? Well, 60 to 80% of the cost of green hydrogen is the cost of the electricity that goes into making it. So the future costs of green hydrogen are very sensitive to renewable prices. This particular report is from ARENA. It's relatively recent. I commend it to anyone that's interested in this topic. And it paints a picture of how costs might fall, both from falling renewable energy prices, improved electrolyzer efficiency, and improved lifetime, that might take us right down to the point at which this becomes the lowest cost form of hydrogen in due course. We've done some studies in the UK as well, and we come to a similar conclusion. Again, the majority of the cost today is the electricity cost. This is a 2030 picture for the UK, with the grey bar here is the cost of power, and the blue bar is the cost of the electrolyzer itself and some operating costs on top of that. Our forecasts are that by 2030, this green hydrogen will be cheaper than blue in a UK context, driven mostly by offshore wind, with the prospect of it becoming even cheaper again out into the future. Once we've got hydrogen, then of course hydrogen is just an energy carrier. It can be a chemical feedstock and have value in that sense. But its value is also in terms of being turned back into power. You can put that through a fuel cell. Previous speaker mentioned those. You can put it through a gas turbine, which are being increasingly developed for hydrogen. And you might be able to put it into other forms of internal combustion engines as well. But as a rule, a fuel cell is the most efficient way of taking that hydrogen and turning it back into power. So when we talk about hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, we're normally talking about this type of fuel cell, the polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell, in which we put hydrogen into an electrochemical cell, and we directly extract energy from that, electrical energy from that, without going through a thermal stage. So we don't have to burn the fuel as you do in a normal heat engine. You electrochemically extract the electrons and transmit those around an external circuit. And this gives us a very high efficiency energy conversion step. So fuel cells are the highest efficiency means of turning any fuel into power, and they work particularly well on hydrogen. The majority of the applications use these low temperature fuel cells. I shall touch on some applications that use these higher temperature fuel cells as well. So what's the status? Just to, again, the previous speaker gave us a nice overview. We're increasingly seeing light duty transport. If you look back 20 or 30 years, the real focus for hydrogen for mobility was around light duty. I think that picture is changing, but nonetheless, Toyota, Hyundai and others continue to make progress on light duty hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. This is our own Toyota Mirai that we have at Imperial College in London. But I think the real attraction, particularly in the short term, is around larger duty vehicles. These are fuel cell buses, which I think are a really interesting opportunity. Difficult to electrify with batteries. Trucks, heavier duty vehicles, again, very difficult to electrify with batteries, where hydrogen fuel cells play a potentially major role. We're seeing a lot of interest in hydrogen fuel cell trains, particularly to replace diesel electric on suburban lines, taking fare-paying passengers in mainland Europe now. And again, I know I don't have long left, but it's also worth reflecting that there's a lot of room for innovation in this space. We set a company up 20 years ago, which is a fuel cell company called Ceres, and now doing very well. And this company has partnerships with Bosch, and it has partnerships with Weichai. And in the transport application, so it's Weichai Power in China, we're now putting fuel cell, higher temperature fuel cells onto buses in China to provide hybrid vehicles, which is as well as a range of stationary applications. Finally, I just want to talk on hydrogen as a large-scale energy store. This is a UK piece, but it's an analysis of what happens if we go for large-scale offshore wind, and in the winter the wind stops blowing, which it normally does in Northern Europe for a period of several weeks. You end up needing, and the UK isn't that big a country, but you ending up needing tens of terawatt hours of storage, energy storage, to buffer that. That's very hard to do with batteries. In fact, it's probably impossible. So how do you buffer that? And this is some analysis. It's a German study actually looking at the capacity of underground hydrogen caverns in depleted solution mine salt caverns. And these numbers here are tens of terawatt hours, and tens of terawatt hours is down here. So all of these European countries would have capacity for hydrogen storage sufficient to meet a shortfall in large-scale renewables. And that's obviously one way of addressing that strategic issue. And we're also working on other new technologies as well. This is a new flow battery company that we've set up based around a hydrogen-based system. So I'm conscious of time, so I'll draw it to a close there. If anyone wants more information on any of the things I've discussed, there are some websites to look at.
Nigel, I don't think you've got to rush, because I've just got word that maybe two of our colleagues are not yet joined or may not join. Right. So I think you have the luxury of another 5 minutes, probably.
Well, why don't I see if there are, I've kind of got to the end. I can go back and cover some points in more detail, of course, but why don't I just see if there are any questions first, and I can pick up one in.
The question I would like to raise before you is, which you see you're sitting in the UK, and if I could make out, I think maybe the Hyundai vehicle you were talking of 70,000 pounds, or what was the cost?
Yes, yes, 70,000 pounds. That's GB, British pounds. Yeah, so it's expensive.
Yes, it is expensive. That's what I thought. In terms of Indian currency, well, we talk in lakhs, which is
It'd be a large number.
10 million. It's a large sum of money.
Yes.
And if you want the developing world to be adopting this.
Oh, you've gone on to mute, I think.
How can you expect people to be adopting this mode of transport when probably they're used to buying vehicles at 1/10 the cost?
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, it's an absolutely fair point. And, you know, obviously the first places to adopt these sorts of technologies are likely to be countries where there's a greater ability to pay. And that makes a lot of sense if you're a technology developer. You've got to bring early scale technologies are more expensive. These are still not at volume manufacturing. So relative to the vehicles that Hyundai or Toyota make, these remain expensive vehicles. But if you talk to the vehicle developers, what they're saying is, look, these are in relatively small numbers at the moment. They're not made in our volume manufacturing process, but they give us learning and they give us technology evolution. They give us early customer adoption. Obviously, they see a channel and a path to getting these vehicles out at the same sorts of prices they currently manufacture with vehicles in due course. In fact, all manufacturers see electrification as a route to lowering vehicle cost ultimately. It's the same with batteries as we go to larger and larger volumes. So you're absolutely right. Of course, there has to be technology that's affordable, otherwise it won't be adopted. And we're on the journey towards that. You know, the most expensive part of this car today is the hydrogen storage tank, which again are made in using kind of aerospace grade technology in relatively low volumes. The fuel cell is no longer the most expensive part, though there's still room for cost down. So again, if the automotive companies are confident that if they move to scale, they could significantly lower the price of that component, for example. So there's work to be done, absolutely.
On the lighter side, Nigel, if your hydrogen fuel tank is very large and the body of the vehicle is of the lighter stuff, you might be floating in air rather than on the road.
Yes, I think we're some way off that. I think sadly the amount of hydrogen you can store in those tanks relative to the weight of the tank is still relatively small.
So anyway,
so I don't see any concerns with the density of the vehicle.
Density, but what about other qualities of explosions or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, of course, to highlight
safety.
Yes, of course, it's a very important point when managing hydrogen. I guess a couple of things to say. One is that all fuels have hazard. Clearly, we've learned to manage the hazard associated with petroleum and with gasoline and diesel. Hydrogen has hazard, and it's a different sort of hazard. If you have a petroleum leak, you get a pool of liquid on the floor, you get a vapor buildup, and then you can get an explosion in that vapor cloud. If you get a hydrogen leak, it's lighter than air and will disperse. So the hazard around hydrogen is not so much where it leaks around the vehicle, but where the hydrogen can gather if that vehicle is in indoor space, for example, a garage or in a tunnel. So this is about managing the ventilation in areas where it's stored or making certain there's airflows available. The tanks themselves have had lots of robust testing, crash testing, people firing guns at them and all sorts of things to demonstrate that they are safe and effective.
And the vehicle insurance costs are the same for conventional and these vehicles?
Yes, yes. So we drive this on the road in London, and it's a nice car to drive. It's an expensive car to own, and it's frustrating that there aren't many refueling points. But beyond that, it's a very nice electric car, does 300 miles, and you can refuel it in 3 minutes.
Thank you. That's great. Our next speaker is Professor Makato Harada, whom we had honored this morning with an Excellence Award. And I would request Professor Makoto Harada. He's from the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, AIST, and research advisor, Tokai University, Japan. Professor Harada, please.
Yes, it's me. Okay.
Yeah, we have your slide here.
Is it okay?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Makoto Harada, Tokai University, Japan's hydrogen energy and renewable energy. Expectation for hydrogen. Today's theme is this. Appreciation. It is a great honor to be here to present today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much so much. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all concerned partners. I will do my best to this presentation, but I'm not good at English, excuse me. So, yeah.
No problem, sir. Not my mother tongue also.
Huh? Okay.
Not my mother tongue also. Please go ahead, Professor. You're absolutely fine.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely perfect. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Okay. Today's theme is an overview of hydrogen energy technology in Japan and the future. Today's outline is first is a background and the introduction. Why is hydrogen energy needed in Japan? Second is an overview of hydrogen energy technology in Japan and the future. Third is a summary. This picture is left up is 11 megawatt fuel cell systems. And this guy is Mirai and buses and stationary fuel cells and Honda Clarity is a vehicle of fuel cells. First is background and introduction. Japan is tackling activity on development of clean energy system and hydrogen technologies. Why is hydrogen energy needed in Japan? First is, Japan had to improve the environment. The industrial area of the 20th century in Japan was poor in environment. Left side is the Kawasaki near the Tokyo metropolitan city, 1960s air pollution. But 20 and 50, after recovering photo in Kawasaki, this is the fossil fuels of the cause of the air pollution. So overcome, photograph of sky over Kawasaki cities as adjacent to Tokyo industrial area in Japan overcome heavy environment problems. Secondly is the Great East Japan earthquake attacked in 2011. This photo is March 11th, 2011, around 21 o'clock. Earthquake is hit is afternoon 3 o'clock in Fukushima, this point. But this photo is a night, about 21 o'clock. It can be seen that the power transmission is Tohoku, especially Fukushima region is weakened It's an orange line, but good electricity is yellow or the silver, and the amount of the is lower and reddish comparative of the regions. You know, Fukushima nuclear power plant accident. Even after 10 years, the aftershock had not subsided, and nuclear power is still unstable, unusual. Breaking news, the 7.3 magnitude quick attack before the midnight last Saturday, 13th February, in Fukushima. More than 100 people were injured. Broadcasters say be careful of earthquake for the next 10 years. It's a hydrogen exploration at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. Thirdly, the biggest problem is that Japan does not have a primary energy. Background, Japan's energy situation is primary energy. This point is coal, oil, natural gas, and renewable energy and nuclear. About 80% is fossil fuel, but greenhouse gas is rather increasing. Reducing GHG is a target minus 26% in 2030 and 2050 is minus 80%, where our Japan need to reduce global warming gas and rescue the domestic primary uses energy.
Lost your screen. Hello.
Professor Makato, you are muted. Can you please unmute
Yes.
yourself?
I lost his picture on the screen also.
Okay. Okay. Petroleum, coal, gas, innovation and technology for green energy transition. No? Okay.
We can hear you, but may I get your screen back?
Screen back.
Yeah, please speak on. Let's hope for the best.
Okay. Japan need to reduce the global warming gas and rescue the domestic primary use for energy. So, based on the above, Japan is developing below 3 important technologies. First is petroleum, coal, gas, innovation and technology for green energy, transition and sustainable further fuel for global climate change challenge. Second is it is a technical development of hydrogen and renewable energy and the effective utilization of low carbon of fossil fuel. Third is hydrogen energy is the only fuel that can be combined with a renewable hydrogen, green hydrogen. It's a green hydrogen. And fossil fuel is the important position. Japanese government, Prime Minister Suga said last year in October, Japan would aim to realize a carbon neutral and carbon-free society in 2050. Based on this, it marks the development of the 2050 carbon neutral green growth strategy. This strategy is an industrial policy to mark the issue of the carbon neutral in 2050 virtuous the cycle of the economic environment. To achieve this goal, need for international cooperation. 2. Overview of hydrogen energy technology in Japan and further. Liquid to hydrogen tanker and hydrogen fuel cell bus and hydrogen refueling station. Last is a fuel cell vehicle and the electric hydrogen station. This is a Honda production. Fuel cell mobile is a system of flow of the hydrogen energy and the overview of the facility. First is the production. Reformer on-site type. And second is a carrier. Carrier is a trailer. Trailer is a gas trailer and liquid trailer. Lower is a liquid hydrogen type. Upper is a gas hydrogen type. And the second is a carrier, and the third is a storage accumulator, and four is a delivery. Is a dispenser. And gas line is gas is a liquid dispenser, and the electric generator is that a fuel cell, stationary fuel cell. Many equipment is needed. Now developing Project 1, Japan, Australia International Hydrogen Project, transporting liquid hydrogen from Australia to Japan. Australia is coal mining and hydrogen production plus CCU. And hydrogen transport liquid hydrogen. And last is hydrogen supply. Hydrogen supply is Kobe in Kansai. Overview of Kobe hydrogen terminal. This is a liquid hydrogen tanker, Hydrogen Frontier, named Hydrogen Frontier, this ship. And the second is a hydrogen loading arm. It is very high technology. Loading tube is 6 inches diameter. And the third is hydrogen, liquid hydrogen tank, 2,500 kiloliters. Diameter is 19 meters. That's a vacuum thermal insulation tank. This is a very big. This is a very big tank. And fuel cell. Fuel cell development is over 30 years. 90s fuel cell car is this. But these successes have not been achieved soon. This figure is a fuel cell vehicle of 1990s. It is a very different shape from the current car. You may also notice that it is a little smaller. Japan has been development of fuel cell vehicles for over 30 years. But these successes have not been achieved soon. Japan has been development fuel cell vehicles for over 30 years. The slightly older type of car shown here is a fuel cells manufactured in the 90s. Every company was trying to prototype such a car as opened the way to commercialization. In fact, some cars traveled throughout the town and had a proven track record. However, there are several things such as those that stop on the way and these that have not moved at all. Thus, it is considered that the development of fuel cell vehicles have been commercialized through the various experiences. This figure is a top view of a fuel cell vehicle. A stack of fuels is spaced in the center. Okay, excuse me. And connected to the power control unit. The yellow tank is a hydrogen tank. It also has a lithium-ion battery. Also, the motor is a very important device. In this way, our fuel cell vehicle is an automobile that can be called an electric product.
Excuse me, Professor Harada.
Hi.
Maybe you could conclude in 2 minutes?
2 minutes, okay. This picture is a commercial Toyota and Honda to date approximate 40,000 fuel vehicles have been sold. However, the target volume has not been reached. And in Japan, target number of fuel cell vehicles about 200,000 by 2025, about 800,000 by 2030. Many fuel cell vehicles have been purchased since last year. Development hydrogen fueling station. Left is Japan's first hydrogen fuel cell station. Right is a new hydrogen fuel cell station. Hydrogen production first is only 30 normal cubic meters per hour, but new hydrogen refueling station is 300 normal cubic meters. And the pressure is double. Technology development continue to evolve. Now target number around 360 locations by 2025 and 900 locations by 2030. Water electricity hydrogen production system. This is a world's largest hydrogen production equipment. 10 megawatt electrical power for hydrogen production and solar power generation equipment of 20 megawatt in Fukushima. And the 82-1, it's Toshiba's power. Japan enters the new energy era, and the JR is to trial Toyota powered fuel cell train. And last is a proposal system of incorporating a hydrogen separation membrane. CCS process flow and separated hydrogen is used. CO2 is EOR, enhanced oil gas recovery, and pure hydrogen is product. It's a good system for the fossil fuel.
Professor, I think we will need to conclude quickly.
Yes, there is the last. Japan has been developing hydrogen energy for more than 5 years. Few years. Many hydrogen energy projects are now being carried out as input in practice use. Japan has been a leader in the hydrogen energy technology. However, recently there is a project that requires the international cooperation for each country, and Japan is paying attention to India. Thank you very much for your attention. Excuse me.
Thank you, Professor, for your very illuminating talk and showing the practical side of it. And we look forward to owning hydrogen cell vehicles for in the times to come. Thank you so much. And we look for Japan's cooperation with developing countries. Our next speaker is Dr. K.K. Pant. He's professor and head of the Department of Chemical Engineering in the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He's also adjunct professor at the University of Saskatchewan, Canada. Dr. Pant, please go ahead. Your slide is already on screen. Thank you. Yes, Professor, your slide is on screen.
Yeah,
Can
you hear me?
Now you.
Yeah. So
now we can.
Good evening once again, and from India, and thank you, Professor Rajdan, for providing me the opportunity to speak on hydrogen for the vehicular applications. So I will give you the glimpse about the turquoise hydrogen, which is also nowadays very important because the green hydrogen is little bit difficult in view of the current scenario to achieve. So this is the demand of hydrogen, and you can see that currently 70 million tons of the hydrogen is required. And if you look at for transport purpose, it is less than 0.4 million ton per year. And if you look at the data for 2030, it will be around 1.6 million ton per year for transport purpose. And in 2040, it will be 4 times, that is 6.4 million ton per year. But where from this hydrogen will be coming, that is a challenge. And most of the time, presently, the hydrogen which is being consumed is either by refinery or petrochemical or fertilizer industry. Having said that, we always talk about a gray hydrogen. So gray hydrogen is something where you are allowing the carbon dioxide into the environment, and mainly you are using the fossil fuels, mainly natural gas, which is our crude oil composition. When you talk about the hydrogen with carbon capture, so that is now the current scene, and the world is looking in terms of the reduction of carbon dioxide into the environment, because already 400 ppm is the carbon dioxide concentration in the environment. So in order to cut that, the carbon dioxide when produced can be captured and stored, and that hydrogen is called blue hydrogen. And if you look at here, the 0.8 to 1.12 kg of CO2 equivalent per kg of hydrogen produced is to be stored. The third concept where the hydrogen is produced, right, in terms of water splitting or other sources, you call them green hydrogen. But the question is that when you produce the green hydrogen, you use again the fossil fuels like natural gas, and then the cost of CO2, if you look at the CO2 emitted to the environment, is still 0.92 to 1.13 kg carbon dioxide equivalent per kg of hydrogen. So although CO2 is not going to the environment, but the kind of energy which is being utilized, that is still, you cannot call that a green hydrogen. Having said that, we talk in terms of turquoise hydrogen. So turquoise hydrogen is something where you can produce the hydrogen from the fossil derived source, but instead of using the fossil source for input energy, you use the energy from like solar energy, wind energy, or other sorts of energy. So here your carbon dioxide emission is almost negligible, and this can be a good alternative to the green hydrogen. And this is also good in terms of the economy of hydrogen production. So this is one of the concepts which is something for natural gas. You pass it to the liquid metal, and the heat will be generated from the solar photovoltaic cell, and there is no now CO2 into the environment. And here the carbon, which is, because this is a direct decomposition of methane over molten metal, and you can capture the carbon in the form of solid instead of carbon dioxide, and which have multiple applications. So we are doing this kind of research at our lab. And this side you have the hydrogen, which can be used for the vehicular application. This is the work which we are doing at IIT Delhi. So you have a fluidized bed reactor, you can have methane. So presently we are using the electrical energy, but the future, what I have already shown you, so you can have the hydrogen, which is called blue hydrogen here. But if you use the solar energy, this becomes the turquoise hydrogen, where the hydrogen is from the fossil derived feedstock, but it is a pure hydrogen along with the kind of carbon which you see here in the form of carbon nanotube, and this carbon nanotube has a lot of commercial application. So this is also very important application where you talk about the recyclability of the catalyst, how much catalyst is regenerated with time, and how much hydrogen can be produced. So that is a part of research which is being done. The important thing when you talk about the hydrogen production, whether it is blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, right? So most of the time, you know, that is the steam methane reforming, and cost of this hydrogen production mainly depends on the cost of natural gas and the size scale of the plant. So roughly it is 1.26 when you talk about the steam methane reforming hydrogen production, but you are not capturing the carbon dioxide. So if you do not do that, then this is a gray hydrogen, which will be 12.4 kg of hydrogen, which emits per kg and gives a, right? So you need to capture that carbon dioxide. Once you capture that carbon dioxide, you see here, you are able to reduce the carbon dioxide into the environment, but now cost of hydrogen production is increased to a level of 1.88. In contrast to this, if you do this, which I am talking presently the need of the country, you pyrolyze the methane, you have a hydrogen and carbon nanotube. So the cost of carbon, now the hydrogen production when you talk about is 1.75, which is below this because you are calculating the cost of carbon nanotube also, which has the commercial value. So this is very important here in terms of the reducibility of carbon dioxide and kg of carbon dioxide which is emitted. If you compare this natural, that is the fossil based fuel, versus this solar energy, nuclear energy, right, then the cost, because water splitting is very important nowadays for hydrogen production, but the cost is still, you see here that $8.87 per kg of the hydrogen, which is not affordable. So that is where the cost is to be bring down if you really look for the green hydrogen. So this is when you talk about the natural gas pyrolysis, which I am talking here, at the production cost of hydrogen will depend on the kind of carbon nanotube, and then it can be a hydrogen production cost will be roughly with carbon capture and storage. If you look at 1.5 to 2.5 USD per kg of hydrogen. So this depends on that what is the market value of carbon nanotube which is produced, and accordingly the cost of hydrogen will go down. So a couple of approaches which can be used, that when you talk about the turquoise hydrogen, you need to use the energy from the renewable sources, and then you can have steam methane reforming. You capture the carbon dioxide, so you can have so there are different stages where you can capture. So this is the stage one. You have methane with steam reforming. You do the water gas shift reaction here, and then you capture more than 99% carbon. There are a lot of methods by like processing adsorption, or you can capture the carbon dioxide. So this is one of the approach where you can use the biogas also and capture, or biogas can be reformed directly, which is a dry reforming process. You can have methane and carbon dioxide, you reform, you will have hydrogen and CO, and again you do the water gas shift, so you will have pure hydrogen, you capture the carbon dioxide, and that is purely a green hydrogen. So that is where the concept of green hydrogen has come here. And this, whatever the CO2 you capture here, CO2 in the second unit, and that can be reused or used for the irrigation purpose, for different purpose. So these are available carbon dioxide capture techniques. So some of these are well known, like process unit adsorption is well known. Amine based absorption process are well known. But presently what we are looking in terms of carbon capture using some kind of greener solvent, like ionic liquids, deep eutectic solvent. So these are the new methods where the carbon dioxide can be captured, or some kind of aerogel structure by which you can have a more than 80% porosity, and that can have a high absorption capacity for the carbon dioxide. And this can be a kind of metal organic framework type or chemical organic framework, which can be captured, and then this carbon dioxide can be converted into methanol, dimethyl ether. So we are working on CO2 to methanol and dimethyl ether. So that is one of the value added product which can be converted, right? And carbon dioxide can be converted into value added product. So these techniques are already well known. I'm not going in deep of that. So this is, but when you talk about the challenges in terms of blue hydrogen, right, or turquoise hydrogen. So you need to look at the carbon capture, and the economy is very important. So production via steam methane reforming when you talk, so natural gas reacts with the hot steam, right, which gives the syngas, and then you use the water gas, and followed by a carbon capture and storage. Then you need to look at transport, that is via pipeline. So that is again, right, will increase the cost, that in what way it is to be done, right. Then commercial application or vehicular application where hydrogen can be used for commercial application. So this turquoise hydrogen, which I'm talking in our lab, we are working on this, where we are just using this methane and natural gas, that decomposing it directly in a fluidized bed reactor over some catalyst. So you need to design a catalyst. So nickel-based catalysts are good. And then you can have hydrogen along with carbon nanotube. So this approach is where you talk about low carbon dioxide production of hydrogen, ultra low carbon dioxide production of hydrogen. That is where you are talking this concept, a yellow one, and near zero carbon dioxide production of hydrogen. And that is where you can use the solar energy and use this solar energy for methane decomposition. And you have the hydrogen and carbon nanotube. Carbon nanotube can be used for different applications. At the same time, another concept here, which where the biogas can also be used. You have bio-enriched, right, methane, and then you decompose this methane, and or you do partial oxidation, partial decomposition of this. So you can have the, say, 10% hydrogen, 90% methane. And that hydrogen gas, already IOCL is using this technology, and they are using it for vehicular, running the vehicles on trial basis. So this hydrogen plus methane is also a good vehicular fuel for vehicular application, and relatively have better property in terms of safety compared to the hydrogen. So we are talking on this concept, the same that is when you talk about really green hydrogen. So this can be, right, all in the morning, but the right lot of the waste material is available. So if we can use this, right, crops, animal manure, food waste, and generate this biogas, and this biogas you can have, right, a kind of the processing adsorption, you can get just methane, and that methane can be converted into hydrogen or hydrogen. Or you can have this dry reforming of methane and carbon dioxide, and then you can do the water gas shift, and again you can have this hydrogen or hydrogen gas, and along with carbon nanotube. So this can be used, and this is the, I think, the future where you can have the waste to energy, waste to wealth, and lot of things are being done on this area by Government of India. So hydrogen gas, already as I said, that this is, right, a alternate. You can have, instead of pure hydrogen or natural gas, methane, you can have a combination of hydrogen plus methane, and then you have less than 50% NOx reduction over this. And there's a kind of, right, IOCL has already, right, installed this kind of hydrogen based engine, and this can be used for running, right, all these, right, in terms of automobile application, hydrogen can be used. So that is the challenge, but I'm saying that you need to understand the reaction. So we are working on natural gas decomposition in a reactor, where the fluidized bed reactor, or how to separate the hydrogen and carbon nanotube from the catalyst simultaneously, and then you can have the hydrogen. So this is where we are working with HPCL R&D on a 1 kg pilot plant, and then for the further commercialization. And that is where how the carbon nanotube, which can be obtained, will have the commercial value. So you needed to find out a green source of energy, which can be solar energy, then type of reactor, and then under a given condition, you can convert the methane into hydrogen. So product will be a carbon and pure hydrogen, and temperature range can be different depending upon the type of reaction. So just to conclude here, what I'm saying, that green hydrogen, which is an excellent option for mobility, but at the same time, turquoise hydrogen, which is just the hydrogen obtained from the fossil fuels, right? Because there's a huge demand of hydrogen. So the biomass itself may not be sufficient. So we need to look at the fossil fuel, but at the same time, the carbon dioxide capture, right? That is important. So you convert it to blue hydrogen or reach to a level of green hydrogen, what I call the turquoise hydrogen, right? That could be one of the attractive options. A new technology for production of this turquoise hydrogen need to be explored, as it is equivalent to a green hydrogen in terms of CO2 emission. And catalytic decomposition of methane, right, to hydrogen or hydrogen, which we are doing along with carbon nanotube. This is one of the environmentally friendly options, right, where the CNT is a valuable byproduct. And hydrogen gas is a transition towards pure hydrogen as a vehicle fuel. So since, because of paucity of time, I stop here, and thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bug, for your sharing your technology experiments with us and also your developments. I'm sure there will be questions at the end. Meanwhile, I will request Mr. Alan Knies, the Business Development Director at the Cummins Hydrogenics Corporation, Germany. Go ahead, Alan. The floor is yours.
Yeah, the other presentation. Okay, now it's off. 1 second. Okay, thank you to the organizers for allowing me to present. I've been in the hydrogen industry over 10 years now, and would like to speak a little bit about what we're doing at Cummins and a little bit about the industry in general. It's not allowing me to change my slides. 1 second. Here. So obviously there's been a dramatic interest in growth in hydrogen globally. It's the only zero emissions gas out there, so thus we've seen a greater interest. And in transport, you know, the real applications, what we're seeing today in terms of focus globally is trains, trucks, and buses. We believe that batteries alone cannot do a lot of these applications. Thus, the hybrid approach or combined fuel cell and electric battery approach is a very logical way to do it. And Cummins as a company, we've been the world leader in propulsion systems in diesel for close to 100 years, and now we're moving into hydrogen and battery technology as well. As an organization, through various acquisitions and previously with Hydrogenics, where I used to be, we've got technology to support the full hydrogen ecosystem via world's largest producer of electrolysis systems, hydrogen storage. We've recently concluded a JV with a company called Enprox, a German-Dutch company. And then the fuel cell systems, both in terms of the core modules and the full integrated systems. Where we see the industry going is, as you know, hydrogen is a new energy vector. As mentioned, there was a lot of talk, interest many years ago. Maybe the technology wasn't quite ready, but today we know it is. The challenge, of course, is how to capture the energy. And with the advent of renewable energy, low-cost renewable energy, and renewables, as we know, are the lowest cost energy globally, the ability to maximize those renewables with hydrogen is a powerful story. Globally, there's massive amounts of excess renewable energy. In China alone, they said there's enough to pay or make hydrogen for 10 to 12 million cars already today. That's just in China. So there's huge amounts of excess renewable energy out there. There will be more as we deploy more and more solar, wind, etc. So there's a lot of opportunity to capture that hydrogen via electrolysis. As mentioned in other presentations, sure, there's blue and other hydrogen available, but our focus as a company today is at least primarily in the green hydrogen space. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and personally, I see there's a fourth energy revolution where we've gone from coal, oil, natural gas, and now to wind, solar, and hydrogen. That change is accelerating. There's interest from obviously climate change. There's a growth in political will. You see a lot of that in Europe now with huge investments in green hydrogen. Public money is going into that, and that's creating market solutions. As a company, we have a lot of solutions in this area. We're innovating, we're getting better technology, we're increasing R&D. And what we're seeing is that ability to adapt with the growth of the market is important, and support from government, at least to kick off this industry, is very integral to the industry, because without high capacity, costs are expensive. As mentioned, the Hyundai Nexo is expensive. Well, that's because they're only producing a few thousand. That will change quickly as we produce more. And the ability to ramp up is very important with a bit of government support. As we know, the oil industry had a lot of government support years ago and still is. It gets a lot of subsidies even today. But we believe that, those subsidies should be moved over to clean and green technology. The changing markets create a lot of opportunities. Innovators in the industry will create better solutions. And the Hydrogen Council, which is kind of the lobbying group globally for hydrogen, sees a huge opportunity in jobs, industry, CO2 abatement, and energy demand. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, these are some of the targets listed by the Hydrogen Council, and they've got some great information and graphics if you want to learn more about the hydrogen industry. That's kind of the key lobbying group for hydrogen globally. In the transportation space, you can see there's been a lot of projections by McKinsey and other organizations, but what I'd like to summarize is that hydrogen fuel cell vehicles have the same user interface as we have today in petrol or diesel. Greatest range, far greater than BEV, as we know. No issues with temperature. We've been deploying our fuel cell buses, for instance, in very cold temperatures where they really didn't have they'd had a challenge with a BEV. The other topic that not a lot of people talk about is recyclability. Fuel cells are very easily recycled, unlike, as you know, batteries. And we don't have major issues with metals. A lot of talk about platinum. We use very little platinum today. So thus, we don't have any major metal or precious metal issues. And as you can see on the right, this is where we see the market going, where in the green you see FCEV possibly working with BEV, but short duty or short duration will be BEV. But as you get larger and longer duration in terms of range, we see FCEV as the core technology. Just a little bit about projects and why I put this up. It's really to show that our experience in fuel cells has allowed us to do some of the world's biggest projects. We've got 25 years experience, 2,500 systems, millions of hours of operation, and we've deployed the first commercial rail projects in Europe. We now have orders for 150 trains already in 5 countries, and this is definitely the world's largest fuel cell project. And we are working with Alstom as a key technology partner. They wanted to be the world's first mover in rail, and thus they employed us to do this. Initial proposals went in 2015. We did trials in 2017, and thus we've been deploying commercial rail since 2018. So this is a great example where you have a large organization like Alstom, one of the world's largest rail companies, saying they want to get in this industry, they want to be a leader in hydrogen, and thus they engaged us to do that. In electrolysis, that's the technology we support. We deployed the world's largest electrolysis green hydrogen system. That's 20 megawatts. That was deployed and operational last year. This is more than double any system globally. As a company, we've got 70 years experience in electrolysis. We did most of Europe's power to gas projects, which were, most of them were in Germany, France, Netherlands, etc. But most of those were done by ourselves, and we continue to support large-scale expansion in electrolysis. And thus, this project that we did in conjunction with Air Liquide is a great example how the green hydrogen story is ramping up and costs are coming down. And that's the key issue. We fully agree that blue hydrogen will be a big part of the story, but over time, with lower cost renewables, greater ramp up of this electrolysis technology, we believe green hydrogen will be a big player in the industry as well. Just some of the first, we've got a lot of first in renewable hydrogen, transportation and fueling, and also in critical power. I won't go through them, but it's just to say that innovation is important for the industry. It's important to ensure that we are pushing the gauntlet in better technology. And our goal is to continue to be doing a lot of the first in the industry. So just to summarize, hydrogen we believe is essential for mobility applications globally when we decarbonize. major companies like ourselves, Cummins, here's a great example. The world's largest diesel engine company bought Hydrogenics, one of the world's largest hydrogen companies. And we're seeing a lot of changes in the industry and investments as we've seen globally. Hydrogen generation and cost reductions will see those costs come down. Of course, yes, the costs are expensive today because we're just starting to ramp up, but they will come down as we grow the industry. We move into other markets like India and other markets globally. And hydrogen is essential for a zero carbon future. I think that's a given. It's agreed upon by major governments around the world, by major companies, and we see that growth happening more and more. So I think that's it for me, and thank you again for the ability to present.
Thank you, Alan, for your very practical presentation. And I think if business gets into new fuels, that means that there's money in it and the future lies there. So we look forward to more such business collaborations with academia so that we can commercialize all the projects as soon as possible. One point I would like to raise with you here, and that is, how do you see, how much is the commercial interest in green hydrogen, and how much do you think is the commercial interest in what you call blue or turquoise, as Professor calls it, or even the gray hydrogen? Is there almost equal investment coming in as far as industry watchers are concerned in all these three branches, or is there a particular preference for a particular hydrogen?
What I see in Europe, I think there's definitely more of a push, at least from governments, towards green hydrogen. There's now already 40 billion euros committed towards green hydrogen projects in Europe. So I strongly believe both will have a role to play. The challenge with blue, of course, it's not completely CO2 free. You know, the technology is getting better, but it's not completely, and we're still using fossil fuels. So I think that area is a challenge, but again, I'm not against it. I strongly believe that there's a push for both. I think longer term, the view is that we need to move away from fossil fuels, and that transition will take time, and green hydrogen will be, I think, the eventual anointed area, but that's not going to happen overnight. So I strongly believe for a long time you'll have both, but at least for government funding and support to kick off this industry, the bigger impetus is on green in terms of funding.
No, but when you talk of Europe, are you talking in terms of Scandinavian countries and Germany, vis-a-vis, say, Hungary and?
Well, the big hydrogen pipeline, for instance, Europe. I mean, Scandinavia is not doing very little in this area. Most of it is France, Germany, the bigger countries. So the hydrogen pipeline that they'll be putting in around Europe will be in mainland Europe, if you want to call it, not in Scandinavia. Most of the projects are all in mainland Europe. The funding primarily has 4 countries have put in billions of euros. That's Germany, France, Spain, and Portugal. So those are the bigger funding entities. There's different projects in the UK I know of, but the majority of activity for green hydrogen is really in those areas.
Interesting. Thank you very much. I think it's the right time for the panel to interact. If any of the panel members have questions to ask of each other, it would be
hello, Professor Razdan. I'm very pleased to be here. I was presenting long time ago in the Indian strategy of PV on the summit with Dr. Anil Garg at that time, and he invited me to join here. Effectively, I'm from Europe, so happy to add a few comments. Also, I had prepared a few slides if possible, but I also just can comment, no problem.
Go ahead. If you can share, I have no problem. Shubham, can we get his slides?
Okay,
Yes, please. He's one of the panel members. Please go ahead, Christian.
Okay, great.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. I'm
Very
sorry, Christian. I was told that you were not probably joining in. That's why.
Oh yeah, there was a misunderstanding, I think. No problem. Okay, I do it fast and obviously happy to leave.
Managing Director of H2 Products Smart Energy Invest AG Switzerland. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Professor. And thank you all for being here in this.
I'm no professor. I'm just a layman.
Okay. Anyway, with a lot of knowledge for sure.
Just a priest.
All right. Good. So, in fact, just to introduce briefly Smart Energy, we are a private firm, investment firm from Switzerland, investing into renewable energies and innovation. And we have a large pipeline on solar in Europe, especially in Portugal, which is essential as the electricity cost is the main for the green hydrogen production. And we are striving to get green hydrogen competitive. And we are here today to add to this panel. In fact, we see a very significant potential for green hydrogen derivatives, synthetic fuel, green HVO, that's hydrogenated vegetable oil, and ammonia for the transportation sector, fuel sector. And would like to share a few views. I'll do it a bit fast because obviously there needs to be time for discussion. But I take a bit on what Alan said before. We are very much active in Europe, and exactly the 4 countries he mentioned before: Germany, France, Spain, Portugal. We have an urgent need for action here to decarbonize. And in fact, the European Union has committed high volumes in terms of support for establishing green hydrogen production, which is in the gigawatt scale, 40 gigawatts of generation capacity by 2030. And you can see here the individual countries with many gigawatts announced. And the question is, one is the generation, the other is the offtake. And we are talking here about the mobility side. And things become interesting when the costs obviously are acceptable. And the good news, as we also heard before, and I just share very few points here, that the cost of renewable energy as known has gone down dramatically and still has a good outlook from now until 2030. Taking also into account the electrolyzer cost, I just took here the alkaline as an example, as it is for now the most cost competitive at the moment, although we know PEM or solid oxide is developing, leads us to a path of costs which goes in the area of the conventional fuels. If we take into account a comparison with the carbon capture or clean energy, it becomes very competitive actually on a shorter time. A very interesting thought also is that right now the renewable energy has a challenge to overcome. Costs or electricity prices are expected to go quite down, especially also for PV due to the intermittency of the power. This is the latest chart from Bloomberg showing that there will be a gap opening also to PV, which obviously is a challenge for pure PV projects. But making PV with hydrogen, you have a hedging mechanism. You can shift also the time you use the electricity, and gives you a lot of new business opportunities. Looking into where short-term and longer-term, medium-term things develop, I just show here that, in fact, especially in the mobility side, trucks, passenger ferries, aviation, freight shipping, but also I don't want to forget about the cars, although there is really electrification a good option. But I put on the next slide, in fact, the light vehicles. Here we see the Mirai, which I also had the pleasure to try in Japan myself. And also at the first fuel station in Tokyo, that this is a very interesting case, especially for special fleets. Buses is even more interesting compared to electrification due to the range, and the trains, which we have talked about. And let me add another thought, as I'm not going into too much detail, as we have already talked about this, that on the shipping side, and I've been also talking into several shipping conferences, and all these pictures actually, just to say, I've been working 5 years in electric mobility also in the shipping and boat side. So all these pictures actually are with all done by myself, doing some explorations, and I saw the whole development from electrification, hybrid. We see here Venice with the hybrid approach, and then the hydrogen coming with a lot of things to do, because it's on the transport side, not only putting the hydrogen, but also making efficiency overall in the car better to make hydrogen a very good option. And so there's energy savings, etc. And last but not least, just mentioning on the aviation, there is a real problem to get the positive momentum back. We know that the aviation long-haul flights have been under discussion, not only for COVID, and with the synthetic fuels, and we're also working on synthetic fuel projects where you can directly convert hydrogen, capturing CO2 from the atmosphere or from industry, and merging this together in a very efficient process to produce real fuels. It can be kerosene, it can be diesel or others. And with that, use conventional combustion vehicles. And so we look into the full value chain coverage. I won't go into this slide for time reasons. And also just saying our focus is overall in Europe, but we are also open to further projects, as we did in the past in solar, also in India. So I'm looking forward to some connection here. And here just examples of projects where we go into the mobility as a use case, which is able to pay higher prices for hydrogen. Just to mention this, if we go to replace in heating hydrogen, you can only get low price. On mobility, the value of hydrogen is very high. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make a quick overview.
Thank you so much. A very useful input, and my apologies again.
No problem.
Do we have any speaker who joined us late? He's most welcome.
No, sir, we don't have any more speakers.
Okay. So if that is the case, maybe if the hosts can give us 3 minutes or 1 minute for each of the remaining speakers to kindly speak, since Dr. Malhotra is not with us. But maybe, Nigel, if you can make your concluding remarks.
I think Nigel Brandon had to leave early.
Okay. He had to leave early. Then there's Professor Makato Harada. I can see him on the screen, I think. Professor Harada.
Hi. Yes.
Thank you. If you have any concluding remarks to make. Any concluding remarks you'd like to add to conclude?
I have no question.
Your appreciation of the section.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Professor Pant?
Yeah, I have already spoken, but thank you for providing the opportunity. And all lectures were very good. I just got what's going on in the industrial market. But one of the important thing is that we should go with the green hydrogen. And at the same time, the economy is also important. Say, by electrolysis of water, still I think I'm not sure how this hydrogen will be economical for the commercial application when you look at the transport mobility, because you have to compare it with the gasoline, diesel, right, which are available at a cheaper rate presently. And then second thing is the storage of hydrogen. So that will also be a challenge. That so I think if you look at onboard type of reformers like fuel cell reformers, where you can have a kind of source of right, even water, right, by electrolysis, or methanol, right, which can be used for the onboard reformer. So these could be also, I think, further investigated for the future application. Another thing is sulfur iodine cycle for water splitting based on nuclear energy, but these methods are still not economical for commercial application. So those things are also looked into, in what way we can go for the green hydrogen.
Thank you very much, Professor. In fact, we've had an excellent panel. And if, Alan, you have to make any concluding remarks?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, to the professor's remark, we fully agree that green hydrogen is more expensive today. With the ramp up and huge commitments, especially in the EU, for funding. Believe that the cost gap will change very quickly. We're expecting within 2025 be comparative to fossil fuels or in that range. So once you have those large projects, we expect that green hydrogen will be a major player in conjunction with blue. But it remains to be seen how quickly that'll happen. But that's the goal, is around 2025, we believe. And of course, the ramp up of applications will grow. It's not just industry, but fuel cell trains, trucks, buses, and other applications will be an important part of usage, where we have zero emissions transport, as well as zero emissions production of hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must thank all the panelists for an excellent discussion and very practical. And they've given us, I think, a peep into where people are prepared to make investments and what is affordable and what is not affordable. I also take this opportunity on this platform to inform the panelists and other listeners that there is another trust operating in New Delhi by the name of Lavraj Kumar Memorial Trust. Lavraj Kumar was the Secretary Petroleum, and Professor Pant is also there with us, and Dr. Malhotra. And maybe sooner than later, we could be organizing another discussion, an event, an update, maybe a few months from now, and then we can have an occasion to meet all of you again. But thank you very much for a very, very enlightening discussion. It's been a pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I again would like to thank all the speakers, and especially I would like to thank Mr. Anil Razdan for moderating the session so well. Of course, we have had a great discussion on green hydrogen, zero emission fuel for mobility. And I would also like to inform everybody here that the proceedings of the conference will be video recorded and shared with the participants after the conference. So you can have everything at your disposal. Everything is being video recorded. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for this very interesting discussion. And we'll take a very short tea, coffee break, and we'll recharge our batteries and come back for another interesting panel discussion that is going to happen at 6 p.m. That is in about 20 minutes from now. So thank you so much. Let's meet after some time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Bye. Have a good day.
Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, The superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass feedstock and residues and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic to fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power to liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes. Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass, feedstock, and residues, and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic to fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power to liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes. Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission. Many technologies turned out to be really disruptive and contributed to the development of our low-carbon liquid fuels. Here are some examples. One of the first technologies deployed around 2014 is the technology for biorefineries. Such refineries convert organic feedstock, such as biomass, feedstock, and residues, and waste oils to produce the high-quality liquid fuels fully derived from renewable sources thanks to the use of green hydrogen. Such refineries are very flexible and can use almost any type of feedstock. The second technology, known as plastic to fuel and feedstock, enables converting plastic waste into synthetic crude, which will then serve to make fuels for transport or feedstock for other industries. A few years later, a low-carbon technology enabling the production of green hydrogen started to be deployed. The technology is based on the electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen by using renewable electricity. The electrolyzer has the potential to provide large quantities of renewable hydrogen for targeted large-scale applications, either in industry or transport. The last example I will showcase is known as power to liquid. This technology uses renewable power to contribute to the production of liquid fuels by producing green hydrogen, which then reacts with CO2 captured from air or from other waste products to produce a mixture of hydrocarbon chains. These fuels are also known as e-fuels. The liquid fuels we use today are the result of all these low-carbon technologies, which enabled these tremendous emission reductions, whilst ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of each of the transport modes. Hi. This morning, I'm going to present my science project on the evolution of energy used for transport. A variety of energy sources can be used for transport: electricity, gaseous fuels, and of course the main source, liquid fuels. Has it always been the same liquid fuel? No. So let's go back in history. Liquid fuels for transport appeared more than 150 years ago and were petroleum-based for a very long time. About 40 years ago, new feedstocks began to be used, biofuels, first blended in small quantities into the original product. The inclusion of biofuels in transport resulted from the global agreements to address climate change by collectively reducing CO2 emissions. During those 40 years, continued efforts and investments in research and development for low-carbon technology enabled transitioning transport to the low-carbon sector we have today. The challenge at the time was quite simple. There was an emerging technology for passenger cars, electric battery vehicles, but no alternative for planes, ships, and trucks. In fact, the superior energy density of liquid fuels was such that it was almost impossible to find an alternative that could deliver the same performance for these transportation means. A lot of research was done to find new technologies that could provide low-carbon solutions, some quite surprising. Engineers and researchers realized that there was not one technology that could solve the equation. In fact, a variety of options were required to meet the objective of addressing climate change. Liquid fuels with lower carbon emissions over their life cycle appear to be one of those technologies. These low-carbon liquid fuels are based on a net zero carbon cycle where carbon is captured and released again after its use, making it thus net zero emission.
Yes, Mr. Sheffield. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. Good evening.
Good. And congratulations for the award.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my dear. From Japan. So, Mr. Sheffield, we are excited about your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just Hi, my dear. Dr. Gail.
Good evening, everyone.
Aishwarya, let Dr. V.K. Garg join.
No, not so far, I think, sir.
Yeah, join. Yes, join.
All right. Shall I start, sir?
Yeah.
Aishwarya, you have to say something?
Yes, good evening, everyone. welcome to the plenary session 7, where we are going to discuss about the potential and future of hydrogen. And I would like to welcome all the speakers for this session, this evening session. I would also like to welcome the chair for this session, that is Dr. V.K. Garg, former chairman, General Electricity Regulatory Commission, and also CMD Power Finance Corporation. Good evening, Dr. Garg. And shall I introduce the speakers, or would you do that?
Well, if you do it, it will be good. Otherwise,
All right,
I'll do it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Let me introduce the speakers for this session. We have with us a very elaborate panel from actually across the world. We have with us Dr. John Sheffield, Professor of Engineering Technology from Purdue University, USA. We also have with us Mr. Werner Dewald, who is the chairman of German Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association, Germany. I would also like to welcome Dr. Mohammed Musa Omran, Executive Chairman of Egyptian Electric Utility and Consumer Protection Regulatory Agency from Egypt. It is also our pleasure to have Dr. Gonke Matt, a Research Fellow from Stockholm Environment Institute, Sweden. And I would also like to extend my warm welcome to Dr. S. Dasappa, Sustainable Technology, Center for Sustainable Technology, IISc Bangalore. And we have with us Dr. G.D. Yadav, Professor, Institute of Chemical Technology from Mumbai. So my warm welcome and good evening to all the speakers for this session. And now I would give the floor to the chair, Dr. V.K. Garg. Sir.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You attended the morning session where I had welcomed you all to this city of Delhi and its nice weather. I hope you would have felt it, but since it is all virtual, so you can't enjoy the weather of Delhi. With this, the topic is quite contemporary and at the same time quite complicated, and in the sense it requires a lot of what you call as education, emancipation, and awareness, creating awareness about the future, the potential, and the way forward. As an investor and a regulator, I feel the first hydrogen thing, if I remember correctly, was sometime in 1807. And 200 years down the line, we have been talking hydrogen. We know it is good. We know it is clean. We know it is good for health. We know it is going to be efficient, but it has not been able to make much progress. And the oil, of course, one of the sources for hydrogen is extracted from the gas and natural gas. And the oil and gas, they overtook hydrogen and ruled the 20th century. Last 3 decades, we have been hearing about the hydrogen fuel cell and its application in automotives. Honda has tried on some, and Toyota is also trying on some vehicles. There are some vehicles operating in the United States, some operating in Sweden. But still, we are to see a commercial scale application of hydrogen fuel cell, which is A, commercially viable, economically sustainable, and financially fundable. Thereafter, it is one can what you call as one can carry it, one can store it, one can transport it, one can refill it, and in case there is a problem on the way, one can have the facility to rectify it or to make the vehicle go. Today, the battery, which is a much earlier but much later phenomena, is making good inroads into automotive sector. And we have the battery assisted what you call as the EVs, battery-assisted electric vehicles. But we have yet to see on commercial scale hydrogen fuel cell powered electric vehicle. Now I have a panel where each one of them is an expert and a leader in their own perspective. So we would like to understand and know from them where we are and where have we been lacking and where and how we need to go and take advantage of this hydrogen fuel cell, which is supposed to be one of the cleanest fuels and good for health of the society in general and humanity in particular. Thank you. And with this, may I invite Dr. John Sheffield, Professor of Engineering Technology of Purdue, USA.
Thank you. I will open my slide here and share.
Sure.
So is this visible for everyone?
Yes.
Okay. The title of my presentation is One Small Step for Hydrogen, One Giant Leap for Humanity. As in the welcoming comments, I wish we were, probably all of us wish we were there in India. Here, when I look outside, it is projected to be minus 20 degrees Celsius today with 20 centimeters of additional snow last night. So we're ready for the virtual world to end and go back to our normal mode. So I'm a professor at Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana, in the United States. For those of you who are not familiar, it's close. The closest large city is Chicago. I also serve as the president of the International Association for Hydrogen Energy, and for the last 42 years, I've been an editor for the International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, published by Elsevier. So if we then turn our attention to a story, and I will use the nickname of the Purdue University. It's called the Cradle of Astronauts, and it's for good reason. Our 25 Purdue astronauts have flown in the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, commercial, and in-training missions. The most famous Purdue astronaut was Neil Armstrong, who upon taking his first step onto the moon, uttered the words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." So I paraphrase his expression into our new venture in the clean renewable energies. So let's take a quick flyover, thinking that we're Neil Armstrong on our mission to moon. And so I'd like to share with you a bit of a story. It starts with the race to the moon. The story begins in September 1944, when an American general and a professor met in a car parked at the end of a runway in LaGuardia Airport in New York City. The general was Henry Harley Arnold, the only U.S. officer to hold a 5-star rank in 2 different U.S. military services, first in the U.S. Army and later in the U.S. Air Force. The professor was Professor Theodore von Karman, a Hungarian-American aerodynamicist and jet propulsion pioneer at California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, California, in the Los Angeles area. The general wanted the professor to draw up plans for aeronautic research for the next 20 years. So began the space race with hydrogen for propulsion. Fast forward 30 years. On March 18, 1974, in Miami Beach, Florida, Professor T. Necdet Veziroglu opened the Hydrogen Economy Miami Energy Conference, or the theme conference, by proposing that hydrogen energy system as a permanent solution for the depletion of fossil fuels and the significant environmental problems caused by their utilization. A small group of scientists and engineers commenced to establish the International Association for Hydrogen Energy. Today, we call those visionaries the hydrogen romantics. At the age of 97 years old, Professor Veziroglu continues unrelenting efforts for the advancement of hydrogen energy systems. For example, last year, just about a year ago, Professor Veziroglu and I and 3 others from the International Association of Hydrogen Energy met with His Holiness Pope Francis in the Vatican to discuss how hydrogen energy has benefits to address the challenges of climate change. It wasn't a very hard story. The Pope is trained as a chemist, analytic chemist. About 10 months later, a hydrogen Popemobile, a hydrogen fuel cell Popemobile, courtesy of Toyota Motors, was delivered at the Vatican on the 9th of October, 2020. So as you can see, miracles do happen. Now, let's go to another race. This is the latest one we would call the Race to Zero, the United Nations initiative, a global campaign to rally leadership and support for businesses, cities, regions, investors for a healthy, resilient, zero carbon recovery that prevents future threats, creates decent jobs, unlocks inclusive and sustainable growth. As we saw, some of you had in the video, the green hydrogen is produced by utilizing renewable energy, such as wind and solar, to power electrolysis that splits water into its constituent parts, and widely regarded as the leading contender for decarbonizing emission-intensive heavy industry and transportation sectors. So you'll hear from a representative from Ballard later on. Now, if we look at the Hydrogen Council, their graph in the vertical axis looks at hydrogen being competitive with low carbon solutions. And on the x-axis, the hydrogen is the most competitive, or is less competitive compared to the conventional options. So the upper right corner is the best case, heavy duty trucks. So in respect to the Race to Zero, I will share with you a case study of student design projects. So the Race to Zero student design projects. We use 2 new innovative pedagogies, teaching methods. The first is called COIL. It stands for Collaborative Online International Learning Projects. The COIL is this innovative pedagogy that facilitates virtual international exchange by giving learners the skills to successfully link a course project at one educational institute with another in a different country with different cultural settings. So much like we're doing today. The COIL in a Venn diagram looks at the intersections of internationalizing the curriculum, high impact practice, active pedagogy, active learning. It helps develop the 21st century skills, and it personalizes the learning, much like the video shown with the descriptions earlier. The second pedagogy is called VAIL. It stands for Virtual Experiential Intercultural Learning Projects. VAIL is a new innovative pedagogy initiated at Purdue University during the COVID-19 pandemic as an effort to create collaborative online opportunities. University students across the globe staying put in their locations, but that doesn't mean that they should miss out on meaningful collaborative research projects. For students who successfully completed optional training, they received a global competency certificate. The 4 core areas included self-awareness, awareness about others, emotional intelligence, and bridges to other. This certificate here illustrates for Salvador Gonzalez from Lima, Peru, studying engineering at UTEC. Now, the project that this Race to Zero student design for the heavy duty vehicles and transportation sector was located in Peru. It's a Canadian mining company, Plateau Energy Metals, has concessions in the Puno region that's north of Lake Titicaca and southeast of the capital city of Lima, not far from the Pacific Ocean and bordered by the country of Bolivia. Now, it gives a clean tech strategy assets. So for the Race to Zero initiative, one of the things is to look at a global perspective of the technology. And this particular project has very strong project economics, low cost. From the mining company's perspective, it's 100% control. There's no concentrator or some other in between that takes some of the value of the chain. It also has a high quality product. The purity of the lithium carbonate is 99.74% on site. And that means that 99.5% lithium carbonate is considered battery grade quality. It has green initiatives, capabilities, is scalable over the life of the mine. It's also the 6th largest hard rock lithium deposit in the world. The hard rock deposit means that it can be produced to the purity within a day or two, not months that the lithium lakes might require. The bottom line is the exploration upside. 30% of the mineralization footprint drilled to date and regional targets have been established. So this gives the student design project this opportunity to see what the lithium mining opportunities might exist. Now, just yesterday, Jaguar Land Rover made the announcement that by 2025, the Jaguar will only be producing electric vehicles, in 4 years. So with Tata Motors' leadership in owning the Jaguar Land Rover industry, it gives us an example that lithium has this growth potential. So one of the other aspects of these global projects, a Race to Zero is a global grand challenge, is to give them this particular project, the Valchani Lithium Project in Peru. And the net present value is 1%, $1.5 billion. The interest rate of return after tax is 19.7%. The payback undiscounted is 4.7 years. The cash flow after tax is almost, over the life of the mine, is almost $9 billion. The annual average over the life of the mine is $430 million per year. The operating expenditures for the lithium carbonate is just under $4,000 per ton of lithium carbonate. The initial capital expenditures is $587 million, a 33-year life with a expanded rapid production for 100% battery grade lithium. So this gives these students a very broad perspective of how energy plays into one of the energy intensive sectors that is in growth demand. In the feasibility, economic feasibility report issued last year for Plateau Energy Metals, there was green project attributes, top of the list for the future work to evaluate opportunities such as electric mine fleets. So in the first phase, that's what the students did. They looked at, for example, the Caterpillar 795F AC with a trolley power assist mining truck. Talking about surface mines, here we have a picture of the mining truck in the surface open pit mine, and the mining companies are increasingly operating in remote areas as resources become scarce. Mines in these remote locations are faced with high energy costs. Renewable energy microgrids can offer benefits, including energy storage systems, as shown here. Now, in phase one, as I said, of this project for the Race to Zero is greening of the mining fleets. The students evaluated the new trolley assist system for electric drive mining trucks, which lowers both the fuel and engine costs by boosting the speed on grade for greater productivity. The CAT model 795F AC electric drive equipped with the trolley assist charging system has become the most powerful mining truck in the world. Now, the students in their project also looked at all of the operations at the mine to understand what are the needs and what are the opportunities. And so their proposal was to install a solar photovoltaic microgrid for charging the electric mining fleet using a hybrid energy storage system. That is to say, both green hydrogen storage and advanced lithium battery energy storage. Now, to study and to design the microgrid, they use the Homer Pro microgrid software by Homer Energy, which is the global standard in optimizing microgrid designs, and it was developed by the U.S. Department of Energy, National Renewable Energy Laboratories in Golden, Colorado. The 4 attributes of this software is simulation, optimization, sensitivity analysis, and it has a hydrogen model for modeling. The simulation, its core, the Homer Pro, is a tool used to simulate a viable system for all possible combinations of the equipment that you wish to consider. The Homer Pro examines all possible combinations of the microgrid in a single run and then sorts the system according to the optimization variable of choice. The sensitivity analysis allows you to ask the question, the what if questions. And the hydrogen module lets you model systems that generate, store, and consume hydrogen. Now, here's a quick look at the Homer Pro microgrid and the loads that has the hydrogen. It also looks at the various electric loads, deferrable and thermal loads. In the components, we can see it has traditional generation, photovoltaics, wind turbines, renewable energies, but it also has the hydrogen components. So it has whether it might be steam methane reforming or auto reforming or electrolysis and the hydrogen tank. So with this, powering these students with the Race to Zero challenge, this is an example of what it might look like. So it gets us the schematic, the single line drawings, the green for the hydrogen and the dark blue for the electric. So it has the electrolyzer, the load for the charging, the photovoltaics, the generation, the batteries, and it also has a database, whether it be the NASA predictions of the World Energy Resources or the Department of Energy's own database. So within this, they, for the exact location where the mine is, they found that the best renewable energy source for the microgrid was a solar photovoltaic concentrator with a single axis tracking. Now, the students also looked for a good case study. The case study they wanted was a solar PV standalone microgrid system using a hybrid energy storage system, that is a hydrogen storage as well as battery electric storage. And they wanted this energy storage to stabilize the variable and intermittent solar as a renewable energy for a 24-hour per day demand, which is what the mining operations operate under. And they wanted it for a remote area. Now, the case study they found was in the outback of Australia, which is not similar to the high plateaus of the mountains, about 4,600 meters above sea level. But it did give them the confidence that they could know with some reliability, they can analyze the microgrid. In phase 2 in 2021, the second phase, the next group of students are focused on replacing the diesel engines that are in these electric drive diesel engine trucks, such as the 795F. Shown here is a smaller model, the model 794. It's still a very large mining truck. The powertrain is composed of the new power plant and the drivetrain. So the new hydrogen fuel cell with the hydrogen storage tanks provides the generation of electricity along with the battery subpacks that go to the power converters that give the power to the traction motors. So within this, the students are now challenged to replace the diesel engine with hydrogen, as well as having the hydrogen for storage of the renewable energy. Something happened there. Okay, we're back. Now, one might ask is, what is the mining fleet for the open pit mining? Well, the shown here is the truck. As we said, these very large trucks, and this particular mining operation, the proposal calls for 10 of these trucks. The payload is over 1 million pounds. The next would be the very large excavator shovel, On the floor of the surface mine, you perform excavation from the floor and then use the shovel to load the truck. On the vertical face of the open pit mine, you use these large wheel front loaders. The front loaders then can scoop up the material next to the vertical surfaces and load the trucks. Now, let me turn my attention to another company. It's a company that's also here in Indiana, and it's a Fortune 500 company, Cummins. It's ranked number 132 in this last ranking of the Fortune. Now, Cummins for the last 100 years has been producing diesel engines for trucks, and they have other other power components. And in their area, what they call new power, is shown here symbolically as if it's under one roof of a hangar, shows hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. So in this case, Cummins has gone from making diesel engines to sell to OEMs to produce transportation sectors to producing in terms of operational ability of, for example, here in the far left is a small fuel cell excavator or a delivery service van or a city bus powered by hydrogen fuel cell, or a Class 8 commercial truck, which is the long-haul heavy-duty truck, or a gray gear that's used in transportation distribution centers at seaports or at airports. So Cummins has looked at this transformation, the transformation from diesel engines to electric drive fuel cell systems. Now I want to share with you a very recent announcement. And this announcement takes effect on March 1st of this year. On March 1st, Jennifer Rumsey will become the President and Chief Operating Officer of Cummins. Let's see what Tom Lineberg, Chair and CEO of Cummins, says about Jen. Technology is evolving more rapidly now than at any other time in history. Jen's extensive technical experience and leadership make her ideal for the role of President and Chief Operating Officer of Cummins. I'm proud to share with you that prior to joining Cummins, Jen worked on fuel cell development in Massachusetts with Vera Fuel Cells. She earned her bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Purdue University and her master's in mechanical engineering from MIT. So with this, the challenge is for corporation, the leadership in corporations, the leadership in government, the leadership in higher institutions, and the leadership in public policy is the new generation is here. If you watch the video as we were waiting for this session to start, we see the new generation. And as I mentioned, with Jaguar's announcement of the 100% of their vehicles by 2025 will be electric vehicles. But at the same time, they announced that the Jaguar will have a concept vehicle on the road within 12 months, a hydrogen fuel cell electric drive vehicle. So with this, I provide you an opportunity to think about the challenges of leadership and think about the next generation. With that, these are my coordinates and my email if you wish to contact me, jsheffy@purdue.edu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sheffield. I think we'll have to have some time limit fixation because Professor took almost 30 minutes. And I know it is too short a time for a professor to compress his lecture within 30 minutes because the professors are used to teach on and on and on. So next speakers, I will request to kindly take about 20 minutes and conclude. Meanwhile, I'll request Aishwarya that Mr. Roy Sidev has joined. He was held up in another session to kindly introduce him. Aishwarya?
Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Garg, I would like to extend extend a warm welcome to Mr. Roy Segib. He's the Business Development Director, Ballard Power Systems from Canada. And like to he has joined us at this point in time. In this country, it's almost midnight, but he's taken out his time and he's joining us. So I'd like to thank having continue with the session now.
Roy Sahab, my apology for the technical glitch in the sound, which was little problematic.
Yes, should I take the presentation now?
Well, do we? Okay, go ahead, Professor Roy.
Should I take it from here, guys?
Sure, Mr. Roy.
Good. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Ballard.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy for the opportunity to present to you Ballard Power Systems. But first, let me thank Dr. O'Neill for inviting me to take part in this panel. So as you probably know by now, my name is Roy Segib, and I'm the Director for Business Development in charge for Ballard's, what we call DG business, power generation business, distributed generation. And I'm currently based in Israel. So I'm in a bit better time zone than presenting from Vancouver, Canada. And in this context, I'm happy to testify that I've survived the Pfizer's two-shot vaccine with almost no side effects. So you guys should not be too worried about it. With this, let me kick in about Ballard. Ballard Power Systems, headquartered in Vancouver, Canada, and is the leading PEM fuel cell developer and manufacturers in the world. As I've said, we are based in Canada and headquartered in Vancouver, beautiful city of Vancouver. A few words about Ballard before I get into a bit more details of the topic of this session of mine. We are over 42 years in the hydrogen PEM fuel cell business. We have over 1,000 employees today. We shipped over 700 megawatt of fuel cell products and equipped, and this is important, over 1,000 buses, 2,000 trucks, 12,000 forklifts, and large-scale DG fuel cells you'll be seeing in a moment. As today, we are also on trains, ships, which are equipped with our fuel cell technology. Ballard Fuel Cell Power currently is in the heavy-duty transportation business, primarily buses, trucks, trains, ships, and so forth. But we also supply our fuel cells into the power generation and backup business, which is going to be the topic of my talk today. Just before I kick in, a few words about Ballard. So we have global presence. We have a big office in Europe, in Hobro, Denmark. We have several JVs in China, some of them very big with Weichai, one of the biggest diesel engine manufacturer in China for the Chinese market. Quickly, Ballard, we are, I think, the only company which is really fully 100% vertically integrated. So we make everything from the MEAs, bipolar plates, through the fuel cell stacks, modules, and systems, as I will present in the following few slides. What are the most important applications for megawatt scale fuel cells? Most probably, the biggest opportunity for the megawatt scale hydrogen fuel cell is in the long duration renewable energy storage and power to power concept. However, data center backup application is probably the most immediate business for the hydrogen fuel cell today, aside from mobility, of course. I mean, needless to say that Ballard is the leader provider of fuel cell into the heavy duty and mobility sector today. primarily as the hydrogen cost has less impact. And when I talk hydrogen, is naturally green hydrogen. And with backup, the hydrogen cost has less impact on the total cost of ownership. Data centers backup systems require 48 hours of continuous power on site. Currently, 100% of those backup systems are using diesel gensets. Fuel cell for data centers solves all issues related to diesel gensets. They're quiet, reliable, and most important to this topic today, they're 100% zero emission. I should also mention here that Ballard, together with Caterpillar, was awarded the DOE funding to set up a 1.5 megawatt fuel cell for one of Microsoft's data centers in the US. Just to better understand the fuel cell advantage, we have assessed other alternatives for zero emission backups, especially for data centers. In this case, what you see here is a 30 megawatt data center. By the way, this is not a very big one. The latest one are 100 megawatt plus fuel data centers, which are run by the leaders of data centers today, like Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and so forth. What you see here is a 48-hour of storage on site. In this short, what you can see is a demonstration, just the real estate required to store 1.4 gigawatt hours of what is, I mean, the alternative could be lithium batteries compared with Ballard's fuel cell solution. In this case, the footprint for a fuel cell is 10x smaller than batteries with similar stored capacity. I can only guess nobody would want to have 300 containers, 40-feet containers with lithium batteries in their backyards, even if it is a data center. A bit about what we have done with the stationary business. Ballard has long experience with megawatt scale stationary fuel cells generators. One of the very first one was installed at Toyota sales headquarters in Torrance, California. This is a 1.1 megawatt system, generate gigawatt hours of energy, rectified Toyota's peak power demand. Certainly in this case, the hydrogen was produced via SMR, which was not green hydrogen back then. Our latest megawatt scale is in the refinery in the island of Martinique, utilizing the hydrogen from oil refining process. What is that we offer today? The stationary fuel cell offering. We have a product which we call ClearGen 2. This is our biggest product offer today. It's a single 40-feet ISO container, incorporates our latest LCS technology. This is 1.5 megawatt of power. Everything, including the balance of plant, power conditioning, and cooling, is installed within this product today. This is our biggest one we offer. However, the market today also requires a smaller unit, and this is our smallest fuel cell for the DG generator. The FC Wave is a 200 kilowatt single cabinet fuel cell designed to meet the maritime standards. This was originally designed to go on top of ships, ferries, and so forth. The single cabinet fuel cell can be cascaded of up to 1 megawatt in a single 20-feet container, as can be seen clearly in this slide before. And since I've asked to take a presentation which is longer than 10 minutes, I would like, just before we finish, I would like to take what I would like to recommend to take away from this short presentation the next slide. In this one is a head-to-head comparison of our ClearGen 2 1.5 megawatt versus a very, very popular diesel machine, diesel genset, which is called QSK60. This is made by Cummins. I was we've just heard that Cummins is putting a lot of efforts going towards hydrogen as well. However, what we've done here in this one is just to show that hydrogen is quite competitive under certain conditions with diesel gensets. In this analysis, I've assumed the cost of diesel of about $3.1 per gallon and $4 for 1 kilogram of green hydrogen. $4 per kilogram in some of the sunny areas of India and elsewhere in the world should be considered as a conservative assumption given in this case, the Indian solar resources. In this case, what I want to show, I mean, without getting into the detail, clearly shows that LCOE generated by hydrogen fuel cell is now with diesel genset, where in both cases, about 80% of the LCOE is the cost of the fuel cell. And with this one, I would like to say thank you for listening. And thank you again, Dr. Anil, for giving me this several minutes to present Ballard and its offering towards the hydrogen economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your excellent presentation. Do we now move to Dr. Mohammad Musa? Dr. Mohammad Musa, please.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the organizer of the 11th World Petro Coal Congress 2021 for inviting me to take part at this important gathering under the theme this year, Petroleum, Coal, Gas, Innovation and Technology for a Green Energy Transition. It's indeed my great pleasure to share with you the experience of the Egyptian electricity sector in the field of renewable energy and energy transition, as well as our strategy to produce green hydrogen. The global energy system is experiencing a significant change driven by a blend of innovation, digital transformation of energy sector rapidly gained attention, offering the new opportunities and the new market to help deliver efficient, affordable, and reliable energy to consumers. Renewable energy plays a vital role in accelerating energy transition. Advances in renewable energy technology and cost reduction provides the opportunity to pursue a much less carbon-intensive model of development. Green hydrogen is receiving a lot of attention as it could be a promising source of energy in the near future. It is projected to grow rapidly in the coming years. The energy leaders from around the world identified hydrogen produced by renewable energy as potential key accelerator of the energy transition and enabler for a wider global decarbonization. Hydrogen can help overcome many energy challenges and can enhance energy security by diversifying the fuel mix and providing flexibility to balance the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, green hydrogen may be an effective way to secure the production of renewable energy plants that depend on natural conditions, notably the sun and wind, whose intensively can change, impacting the production of electricity. In practical terms, hydrogen may it possible to store excess electricity produced at certain time and return it later. A good alternative for stabilizing national electricity grid. In the context of renewable energy, the Egyptian electricity sector has started its journey long time ago to accelerate the deployment of low carbon electricity source. Egypt has a potential to produce about 90 gigawatts of renewable energy. To utilize this potential, we have set a clear strategy with a target of cutting our emissions through increasing the share of renewable energy in our generation mix. The strategy has a target to achieve 20% of renewable energy in total generation capacity by 2020, and we will achieve this target by the end of this year, 1 year ahead of time. This share will be increased to 37% in 2030 and 42% in 2035. We are in the process to update our strategy for quick scaling up renewable energy and green hydrogen production. To achieve this ambitious vision in utilizing the renewable energy resources, a lot of procedures has been taken to incentivize, offered to encourage private sector participation. A crucial role was played by the government in creating an attractive environment for the private sector investment. As a result of these incentives, the latest prices we got under the BOO scheme, build on operate scheme, are $2 per kilowatt hour for solar and $3 per kilowatt hour for wind energy. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all may know, different countries and regions around the world are working intensively to develop their hydrogen strategy. Many countries in Europe has published their own hydrogen strategies, and others will follow. Germany and France are planning to develop jointly large-scale projects across the fuels value chain. Japan also has announced the next Olympic Games to be the Hydrogen Olympics. Portugal and Netherlands are working together to develop a strategic export-import value chain for production and transport of green hydrogen. With its strategic location, Egypt vision is to be an energy hub for electrical interconnection and corridor. Therefore, Egypt has worked very seriously to develop the infrastructure of electricity and natural gas pipelines, as well as has the potential to transport hydrogen to Europe, Asia, and Africa. In this regard, Egypt has put a plan to develop an economic viable internal market for green hydrogen, parallel to exploit and enhance export opportunities, where Egypt become a leading regional producer, consumers, and exporter of green hydrogen in all its supply forms. Let me share with you the measure has been taken by Egypt in this regard. A ministerial committee is working currently on the national level to study hydrogen and possible alternative for its generation and use. A working group has been composed to set a roadmap for future steps of using hydrogen, includes preparing a national strategy for hydrogen production, developing an action plan to implement the strategy, and studying the opportunity for localization and the hydrogen industry in Egypt in light of the national potential. On the 14th of January 2021, an agreement of intention was signed with Siemens company to start the discussion and the studies to implement a pilot project for green hydrogen production in Egypt as a first step, expanding the possibility of export. This policy of sustainable development has led in recent years to develop of major clean energy projects such as Bimbam photovoltaic solar complex in Aswan with a total capacity of 1,465 megawatt connected to Egyptian national grid. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several reasons we will push forward the green hydrogen industry, such as significantly lower cost of producing hydrogen from renewable energy as a result of the technological development in this field. The global urgent need to reduce greenhouse gas emission, as many countries has begun to take measures to decarbonize their economy, carbon neutral. Dependence on hydrogen has begun in recent years for major energy intensive applications such as cars, trucks, aviation, and heating applications. Based on this, there is indeed an opportunity to integrate hydrogen and renewable energy through the use of hydrogen in energy storage. With the development of electrolysis capabilities, it is expected that the cost of hydrogen production will decrease by half in the period between 2040 and 2050, while the cost of renewable energy will continue to decrease, with help relying on green hydrogen in many applications. Building on Egyptian experience in renewable energy, availability of qualified public and private partner, low cost of renewable energy, potential economy of scale, availability of legal framework for renewable energy certified, and the availability of matured infrastructure and diversified economy, there is a potential to cooperate, work together. International cooperation is very important for all players. On our side, I can assure you that Egypt is serious about clean hydrogen, and you will find in Egypt reliable partners. 2050 is not that far. The future has already begun. And I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mohammed Ogran, for your nice presentation and your exposition about what Egypt wants to do and how Egypt appreciates the green hydrogen and the efforts that are being made to use green hydrogen in Egypt. May I now invite Dr. Go Mete. Is he around? Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. So this was quite interesting to hear from different countries and perspectives. So I bring a European perspective to the discussion. And I'll be talking about some of the barriers and opportunities that we have identified within the working groups that I work with to hydrogen economy. So a little bit of an introduction to lead it. So I represent the leadership group for the industry transition, a Sweden-India joint initiative announced under the UN Climate Action Summit in 2019. And we bring together companies and countries that are committed to achieve net zero and embark on an industrial transition by 2050. And hydrogen had been identified as, of course, one of the solutions for industry decarbonization for heavy industries. Especially in Europe, we have a number of clusters, industry clusters that are looking at hydrogen as a solution alongside other technologies like CCS. Following that, we did have a series of roundtables to discuss some of the barriers on why the hydrogen economy is not perhaps scaling up, or perhaps it is, but what are the barriers and opportunities around it was a question. So I'll bring you that debate and share this with you in my intervention today. So what we've discussed, and please do take a note that this is from a European perspective. For sure, there are some lessons to be learned. But of course, the availability of hydrogen, its cost, its viability for different industries will vary from region to region. So when we looked at the challenges to the hydrogen economy from European perspective, we can cluster them around three main areas. So we have some regulatory barriers, we have a market challenge, and then we have a lack of infrastructure issue. And I'll also be looking at it from a European perspective, but also from an industry transition lens. So do bear that in mind as well. So I guess from a regulatory perspective, in the European framework, we do have a hydrogen strategy, but the regulations actually are not in place. We have Renewable Energy Directive, and if we consider hydrogen as a renewable gas, we have a Renewable Energy Directive that doesn't really cover hydrogen as a raw material or feedstock, where it is actually indeed used in making of green steel, for instance. And there's the current regulation doesn't have a level playing between different users of renewable hydrogen. There's a lack of shared definition and certification of clean hydrogen. We do not also separate at the moment in our thinking and regulation in Europe about how which regulation will actually apply to integrated hydrogen production plants. So hydrogen production facilities that are integrated to an iron or steel plant, for instance. How do we regulate them? And how do we regulate competition between different member states? How do we support the sector? Because there are some restrictions from state aid regulations, so that are around subsidies. So there's also not clarity on the subsidy schemes, and the European Union has very strict rules around that, so kind of limiting individual member states' ability to provide support schemes to hydrogen. We don't have also clear rules for schemes like feed-in tariffs that might help hydrogen kickstart in the market, and other such schemes that are kind of incentives. And yes, we have a number of other hydrogen strategies from Germany, from Portugal, I believe France, Spain. They all, each member states are developing their own vision. But then how do we harmonize them? So we also have a market challenge, of course, because there's uncertainty about end use. Where will we use hydrogen? Are we going to use it in transportation, aviation, industry for sure? But how, like as ammonia or not? So there are a lot of questions still there. So do we need to actually produce massive amounts of domestic hydrogen, or would it actually be more economical to import it, or actually not? So there's those aspects for the market as part of the market challenge. Of course, cost of hydrogen also varies, even within the European Union. Not every country has access to, especially for green hydrogen, to a coastal area where they can produce a lot of ample excess wind or solar energy. So we also don't have kind of a demand picture for the supply chain. And there's a risk that the longer we don't have a good picture for demand, the longer hydrogen remains expensive, the longer it will stay uncompetitive with other renewable solutions and be pushed out. So it's quite important to tackle this. And then, of course, the question of, do you first create a supply market? Do you first put the electrolyzers in place, or create demand side in the industry, and which parts of the industry? Then, of course, there's the question of infrastructure. Where do you locate the plants? Do you locate them next to, again, the industry, or do you locate them close to the wind farms? Which part of the existing gas pipeline we can repurpose? Because we know that pipeline purchasing is the cheapest way to transport hydrogen, but which parts are already being paid off? And how much of new pipelines will have to be, again, paid and paid by new hydrogen customers, or what other mechanisms are there to build these new pipelines if needed? So we definitely need an investment then for transport, but also production. There are uncertainties on production costs, but also demand and transportation. We've talked about that. And we also have issues with curtailing of renewables. So we need upscaling of renewables quite significantly, even in Europe, where there are a lot of progress, but still it's far small quantities compared to what the industry needs to decarbonize its energy input for especially the energy intensive sectors. And then we also, it's not only about challenges, we also looked at what can we do to create a green hydrogen economy. A good example is from the Netherlands. So we have in the Groningen region an ecosystem of projects emerging under Heaven, and that took 3 years in the planning. But that's what we note, that the hydrogen economy is an action plan. So I was pleased to hear from Egypt that there are plans and strategies in place. because it's really about planning and bringing together, having a work plan and having milestones, and other things needs to come together. Of course, legislation, subsidy scheme, energy demand assessments, but it has happened in the Netherlands, and where green hydrogen is preferred as the right investment that needs to be done once to reach the 2030 goals. And there's the issue of transport. It's not all bad, as I said. Repurposing of gas pipelines are actually quite cost effective right now. But again, not every region in Europe has these hydrogen backbone. And that will require some significant investments in some parts of Europe. There are other ways of transporting, of course. You can use ammonia, methanol, or liquid organic hydrogen carriers, which are currently much more costly, but they may come down. But let me also tell you that there are already quite a number of transportation repurposing, pipeline repurposing projects underway in Germany, Luxembourg, and France. Some 70, 80 kilometers of pipelines are being repurposed currently. But at the same time, let us not forget that in the short to medium term, pipelines will also continue to carry natural gas as we scale up hydrogen. And so these will be parallel developments, and they have to happen at the same time. So we'll be using still natural gas as we develop some hydrogen transport infrastructure. Finally, how we can overcome the regulatory barriers. There's a lot of talk at the moment. There's now an open public consultation on revising the natural gas network regulations to make sure that renewable gases can integrate in the market. But the difference being that natural gas is a mature market, and we have a very static regulation for it with very, very strict competition, competition law aspects. These would need to be revisited. So we need a more dynamic regulation that has a bit of sequencing, that initially incentivizes hydrogen and perhaps allows a little bit market petitioning in Europe. We also need to determine tariffs, which are not yet in place in Europe for hydrogen. They need to be flexible enough and low enough to attract supply and demand, but they should be still able to recover the costs in the long term. And we developed a gas market based on long-term contracts, which may not be the case for hydrogen. And what type of public financial support and private capital are needed? And for that, we also look at some of the investments. When we look at a green steel plant in Europe, if you are thinking about a new plant, and that may cost something around 3 billion, so it's going to be for sure at least 1 billion euros more expensive than traditional plant. So we have a high capex for green plants using hydrogen, which could create demand, of course, for hydrogen. But these high capex requires some form of subsidy scheme and support from public. But then also for the OPEX is also higher, and there you need some sort of market mechanisms, again with some offset schemes and a CO2 and a high enough CO2 price. And one of those schemes that are currently being developed in the steel sector with ThyssenKrupp in Germany is carbon contracts for difference, which Netherlands is also looking into. We also have governments committing money, 9 billion euro into hydrogen, committed by German government. And we will also see a heightened role of banks, such as the public banks, such as European Investment Bank, but other banks to create some loan programs, especially for energy intensive industries. But in the end, what I want to conclude with is that the hydrogen price should be formed by a market, of course. So we need to create a market along the supply chain that requires us to link the automobile producers, car producers, with the steel producers, because there will be a premium price, and perhaps they will be able to pass it on and take that demand. But of course, we need the push and pull so that we can trigger the certain incentives and identify green products to customers throughout the value chain. So I'll stop here, and they're happy to hear any comments or questions there might be.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mehta, for your excellent presentation. And you mentioned a good deal about the regulatory barriers, the various problems that you have, the supply chain, the investment, the funding, the what you call as a going ahead infrastructure, refueling, efficiency, and a number of factors. One important thing that you said is about the supply chain and demand. You see, for a product to be sold, to develop a market for its own, the product has to display its utility to the consumer. That is a relative advantage over the other products which are available in the market. Once that gets established, all the problems of demand, supply chain, storage, transport, dispensation, distribution, and maintenance, funding, whether private, public, institutional, long-term, short-term, working capital, all those things are sorted out once a product's demand is there. So, therefore, you have very rightly brought out that the product is good, but apart from being good, it also has to sort out a number of barriers, both administrative, technical, operational, regulatory, financial, and so on. Thank you very much. May I now request the next speaker, Mr. Dr. S. Dasappa from the Center for Sustainable Technologies, Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. Yeah, Dr. Dasappa, please. Dr. Dasappa, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Yeah, and can you please hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot for having provided an opportunity to share some of the work what we have been doing, and also in the context with which I've been asked to look at potential and future with respect to what hydrogen energy could contribute to the entire society. What I would like to do is take you through a journey wherein one of those naturally available substances, which is a biomass, can it really look at the hypes created with respect to the so-called hydrogen energy today, and can it do something, and what is the contribution of Institute of Science on this platform? This is where I would like to just put some thought process. I think we know there are only two naturally available materials or sources which has hydrogen as an element, primarily the water, the other one is biomass. And if you really look at water, I think this has been really explored by various groups to see how water could be utilized as a source to really convert that into hydrogen and oxygen. To that extent, I think, it has been successful right from earlier days. People have been looking at, and currently the major issues which are being addressed is the amount of energy which is required to break this really a very strong bonded molecule called water. Typically, we can generate about 100 grams of hydrogen per kilogram of water. I think this is something which people have also been looking at in terms of the consumption of water and other things, and the research towards this is being looked at. Whenever you try to use a green electricity, I think this is getting really the kind of promotional thing you're saying that solar electricity can be used so that you can get green hydrogen. The other route is biomass, which is again a CHO complex. If you really want to look at it as something to do with a carbon atom along with 0.7 moles of water. I think if you really look at in that mode, yes, hydrogen comes through the water which is there, and the carbon is also available there as carbon source. With this, I think there are various processes existing currently to handle biomass. One is a well-known biochemical process wherein you use the fermentable materials which is available in the typical biomass and release a sugar into the substrate and make sure that you can get gaseous species and do various other downstream processes which is required to bring in products. The other process which I'm going to talk in little more detail is the process wherein we still use biomass, but it goes through a thermochemical conversion process called gasification, which is a substoichiometry. That means you don't allow all the species to burn to give heat, but you control the process in such a way that you get chemical species like carbon monoxide, hydrogen as fuel components. And can that be used to see whether we can get hydrogen and how much of hydrogen can you extract? To that extent, if just to make sure that you are familiar with what we are talking about biomass, typically biomass, as I told you, is a carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen matrix. On an ash-free basis, it typically contains the same amount of carbon, same amount of hydrogen, and same amount of oxygen, irrespective of the species what you will be looking at. For example, if you see rice husk, which is really a very high ash content material, also look at wood with a low ash content material, most of them will have the commonality. And if you really look at the numbers, about 50% plus is made up of carbon, about between 6 and 7% or 6.5% is hydrogen, and the balance is so-called oxygen. There could be other inorganic components which make it to be a ash content in the given system. Whenever we really want to look at fuels, biofuels, we need to increase the hydrogen carbon ratio. That's what we need to really look at. Towards doing that, I think if this is what is the typical biomass, we need to bring it to some stage wherein as you go to methanol, ethanol, your carbon to hydrogen matrix from C is to 1.4 has to go to maybe 1:1, 1.4, or 1:4 or 1:3, depending upon the alcohols what you look at. And when you are looking at hydrogen, you should have 0 carbon and the entire thing. Such a thing is possible by, one is to look at, can we look at air gasification, wherein you can generate carbon monoxide to hydrogen as 1:1 ratio. And are there any processes to use that? I think that has been well established, and across the globe, we have also been looking at in terms of generating electricity using such a process. And the other one is oxy-steam gasification, which is currently being pursued at Institute of Science, wherein we can really push the carbon monoxide to hydrogen, and we can also get into what is called a syngas. From that syngas, we should be able to get to any of these species what we have been talking about, either ethanol, methanol, hydrogen. Hydrogen is of concern today, and we are going to talk about that one. And what is the potential of the thing? If you take biomass and subject it to some magical reaction wherein you take biomass and have 0.2 moles of oxygen and a mole of H2O, you should be able to get 1.7 H2O and CO2. That means there are no intermediates. This will go into purely very stable compounds like hydrogen and CO2. Theoretically, you can go up to about 150 grams of hydrogen per kg of biomass. This is something which is possible. Like what we mentioned about water, something similar is possible. But when we do air gasification, we should also keep in mind that the so-called biomass itself has about 6% or 7% or 65 grams per kg kind of thing maximum. When we really look at air gasification, when we get a composition like CO2, H2O, CO, and all those things, is typically done wherein we capture about 80 to 85% of the energy which was available in the solid fuel as gaseous species in terms of hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and methane. We can capture about 40 to 45 grams of hydrogen as against the 60 grams which is available in biomass. That's something which can be really looked at, but unfortunately, if you try to use this process to make sure that you can get hydrogen per se itself for the end use, like what we have been talking about, it may not be a starter and we will have issues. There is another process wherein you here instead of air, you can take oxygen so that you can eliminate nitrogen, which constitutes roughly about 50% of this volume. That means I take oxygen, and there is some amount of carbon which is also present, as I told you, it is C1. And if we use a really intellectual way of handling that one, we can get, depending upon the ratio of oxygen and water you use as steam, you can get anywhere in the range of about 25 to 50% hydrogen, and relatively other numbers also do change. We can go up to about 100 grams of hydrogen per kg of biomass. That means we are going to add another close to about 50-60 grams of hydrogen per kg of biomass through other reactions which do take place inside the reactor. I think this is something very unique process which has been developed at the institute. This is just to give you same thing. Instead of using nitrogen, we use oxysteam. You get this one. This is some plot which gives you what is the kind of hydrogen you can get. Typically in excess of about 50% you can get, and the CO levels are of the order of 10 to 12%, and small amount of methane and the CO2 which is there. There are intricate reactions which do take place. I think that's the uniqueness of the design what has been put together. And the challenges when people talk about gasification is the higher molecular weight compound, or within quotes called TARs, which become very, very critical when we try to do that. To that extent, I think the novelty in the reactor also shows that we have a very low amount of higher molecular weight compounds which has been identified here. To that extent, I think this is something which you also see at GC trace, wherein you have a higher fraction of H2, CO, CH4 and CO2. I think these are all small fractions which are there. Just to give you a brief, how did we get into the gasification? And we being a combustion group at the institute, it was brought to our attention, if there is a 70s oil crisis, our agricultural sector will be seriously set back because we lift a lot of water for irrigation. Can something be done? Today we are talking about the term sustainable development and other things. In those days, we said that can we use locally available materials to meet local needs? And that's how this concept came up. And what was done was, can we use any of the raw materials available locally to develop a technology which can run a diesel engine with a small amount of diesel and a large amount of gas, which is renewable? Or can we move into totally gas? Today, we have technologies wherein we can really completely run on gas. And in fact, I think I also heard in the previous session, people from Cummins were there. We had, I think, I had a very strong relationship with Cummins US also. John Wall was very happy with the work what we have been doing here. I think I see the Purdue prof also mentioned something about this. I think we have developed technology, transferred this across the globe. And this is a multi-fuel capability. That's the uniqueness of this one, wherein we can take any agro residues. If it is in the loose form, it can be converted to briquettes, can be used. That provides a unique opportunity to do various things, what we really look at. And I should say that this is one system which gets guarantee warranty from various engine manufacturers, including Cummins US, GE and other things. And this is going to give you a glimpse of what we have been able to do on the gasification platform across the globe. We have been able to transfer technology to Europe, to US, to Japan, and we also done some islanded operations wherein you could really look at an island called Cocodrilo in Cuba, which is electrified using entirely based on biomass, which is going in there as a fuel and trying to run the thing. This is something based on this platform, and we were able to deal with that one. And this can be an option for when people are looking at solar as a source of electricity for the electrolyzers, and in order to improve the overall capacity utilization factor, this can be used. And we have shown that by detailed LCA calculations, probably bringing it into a hybridized mode with biomass and solar, probably the investment can be really rationalized, and try to see whether we can really get electricity 24/7 and make sure that the investment onto the capital for electrolyzers are all in cash. I think these are some things which can be really looked at and try to see what can happen to the future when we are trying to do with respect to electrolyzers. When we come to the gasification per se itself, I would like to just mention that we can have a control on the overall processes with respect to, we can contain the amount of hydrogen generated or increase the amount of hydrogen generated. You see various species of fuel being used. One is the wood forest residues, coconut shells with a very high density, corn cobs, which is again a residue, and similarly various other things. And we have a control on the process, whatever you can really look at. As I told you, we can go close to about 100 grams per kg of biomass. I think these things can be done. There are also technologies. Once you have this gaseous species which is coming in, we have also developed the necessary separation techniques wherein you can go close to about 100% hydrogen. These are the requirements when we really look at what needs to be done for the so-called PEM fuel cells. And as I told you, yes, you have these things, and it doesn't distinguish between what fuel, what density of the fuel, and the gas composition is comparable under certain operating conditions. I think this is the uniqueness with respect to what the technology package is all about. And in terms of, if you want to really look at PEM fuel cell quality, I think the 99.97% purity is achieved. There are other contaminants which is part of that 0.03%. We have been able to really look at only thing. Measuring these things requires some very sophisticated instruments and some novel ways to deal with. We are now currently equipping ourselves to do that one, and shortly we should be able to quantify this and treat whichever contaminant is lower and getting into the PEM fuel cell quality. I think with this, I would like to say that when people have been talking about green hydrogen and what could be the future, I think this is something which really can contribute significantly to the Indian economy, apart from trying to make sure that we have the Atmanirbhar and various other things which is going to take place in the near future. I think this can contribute significantly to the economy by providing employment and various other things. The moment we have a range of biomass to be accepted, multi-fuel capability, I think it's something very unique which we can really look at, and we are looking forward to see whether this can be really as one of those prime things. Only thing which we have been talking to people and various other ministries is, can we get the level playing field with other renewables to see whether this also can showcase itself as a unique opportunity for biomass to showcase itself as a green electricity. Way forward, we have already signed a MOU with the Indian Oil Corporation to set up 10 kg per hour or 100 meter cube per hour of PEM fuel cell quality hydrogen, which is fairly large. It's not too trivial. And today we are ready to decarbonize steel, fertilizers, and various, wherever people have been looking at green fertilizers, and all those things can be really looked. And this technology has a huge potential for utilizing municipal solid waste as a possible fuel, which also will have a societal relevance, which needs to be really looked at. And some focused development is all what is required, because several trials have been done. But I think if we really want to deploy these technologies for the larger interest, I think there are opportunities to deal with that one. And with this, I would like to just thank you for your attention. And I would like to just mention one of the recent literature surveys. It's been really posted saying that biomass gasification route could also contribute significantly to the overall hydrogen economy across the globe. This is something very heartening to see. And very importantly, I would like to say that when people have been looking at greening, and several other talks in the morning were talking about emissions and other things, probably this is one source wherein the net carbon emission can be zero, or we can even fix additional carbon by making sure that we can utilize the CO2 which comes out from this for any other value added product. I think this is something. I thank you for your attention. Maybe if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to share.
Thank you, Dr. Dasappa, for your excellent presentation, and you have given a big solution. That is, the bio waste and the municipal waste can also be used to convert into hydrogen. And by just a small query, after the conversion, what is the percentage? Say 1 kg gives 100 grams of oxygen. Then what is the leftover of the biomass used?
See, you can get, we can tune the process to get activated carbon as a byproduct, which can be used for various other value-added products, or it can go to carbon sequestration. The other species, whatever gaseous species you do get, it can be reutilized within the system, and all those energy balance which has been done to see that the overall package can be a very efficiently operated.
No, Doctor, what I was trying to feel was that 100 grams you have extracted by way of hydrogen. Can the residue be used as a fertilizer?
No. See, when I say 100 grams per kg of hydrogen, the balance is the gaseous species which do come in. Okay. See, about all the entire fuel is converted to gas.
Yes.
As I told you, and about 85% of the energy would be captured as gaseous species. It could be hydrogen, it could be carbon monoxide. When we separate out the hydrogen, the other species which is going to be there will have certain energy, which will be utilized within the system to take care of various other sub-activities.
Then, sir, you gave a number of places where it is being used.
Yeah.
Has anywhere it has been worked out how much it costs to have 100 grams of oxygen and how it is going to be cost effective in a pilot, and how long and what are the various constraints which prevents it from being used on a commercial basis and a commercially viable basis?
I'll just tell you, see, whatever has been done is with respect to power generation. The hydrogen generation is at the lab, and as I told you, we are working with IOCL to set up a demonstration plant. We are looking at a cost in the range of about 250, that is close to less than $3 or close to $3 per kg of hydrogen generated.
$3 per kg, which means
Something
roughly
of that.
in
Yeah,
Indian currency it is about $200 a liter.
No, it's about between $3 and $3.50. Is what we are contemplating. Probably on a larger scale, things can improve is what we have been looking at.
If you're now looking from the power point of view, the DDG, decentralized distributed generation, for the smaller hamlet, far-flung places, tribals, where you don't have the grid. So how does this compact pack will serve?
Unfortunately, I think the policies within this country did not enable to do that. This is what I have been talking to various groups, policymakers. We missed the bus with respect to biomass to power in this country. I think we need to have a movement wherein we do generate a significant amount of residues here in this country, and it has to be utilized. At one end, we go commit ourselves to see how we can reduce our carbon footprint. And we have technologies, I think, that needs to be really encouraged, and try to see whether such a thing can happen.
Doctor, what you are saying is fine. All that I am trying to explore is, we have a massive rural electrification program, and the government has funded it, and it's going, the funding has to be on ongoing basis. Now, the solar lantern and the solar lamp and the solar light is quite successful because you put a panel and then connect the wire and it comes. The product which you are suggesting is no doubt excellent because it will address the available biomass which otherwise goes as waste or is burnt, and it further releases carbon dioxide. So is it possible to have a what you call as a package form like thing, which like a solar panel, that you have it, you install it and you get the power?
Definitely it can be done. We have proved, we have showcased, we have done, we have brought many people to see this one. Unfortunately, I don't know whether we have the other strengths to push within the system to see this can happen. This is just, we have showcased. In fact, this can give you firm electricity, wherein we have done at village level. People who are earning X amount were able to earn 16 times X because we are providing irrigation water, drinking water, all the societal needs we can meet with using this one. In fact, I have brought this to attention of various people, including when Piyush Goyal was also the honorable minister in the power, also Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. But it needs some policy, I should say, intervention to see whether how this can really happen, and try to see that. But I think this is where we are.
Hey, Doctor, here I'll just Sorry, I am taking a little time.
No, not at all, please.
When the solar cells were introduced, it was costing almost 18 crore rupees a megawatt, 18 to 20 crores.
Yes.
And the unit was almost 18 rupees a unit.
Correct.
Of the solar power.
Correct.
But it is the ease of handling, transporting, installation, which caught the imagination of the consumer and the user. So in case you have something which can be demonstrate that, look, here is a 2x2 pack which you can put in your house, can give you one light in one this thing, and it will require replacement, replenishment at this interval.
Not at household level. See, if we had got even 10% of the support what went into solar, I am not against solar. India could have done wonders with respect to biomass, and it was probably one of those leaders in the small package. Apart from Institute of Science, there are other groups which have also worked on this power pack. We would have exploded other African market, because I have done enough work in Africa. I know what it means there. But unfortunately, I think we have not been able to encourage some people to get into this one to see how it can happen. Maybe we can have an offline dialogue and try to see what can happen. Definitely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Dasappa.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Excellent presentation suitable for the Indian conditions. May I request now Dr. G.D. Yadav. Dr. Yadav, you might recall in the morning, Anil Razadan had said that today the ball is in the court of the chemists. It is the chemist who has to salvage, who has to extract, who has to make sure that his chemistry tames the hydrogen, puts it into the barrel, and makes the vehicle run. Now, your place.
Yeah, can I share my slides?
Sure.
Okay.
With pleasure.
Just 1 minute. Are you able to see it?
Yeah, now it is on the screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me this platform. We have been working on hydrogen for quite some time, practically since 2006, and my entire work has been supported by ONGC Energy Center. So what I'm going to tell you, the success story, and I will also give you some statistics because the time is not great. And how many, 5-10 minutes?
Dr. Saab, you can take 20 minutes, doesn't matter. It must.
Yeah, anyway, okay, I'll try to finish it as early as possible. One of the things which I want to bring to your attention, which everybody knows, that last year in January, we had CO2 concentration in the atmosphere standing at 410 ppm. And despite this slowdown in economy, so-called slowdown, and lockdown across the world, still today the CO2 concentration is 412 ppm. That means CO2 is going up in the atmosphere, and if there is no technological intervention, we will be having disastrous future. And these are predictions. They say by 2050, we may have something like 2000 ppm of CO2. That would mean most of the coastal cities will be underwater and it will be disastrous. So what it means is that our economy is entirely based on carbon. And there is an interesting history in this particular case. In the United States and particularly North America, the so-called bioeconomy which we are talking about was practiced through the whale. The whales were captured and the blubber of the whale was used to extract oil and make soaps and the illumination. That was the purpose. So this carbon-based economy, we all are aware that we may not have any oil, the so-called crude oil, by the extraction methods which are currently available by 2054. That is the prediction. And all predictions can go haywire, provided we have a better technology, cheaper technology, which can be used. So as it stands out today, that what is happening, that most of the refineries, which are based on fuel as the primary output of the refinery, now you have to change, and they must have something like crude to chemicals. And in fact, companies like Reliance have already announced that they would go for it, and many others have done it. And we may get some new gas finds. On the other hand, the chemical and allied industry, which was entirely based on coal 100 years ago, starting with Germany, and as the things stand, in 1869, when Colonel Edwin Drake, drilled the first well in Pennsylvania, Turtlesville, Pennsylvania, that was the change, and we went for the crude oil-based economy. In fact, very interestingly, that time, the only use for that crude, the kerosene part, was elimination, and the gasoline or petrol was literally dumped into rivers, which may, quite interesting. Today, and thanks are due to Henry Ford, who started this, the auto industry. They found use for petrol or the gasoline, and the rest is history. And the entire world's history changed because of this carbon coming from crude oil. And so now we are talking about biomass. And there are many processes where we have been also working, whether it is chemical process, biochemical, thermochemical. But very interestingly, whether it is a renewable carbon or non-renewable carbon, if the fate of that carbon is carbon dioxide, we have to look at carbon dioxide as a feedstock, and rather than taking that as a liability. So that is a new realization. And in fact, the so-called net zero economy, which was very widely debated in the United States presidential election, particularly by the now President Joe Biden, that says they said by 2050, we should have net zero economy. So look at this. What are we doing now? In today's scenario, in the so-called crude oil or the refineries, I have deliberately marked these red circles where hydrogen is used for, improving the quality of the fuel. And the many of these processes, which are shown here, whether it is hydrotreater or hydrocracker or whatever, or the reformer, all of them use hydrogen. And where is that hydrogen is coming? Typically from natural gas steam reforming. And that leads to carbon dioxide. And that carbon dioxide, unless it has been captured and converted, stored, or whatever, it is still adding to carbon dioxide emissions. So this so-called gray hydrogen here, and look at the biomass. Even in the case of valorization of biomass, hydrogen is going to play the very important role. Oxygen and hydrogen both will be very useful. So whether you take biomass, go through the C5, C6 technologies, so-called sugar platform, or you go through the syngas platform, ultimately you can go to fuels, chemicals, and materials. That is well known. So in refinery processes, all this, what they do, they use hydrogen. Means hydrogen is a very important reactant for refineries even today. So as I mentioned to you, what will happen in 2054 when we would not have any crude oil? And we are still committed. Majority of the nations are committed, and now thanks are due to United States, they have rejoined this effort, that we want to have the global temperature less than 1.5 degrees during this century. And so what it means, this slide borrowed from BP Energy, you can see that today it is about 35 gigatons of carbon dioxide going into atmosphere. And if we want to bring down the temperature by 2050 to less than 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees C, that means we require very, very, important technological innovations where we go for carbon negative technologies, which is hydrogen, say so-called green hydrogen, or, you will have everything where you do not go. And this has to come down to something like 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide. That is what is anticipated. So for hydrogen economy to be reality, In fact, quite interestingly, I just published an article yesterday in the Millennium Post in Delhi. For the hydrogen economy to be a reality, hydrogen must be produced cheaply and in an eco-friendly manner, and it should serve as the commercial fuel that would provide a substantial portion of the country's energy demand and services. So the so-called net zero economy, green hydrogen will have the predominant role. So I won't go into the details of green, blue, and grow. Everybody knows about it, but this is what is predicted, that the global energy scenario faces dual challenge. That is, we need more energy because the population of the world is increasing, and at the same time, we want to have less carbon. So that less carbon, that means it has to be renewable resources, and these renewable resources can come from solar, they come from wind, they can come from the geothermal, nuclear, or for that matter, this green hydrogen. So there are numerous applications of hydrogen, and believe me, the chemical and allied industry will solely depend on the biomass conversion, where hydrogen will play a very, very important role. And the so-called decarbonization of these industrial processes will be done by using hydrogen. So what it means, we require a cheap technology, reliable technology. So in other words, what we are talking about, the carbon dioxide refineries of the future. That is what the nature is doing through photosynthesis. Or you take carbon dioxide and reduce it to go to hydrocarbons, or go to syngas, and you go to refining. And in this particular case, methanol, dimethyl ether, and formic acid will play a very, very important role. We have been working in this area for the last 15 years, and we have got patents on this subject. So hydrogen is the key in all these things. So I won't sing the ballads for hydrogen, but what I want to tell you that, many of these things, whether it is a hydrogen vehicle, syn fuel, upgrading of biomass, ammonia, in fact, ammonia itself can be a very good store for hydrogen, metal refining, heating, etc. That is all based on hydrogen. So let us look at hydrogen. So what we did in ICT, my work has been supported by ONGC. Our technology is based on, copper chlorine cycle. And what we did, I'm going to tell a little bit of a story. We have got several patents now on this technology. And we can generate hydrogen at 95 cents per kg. Now that is phenomenal, because what people have been predicted, and there are very predictions ranging from $1.3 to something like $2.5, okay? And many predictions have been done by many different people. So if that is the case, and what we have done, we have coupled that with solar energy. So this I'm going to talk to you. So when the sources of hydrogen production, okay, majority of the steam reforming of natural gas, it is almost 40%, 48%, naphtha or crude oil 30%, coal gasification 18%, water electrolysis about 3.9%, and others, for example, the chloralkali membrane process giving about 0.1%. So if you compare these technologies, the most renowned is the steam reforming, and this has been most extensively used by industry. So there you can be anything. It can be methanol, it can be ethanol, it can be ethylene glycol, it can be N-butanol, name it, or glycerol for that matter. Or this sex is autothermal, or the partial oxidation. These are the well-known technologies. In that, so what we did, and my work is supported by ONGC, I told you, we also worked on sulfur iodine circle initially, but that work is being carried out by IIT Delhi. We concentrated mainly on copper chlorine cycle. And the beauty of this, that cycle, we studied it, we got several patents on that. And now we are ready for 10 tons per annum of hydrogen production using this particular cycle. Okay, so we wanted to look at the literature. So you look at steam reforming, partial oxidation, these are mature technology, they are commercial. Same is case with biomass gasification, okay, or the alkaline electrolyzer. And so in this particular case, you see the mature technology, they are reforming, electrolysis, and the byproduct hydrogen, which comes from iron industry or the chloralkali industry. And so we are working on thermochemical cycle. In our case, it is a copper and chlorine, and our maximum temperature which is used is 550 degrees C, which can be derived from the solar energy. And so we have this molten salt, we have got a patent on that based technology. So what we did, we compared with published literature, like steam methane reforming, or say natural gas, and what is the cost? Something like this ranges between $2.27 per kg. In some cases, it is 1.48, 1.59, in 1.25. These are the costs which are reported in published literature. So when we compared our process, and here we have not added any value to the oxygen, which is a very, very important co-product of this thermochemical process. So this ICT OEC process, we can produce it as 95 cents. So we are very, very excited about it because we have put in almost 15 years work in this. So what it means that if you do the life cycle analysis of where to get gas, greenhouse gas emissions, the so-called green hydrogen has, from renewable electricity, is zero. Steam reforming of natural gas is something like 9 kg carbon dioxide equivalent per kg of hydrogen. And steam reforming of natural gas with carbon capture and storage with 90% or 56% efficiency or capture is around 1 and 4. And this is based on the natural gas price in Europe. Our natural gas price is quite high. So and also we know the electrolyzer costs are going down. Okay, and it is believed by 2040 this will be less than $220 per kilowatt. That is what is very important as far as this is concerned. And what has been predicted by pundits is the green hydrogen cost will vary depending on the type of technology used, between 1.3 to 2.9 per kg. And here the solar electricity it has to be cost competitive in comparison with the current fossil fuel based system. So anyway, so the future cost of electrolytic hydrogen, this is from US Department of Energy. You can see that in a small plant is almost close to 4, and the dark spot is the operation and maintenance. And it can come down, and it is said that in future it will come down less than 2.5, and it should be less than $2. That is the prediction, and that will be the best for the world. So in that scenario, we found that we could produce it at less than $1. So obviously, now the ball is in the court of ONGC to support it on a much larger scale. That is what we have done. So in our case, what we have done, so we have taken solar energy, we have molten salt, and we have this copper chlorine cycle. So we can get hydrogen, we get oxygen, and we have also done the carbon dioxide to methane and methane to hydrocarbon. So you can see that this is one, which this is complete. We have got many patents. We are doing the pilot scale, and this is carbon dioxide to methane. That is also been done. We have filed patents on that, and we are doing, and we have also done methanol and dimethyl ether. In fact, I'm selling that dimethyl ether technology to one of the companies which has 300 tons per day of carbon dioxide being emitted from their fermenters, and we are going to go ahead with that. So this is what the story of our work. So this is so what it means that we require novel catalytic technologies to arrest climate change for carbon footprint in all applications. So this is what our efforts are in that direction. And so finally, in one of the papers which I published in September 2020, we compared crude oil versus biomass as sources of materials, chemicals, and also energy. So we concluded, based on a very nice analysis we have done, that carbon should not be used as a fuel. So biomass to fuel, for example, this 2G ethanol and all, that ethanol better be utilized for making ethylene and others rather than burning it as a, in some vehicle. Best is, so hydrogen has a great future. And so that is what we have found. And in fact, even if you want to convert something in methanol and have methanol based economy, that is what our Niti Aayog is talking, that is another area. But I think hydrogen economy can be elegantly intertwined to make many chemicals, very valuable chemicals. And in that particular paper, which has, I think it has more than 2,400 downloads within just 3 months. We are given a very beautiful analysis of the entire sector. And so I personally believe time is opportune for India to go for hydrogen economy, and the different institutions, including multinationals, should come together and work towards that direction. Thank you very much, for your patience.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yadav. We heard different technologies, different views, a relative evaluation and comparison of different technologies, and the promise that they hold for the future of the fuel economy, of the tackling of CO2, of the utilization of biomass, and how to have a zero CO2 economy or a zero economy or a green hydrogen economy. All are synonymous. The main thing to be done is to reduce CO2 to the extent possible. Thank you, gentlemen. Great. It was a great session. And one thing I would say in conclusion, that there are different technologies, different raw materials, different processes. But still, no process has been able to overtake the monopoly enjoyed by the oil right through the 20th century, starting from 1905 till date. The effort, the force, dedication, and the aim should be to pierce the citadel of the oil and gas and inject hydrogen into it to make sure that the oil balloon, which is polluting and creating a lot of CO2 and greenhouse gases and global warming, is cooled down and the humanity is saved. With this, we come to the conclusion of this session. Any other issue? Aishwarya?
No, sir.
Any
I think,
housekeeping announcement or anything?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much to all the speakers, and thank you so much, Dr. Garg, for chairing this session, which dwelled on the topic of potential and future of hydrogen. And I'd like to inform everyone that the proceedings of this conference are being recorded. They are going to be shared with the participants after this conference. So we have had a very fruitful not only this session through the day today on day one of the 11th World Petro Coal Congress and the World Future Fuel Summit 2021. And this day saw high profile the global speakers and industry leaders indulging in thought-provoking and of course providing focal points for translating knowledge into action. So I'm looking forward to stimulating, exhilarating professional experience tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for having joined us. Looking forward for a very exciting and knowledgeable tomorrow as well. See you everybody tomorrow. Good evening. Take care. Have a
good evening and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for chairing this important session. And hopefully we will meet for Hydrogen Summit in November. Mr. Yadav, we will talk to you. Other panelists, we will talk to you. And from Indian Institute of Science, we will definitely cooperate and have a full-fledged 2-day session on hydrogen economy. And we will invite all the experts throughout the world, and we will focus on hydrogen economy. Thank you very much, all the panelists, and thank you very much, Dr. Garg. We will meet tomorrow at 9:30. And thank you, Aishwarya.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Sheffield.